Give, receive, and open large, no, the largest boxes. Expect guaranteed gold and whole snowdrifts of random prizes. Gold, credits, days of World of Tanks premium account, decorations for your village, 3D attachments, and 3D styles, both from previous year's holiday ops, and an entire collection of new ones. You'll also find holiday resources in each box. They'll come in handy for your festive village, the Advent Calendar, the special guests HQ, the store with customization elements, and the gift terminal. But the main surprises are steel and high caliber. This year, the holiday magic is so powerful that even a Tier 10 Super Heavy can fit in the boxes. The BZT-70 is the steel incarnation of might. Its 180mm hammer thunders with such force that even the polar bears in the Arctic region will hear it firing. And they'll know the holiday went off with a bang. The BZT's Snowball Launcher deals an ice-cold 850 HP of damage per shot. Making such a big snowball takes time, during which the BZT-70 can stand and glare at its opponent. Its armor and HP protected in the meantime. And that's not the only Tier 10 in the boxes. The second Tier 10 vehicle is the Coccodrillo medium tank. This Italian croc turns heads, making it clear from the get-go that this is no ordinary vehicle. Its armor is so sharply sloped you might cut yourself. 300 millimeters of effective armor on a medium tank is serious stuff. Don't be surprised to hear ricochet when you get hit. The Coccodrillo's armament is something in between an auto reloader and a cyclic gun. The intra-clip reload is just a short preparation for sending your opponent off for a rest in a holiday snowdrift. Formidable alpha damage of 470 HP from a medium tank will take care of that. The Croc swiftly delivers 3 of those shots. Then it loads a new present and can fight on like a cyclic tank. The loading time for all 3 shells is the same, so just give them 470 per shot. It's very effective. What's better? Making one big hole in your opponent, or 8 smaller ones? For the Projet Louis, the answer is obvious. This Tier 9 light tank fires 8 shells in 7 seconds. Just a new surprise every second, one after the other. Finished firing? Don't go far, because after a short interval, you'll be ready to go again. The Louis moves fast and fires often, making it a lot of fun to play. The TBT Heavy Tank delivers 2 gifts in a row to its rivals, each causing 490 HP of damage. You need to wait 3 seconds between shots, but the combination of mobility and armor lets you easily fire a patented pair in close combat. The TBT is like the vehicles from the VZ-55 branch, but with its own peculiarities. It has a rounded hull and no big cupola. So in the right position, it can shrug off any troubles. The Strid-6 is a medium tank with an outstanding turret. Its unusual layout means it can comfortably fit in all its crew members. An extravagant visual balance, plus a combo of decent armor and mobility, make this vehicle a welcome guest at any party. Its gun fires fast, tilts on steep snowdrifts, and hits its mark even when the tank is rushing to the celebrations. The Strid-6 looks odd, but feels familiar and enjoyable to play. The Jagdpanzer E90 is both the Jagdpanther after some jam-packed holidays and the Jagdpanzer E100 with the cabin moved forward. This gives it certain benefits. Minus 9 degrees Celsius has never been so hot. The premium Yagi scrambles up the highest hill, but not to go skiing. That's its seat of power. Its decently angled armor reliably holds off enemy attacks, while its gun allows for profitable HP trades with any vehicle of the same tier. In keeping with the tradition, if you don't receive a vehicle from 49 boxes in a row, then you're guaranteed to hear an engine revving in the 50th. You'll also find 5 lower-tier vehicles in the boxes. These don't affect the counter for a guaranteed vehicle, so getting one of them will always be a nice bonus. Science can't say for sure whether tanks feel the winter cold, but just in case, wrap them up in warm winter styles. The Char-Futur transforms into a mobile base for field engineers and medics. Its crew will do anything. Bring stretchers for overindulgent feasters. Tow vehicles stuck in deep snow. And even power equipment with its generators. Now the Char-Futur can handle any task. The Rheinmetall Panzerwagen is no longer simply a vehicle built for jungle warfare. It's become part of the jungle, an indigenous beast that always smells and sees you. You'll never sniff it out, so don't stray from the beaten path. The BZ-75 is adapted for coastal defense. This Coast Guard can react quickly to enemy landings in various locations. It's not afraid to wet its tracks and repel any aquatic threat. Meanwhile, something stirs right under our feet. There, down below, an ancient creature with the body of a bird, the tail of a snake, and the wings of a dragon has awoken. At night it hunts, its eyes ablaze with hunger. It's said that anyone who looks into these eyes is turned to stone. According to legend, one day a hero will come, armed with a mirror. But until then, the basilisk's hunt goes on. The crew of the Kunze Panzer once got caught in a blizzard. For several days, they felt their way through the darkness. When their supplies had almost run out, a large owl landed on the vehicle. The crew followed it like a guiding light and escaped. Ever since, the Kunze Panzer's crew always knows the way home and proudly bears its standard showing an owl. A wagon load of styles from last year could also end up at your disposal. They're still just as bright. Also this year, the boxes will contain 3 new collections of 3D attachments. Get them and complement your favorite 2D styles with exciting details. There's a Chinese collection, aviation-themed attachments, and even a biker collection with a chopper. It's every driver's dream. The attachments drop in random order, but only ones you don't have yet. They will only start repeating once you've collected them all. That means you'll have a varied collection. Decorate your favorite vehicles, try out new rides, and enjoy some nice surprises. Joy, excitement, and the biggest guns. All this is in large boxes.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to day 2 of the Winter Invitational sponsored by AMD. Today we crown a champion, Phil.
Yeah, I mean 4 teams left today. First the Ukrainian Derby weekend versus Cashback, and then Hit and Run versus W. You teased it already. Some reunions that might not have a happy ending there.
Yeah, maybe some old grudges being settled. That's for later. Weekend, we saw them yesterday beat their respective opponent. They beat some opponents in the Swiss stage, of course, as well, to get there to begin with. They had a pretty good run through it, right? Floyd was actually their closest match out of the ones they played, but it was also the first one. They did end up losing against Hit and Run in the Swiss stage and let that team be one of the favorites to meet them in that finals.
Yeah, I mean, similar story for W, which we will see later. They also did not manage to go out 3-0, but talking about what happened yesterday, we had 2 matches between just European teams and 2 matches between EU and NA. You can see Cashback finished 5-2 against Stacked. Weekend in a tiebreaker, managed to overcome Mafia. And in the lower part of the bracket, W 5-1 Lotus and Dopamine losing 2-5 to Hit and Run. So those are the 4 teams that we are going to watch today. We'll have 2 semi-final matches and then the grand final with best of 13. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. The teams have shown quite interesting stuff. But I think we are not at the end of the story yet. And to be honest, either team can take it.
Sure, especially we're going to have a new winner of the Winter Invitational no matter what, because I think last year it was Mafia winning it. So no matter what, we'll have a new one. But looking at the matches from yesterday, looking at the prize pool that they can win because of those matches, we can have the harder opponent, right? Out of all of them, Mafia was the hardest match you could have. Now they're playing against Cashback. I think they come into this a bit more relaxed even, no?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but aside from W, none of those teams have won an Onslaught competition this year, right? Like, we had 2 or less seasons.
W and Mafia won everything this year.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they want to also win our sponsored prizes thanks to AMD. The great CPUs, AMD Ryzen 7 970X, both for first and second place. So meaning the first 2 matches that are being played today, they are basically guaranteeing you the hardware. But then the step up from 3 to 7k euros is definitely not insignificant. And we were talking about the Christmas gifts. You know, it's definitely a nicer gift that you can buy if you get more than double the money.
Exactly. If you take first, you get to have you know, steak for Christmas, and if you take second, you have to get to have raclette. Yeah, meat fondue.
Yeah, talking about what you can get for free today. Just for watching, you can get one out of the first part of the mystery drops. You can see it's a 3D style for the Minotauro, the turtle, or a bunch of nice premium consumables. And obviously, we have, after 240 minutes of watching, a day of premium or a nice Christmas box. And there are like plenty of good surprises in there, some guaranteed gold as well. So stay tuned for that. With that being said, for now, we are happy to introduce the first match of today. I think it's a banger. Weekend versus Cashback, the two teams from Ukraine. I think we all kind of ended up agreeing that Cashback is the favorite, even though Weekend overcame the potentially strongest team getting into the tournament. I guess on the other hand, also in the Swiss stage, Cashback managed to do the same. But yeah, we can hear one new player. We saw him playing yesterday already, Flash. He was playing in Kirillo before, I think.
Yeah, so he's not an unknown warrior, but Weekend and Cashback both doing the same strategy, right? They get to pick kind of as the top Ukrainian teams from the pool who they want, and Flash goes to Weekend, and Aphrodite goes to Cashback.
Yeah, I mean, we sorted out two Ukrainian teams after the OLS Season 4. Both Kirillo and Yogurt left the league and got replaced by two teams from different countries. We have a Czech team now with CTR, and a second international team again with Vulgus. But I guess you could argue that they're replacing Vortex. There, you mentioned him, Aphrodite, great performance, 2.5 KDA, average damage of 3.7k, 90% pen rate, and yeah, a bunch of different tanks. Those are the stats from both the Swiss stage and yesterday's matches. So I guess if you have really good matches, I think they won 4 matches in a row now, basically. They ended up with really high KD rates all across the board.
So the committee prediction is pretty close here, 43% for Weekend, 57% for Cashback. You mentioned it that Weekend did overcome Cashback in the OLS playoffs as well, but I'd say that Cashback has the better addition on paper to the team with Aphrodite over Flash. Because Aphrodite had a really good last season in OLS as well. But also, you know, Cashback still has that experience factor, right? Weekend, these playoffs, this team, it's getting there, right? But you would still give it to Cashback, I think, just because they have been here before. And most importantly, they know what winning is like. You know, they've won a tournament before as well.
I mean, the guys from Weekend were winning together quite a bunch of matches in the 15 versus 15 competitions, but talking about competitions, we'll start on Cliff. We've seen it yesterday. St. River and Ensk are being banned again. I think St. River is a map where Cashback has been pretty good, as long as their players don't like crash or flip their tanks, stuff like this. Murovanka, the next map. How do you feel about the second half of the pick and ban?
I mean, if you look at this pick and ban, you can notice a trend. In the beginning, we go really super fast. Cliff into Murovanka, this could be 10 minutes of action and out, right, in total. But then we slow it down extremely with Siegfried line, and then we go a bit slower, not slower than Siegfried line, but slower in general with Himmelsdorf, because that lends itself towards a bit more of a slow game, but could also be very fast for Weekend, and then goes down. So it's very explosive, but like a slower middle segment, probably. And that's also what we saw yesterday, Himmelsdorf being banned throughout the day. I don't think we saw it once, which means that today I think you might be seeing it more because of that.
Yeah, I mean, interesting definitely to have all those maps visible. Surprisingly to me, quite a lot of Siegfried line being selected today again.
It's not that surprising if you think, like, it doesn't provide that much dynamic action, but it also means you cannot really get YOLO'd, right? You cannot really get pushed immediately. So if you're looking for like a 1-1 split kind of map, where you have like equal opportunities, it stands out.
Yeah.
It's hard to like lose initially.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But we saw, was it Vortex, who had some like field push there prepared during the OLS? I think they gave it a good try there and nearly managed. But in the end, I think a lot of positional play there on Siegfried line, good individual trading and so on. We saw a bunch of ideas yesterday as well with Ken opener for hit and run, which was
hit or miss.
Hit or miss, exactly that. But the teams are ready. We're starting on Cliff. Yesterday, one of the players, I think it was Aphrodite, was hovering an FV. But I don't think we are gonna give Kehan that pleasure.
Never heard Kehan so excited as that moment when he saw the stage 2. Just disappointing, Phil, isn't it? You know?
I mean, is it disappointing to have him disappointed?
No, it's actually that was the exciting part about it. But battle number 1 between Weekend and Cashback about to get underway. Weekend, keep it simple: 5 BZs, a CS63, and an Object 140.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we just had like another switch, but double E50M with a light tank and a 268, triple BZ as well for Cashback. Yeah, BZ party again. Let's see if the extra DPM or the extra HP on the side of Weekend will make the decisive difference.
The 268 again being picked from Cashback. We saw yesterday that did not end up working against Stacked, right? With the 268 they actually struggled to win the game. Ooh, dodging with the plane, huh? Dodging the plane is what they did there. They were not AFK, they were on purposely trying to bait Liberty to use the plane. Now he saw only one going up, so they might think it's a 1-2 lane kind of play.
No, I mean, it's definitely an interesting idea and a different approach to what we have seen. But on the other hand, Liberty will still be able to get up there, right? And he will provide all the spots now. You can see all the BZs are spotted. They delayed this information gain a bit and put a nice shot into Liberty as well, who is now down to 2.2k. But I think because they kind of delayed it, it's just Iset there taking the initial positions, and Mindbreaker will obviously have a bit of a higher ground there towards Trash Panther and the other guys.
So did they really gain anything from waiting there?
I'm not sure, but on the other hand, they are, I would say, in a pretty comfortable position overall. They control the donut with 2 tanks. They got a strike as well to balance out the strike that the team of Cashback got. And it looks like Aphrodite is a bit over-aggressive here. He's playing against 2 medium tanks. I don't think the cap pressure is a big problem because there are 3 tanks potentially blocking it. Bunch of bounces coming in onto Evil. The first strike hits 2. The strike of Weekend hits 3 as well, and the trades are continuing.
Now in this middle area, the BZs from the top are coming in as well. Isen and the second one on there, getting some shots into the back. Little Twilight playing between the rocks, trying to stay alive as well. And the CS63 on the hill actually has an opportunity to win it back. As Isen went down, it's just Clownzik. Little now in trouble in that BZ. He has nowhere to go. He cannot really move around it. Aka now coming in as well, though, with the E50M getting on towards the back of Sunshine. And so far, the BZs of Cashback are doing a good job staying alive. But Dire goes one and the second one immediately. Little Twilight are out for the side of Cashback. They need to find a few kills here if they want to get back in this battle, and Mindbreaker does just that by picking up Trash Panda. Now Sunshine kind of exposed. Aphrodite coming all the way from the southern side, flanking around, getting the shots in the E50M. They need to get him involved in that high DPM E50M. Mindbreaker will put the shot against Sunshine. No misses so far, but in the meantime, Brainbreaker getting pushed off down towards the one-shot flash, might even finish. And when we look at it, it's Weekend with 6, Cashback with only 4, down in HP as well. Will be a tough one for them to get in this.
Yeah, I mean, Iset is a bit isolated there, but he should be able to take another shot from the E50Ms. You can see Sunshine being picked up as well, and Clownzik being pressured out by Liberty, who does not manage to pick him up. Now with a bit of healing, he could actually survive another shot, but he is in a weird position there. Aphrodite now really has to make his HP work. Cashback down to 3.3k HP. Liberty as well, a bit out of game. He puts in another shot from the back, but the strike will hit, and Kano with all those HP should be able to clean it up pretty easily.
Yeah, Kano is a perfect tank in this scenario. Low, alpha, medium to make
Oh, I think
kills.
he just hit his own body.
Yeah,
Is that possible?
I sat down towards a one-shot as well. Aphrodite healing up a little bit, but Evil finds the kill on Aphrodite. Mindbreaker will do one more shot, but Liberty in a 4-on-1. Good ram there even from Mindbreaker, extending his life a little longer, but Evil, or Kano, it will be Kano actually to find the kill. And now Liberty against 4. 2 of them are, I mean 3 of them are, 1 of them is a one-shot, 2 of them are a potential shot, and Kano is just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too many guns and not enough HP. Also, he does not really have a position where he can do that much maneuvering. He might be able to surprise like one of them or even get a second kill because he can take a shot, but with the cap pressure being there as well, he doesn't have any strike, anything, so pretty sure that Clownzik will just load a nice juicy HE and okay, first kill being picked up, but as we mentioned, no strike, 1 second left, and that's the first round for Weekend.
Good stuff there from Weekend, so very good. They need this as well. They pick it up first round on Cliff. I mean, Cashback tried there with, you know, Aphrodite pushing 1-2 line, but this middle engagement didn't go that well for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday when we had this match against Mafia, where we said, yeah, Weekend should get the ball rolling early, and they do, right? Not too bad for them, and immediately converting the first round always helps. We have to obviously not get ahead of ourselves. It was just 1 round, and it was not like a super decisive game, but we saw them doing some good reactions, also some creativity with the waiting BZs there, or actually falling back a bit. Flash, we highlighted him as one of the new players, really good damage dealing here, also usage of the strike, but yeah, it was enough in the end. Liberty, he did what he could, I guess. Also like 3 guys with really high damage here, a bit of extra ramming, Rainbreaker, really good pen rates, Aka doing what he can, but the focus fire at the beginning was just better. You mentioned 2 kill pickups fairly early on the side of Weekend, and they just made their shots work.
Yeah, those BZs, and also of course Weekend has this added advantage of just having a bit higher HP tanks in general because of the extra BZ, because of the extra tank compared to the RHM, and of course the one thing we didn't mention there is of course Kano.
Inspire.
No Inspire for Cashback.
No, 7 activations during the whole match, so I'm pretty sure they were basically all the time fighting with shorter reloads, better gun, and so on. So it makes a difference for sure. And even if it's just about like getting this extra boost to put in the first shot after both of the BZs fired at each other, it will help out to pick up the first kill, because you put in the second salvo first, and then you have the lower HP guns on the opposite team. We are about to start into the second round, and taking a look at the caster predictions, we have Kihan and Moff going for Weekend, while it's you and me going for Cashback. I think after just 1 round of Cliff, it's pretty early to say anything about that, but everyone predicting a close match, and I hope we'll actually get one.
I mean, between these 2, clear-cut favorite, not anymore. Weekend can execute their style as well, like the heavy aggression, because of the first 2 maps are more towards Weekend, and then later on as well. Himmels, I think they like it as well, because you know you can force again the fight on Himmels if you want to. You can push towards the cap every single time.
No. Okay, we have a bunch of players already readying up, so we are about to start. Do you think that one of those teams might come into the match with a bad chat like we have seen yesterday? I personally feel like it wasn't very successful.
I don't think so. I mean, Cashback already has like the tank that is very, very hard to make it work all the time, the lights on Cliff. Adding another difficult tank on that would be probably a bit much.
Okay, looks like Cashback might pick a 50B. We were talking about tanks that are hard to make work. Usually we end up seeing that on the lower side, trying to aim for the ramp. Cashback obviously playing from the south now. They also picked double BZ, triple aggressive medium with a CS and double E50M plus Liberty in the Inspire tank. Can also Inspire, 4 BZs and double CS for Weekend. Pretty straightforward lineup for them.
Yeah. Again, fits all the roles. It's just slightly lighter than before because they added another CS for their mobility. But now we have to see if Cashback can use that double E50M the way it's meant to do. Pure DPM. They are very focused towards 1-2 line. Again, Weekend tries to dodge some info by waiting with the BZs, but no lighting for Cashback this time around.
Yeah, interesting choice for them to send both the CS around the hill. They will not get spotted, so a bit of a surprise there for now. Aka will be able to get on top of the hill, and maybe he can get some, wow, nice shooting. 900, nearly 1,000 damage actually into the CS. But yeah, Evil and his buddy Flash should be able to pick up the strike, while Brainbreaker and Little get both the info and the strike. And then we'll have to see if they can do some good repush here, because usually that's quite expensive, and with Cashback being down roughly 2k HP from the start, it might actually be beneficial for Weekend.
You can see Weekend immediately going on the hill though, with Clansic already taking a lot of damage for this as well. There's a BZ booster across from Twilight. It's a standard move for Cashback, but Kano is in a position to kind of counter this. He has to be careful because he can get shot at by the 3-line as well. So Twilight now opting to go back in towards the middle with the rest of the team. He's boosting in from the left, the rest is going from the right. Gets an easy focus fire opportunity for the side of Weekend though, and they are taking that advantage as well by focusing on Twilight, but didn't do that much. And I said, looking very lonely there in that middle area. The strike hits on 2, but now they arrive. Little leading the charge as well. I said getting tracked. They might get Pyramid tracked even, but has plenty of HP. Wants to boost through once more, get out of there. But Flash not having a good one against Aka either. Liberty is just covering the south side of the map, and Aka, that's one strike. That's the second strike, but they're mini strikes, so he's gonna live for that. But Flash finds the shot anyways. Aphrodite's dead as well, and this is looking not that great for either of the two teams. But Weekend does have the top of the hill and the crossfire with Kano.
Yeah, I mean, Trash Panda makes it back around the corner, and you mentioned it. Kano won his 1 versus 1, and Little now in a bit of a tricky situation. He puts in another shot now, dropping down to 70 HP. In the southern part, you can still see the 140 battling it out against the CS. 140 with much more HP, but as long as Flash kept his gun in the game, it was pretty good for them. Maybe he can even hit another shot. Not the case, but another good 600 hit coming in by the middle BZs. Weekend down in HP, but they still have quite good positions.
Yeah, Liberty eliminating one angle of crossfire. Kano getting spotted out by the 50B, who's pushing him on the lower side. That is Mindbreaker looking for that object 140. Of course, the BZs will be looking as well towards him. Kano misses that one.
Missed.
Twilight pushing. Trash Panda finds the kill as well. Good anticipation. Kano is gonna die. That's Brainbreaker in the middle of the map. That's one of those BZs in overlook position towards that.
I think it was a strike that just killed the 50B.
It was indeed. And Evil is in trouble though, because look at his position on the south side of the building. Brainbreaker will edge forward, and Liberty is playing the distance, so Evil, no chance of survival here.
Yeah, he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Either way, he basically exposes to the BZs or towards the CS. Now Sunshine trying to kind of like attempt some move from the upper side, but really good shooting by Liberty. You can see he has perfect angles there, puts in another one to the side of the turret. And with only 1,000 HP left, I think Cashback has this game under their control.
It's the assist from the Inspire on the bottom is kind of funny though.
Nah.
Oh, good kill though from Evil on Twilight. I mean, if they somehow get Brainbreaker out of this fight without...
Actually, like, Brainbreaker just decided to repair his fuel tanks. He was with the back towards Sunshine and had... damaged fuel tank, so a very good decision to not risk a fire here. But yeah, he activates the ability of the communication tower immediately, so he knows where the guys are. It's 2 versus 2, so obviously there is still like the draw rule, but I think we had a bunch of extra heavy tanks, right? Like we had 2 healing tanks. Actually, I mean, the 50B does have a bit less HP. It would be pretty close, I guess.
The 50Ms then have more HP than this, yes.
Nah.
They have to somehow kill Brainbreaker. What they need is Sunshine to get some prestige points, so he can heal Evil past one-shot range, and then they kill the BZ.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I think the moment that Liberty gets into the strike, they will just have to go. Because otherwise, he just one-shots the... yeah. So now you can see Brainbreaker being approached by Evil, who will shoot him in the back. Brainbreaker needs to really make his shot work because what is happening? He used this heal exactly as you predicted, but Evil being able to potentially pick him up. The strike picks him up on the other hand, but Liberty still had 1.2k left. A bit of a back and forth chaotic situation, but Liberty with everything under control picks up the round for Cashback.
If you're Brainbreaker there, that's a tough one. You really kind of fluffed it there in the end. I think the CS even missed him. Could have been close-ish, but still Liberty, even if it goes down to 1v1, always carries the advantage, right? Like 1000 HP 140 versus 500 HP CS 63.
No, it's not really that the CS can hide anyway. So, no. I mean, good stuff by them either way. We are checking for damage. So 6k damage here for Liberty. Pretty good result as well. Twilight picking up another 1k healing towards his 4.6k damage. But yeah, you mentioned it. Iset there was a bit isolated at the beginning, and Clownsig, they were picked up quite easily. Clownsig also with a bunch of bounces. But very chaotic round. We had basically 1 versus 1 situations between medium tanks on both flanks. Like Kano did his best. 5.3k damage as well, nearly. And obviously Inspire as well. But you mentioned it. The Inspire of Liberty, 9 activations, basically available the whole game, was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good game in that 140. He made a good push as well to clear the crossfire, because Kano winning against Aphrodite there left A5 and K5 for Weekend, which is a very tough crossfire if you're in the middle of the map, of course.
No. How do you like the 50B? Like, it's not something we see very often. I feel like it was okay this game.
It worked for this because he clipped one of the guys going on the hill as well, right? But I don't know.
It was like he traded like 1k up because he did all 4 shots, took 1 from a BZ. So not too bad. Then in the end, I think he pushed out Kano in the 140, but took quite some damage for it as well. So I guess it was okay, but the fact that we only see 1 and, you know, we see it like only very rarely just adds it to the tanks that are like very niche.
Now, 1-1 coming out of this. I think neither team is too unhappy or happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, we basically reduced the best of 9 now down to a best of 7. Cliff being split does not really do anything for either of those teams, I would say. I guess everyone would have been happy about a good start, starting off 2-0. You might argue that the faster victory here for Weekend gives them a tiny advantage towards the tiebreaker, but it was like 4 minutes 12 or something like that, so we might actually have a round that is still faster than this. Either way, Murovanka, a bit of a different beast. I think I'll definitely see both teams play with a light tank. We saw yesterday, I think it was Trash Panda trying it in the T100, kind of like using the lower profile tank to avoid getting shot, but he did not manage to pick up the communication center there. From what I can see, he's doing the same again. We also have the K91 again from Iset, Kano in the 140 for 30U for Evil. Flash in the IS-7. Is this the same lineup we saw yesterday?
I think so. Yeah, because I remember the IS-7 as well. So there's that. Cashback can return though. BZ, CS, AA50M, 140, and a light tank. So they could brawl a bit harder than Weekend.
Yeah, but obviously they also need to get into some brawl. We'll have to see if the light tanks basically approach this position around the 5 line, where both of the teams have their respective communication towers immediately, or if one of them holds their plane. So far, neither plane used. Aka driving towards the middle, while Trash Panda also decides to avoid this time the spotting tower. He drives into a building, which slows him down quite significantly. And yeah, Aka is spotted now. Both shots towards him are missing. And that leaves Trash Panda kind of with a responsibility of potentially decapping that.
So Aka will get the strike, Evil coming closer, Twilight moving towards the eastern strike as well. Takes some damage on the crossing though, doesn't connect it back on towards Evil, both popping the ability, Twilight taking another one. the pause there to try and get the shot. Not really worth it for Twilight. Ends up taking 2. Little taking 1 as well. So initially Weekend, slightly better shooting.
No, both lights obviously getting their plane back, whereas there was damage flying in either direction. Clownsick is in the cap. I don't think it will be like essential because he is obviously just alone. 1.5 minutes left. Twilight is obviously now spotting Flash, but the E50M has relocated. You can see him now driving on B3. So for now, there isn't really a good angle to get Flash out of that area.
See now, Cashback starting to rotate back, but look at that, Evil re-pushing on towards Aka, Flash given a shot as well, and that's CS63 in trouble. Trash Panda gave one even towards that. Some strikes coming out on towards Evil, but the damage is just not there right now. With Flash given a shot, Evil will find the kill on that CS63, and we can find an execution on the side of Cashback, and even find Twilight a little bit left to his own devices. Flash smells it and is like, okay, I'm gonna go for this straight up and over. He has an E50 of Sunshine coming into the battle as well from the forest. Up and over for Sunshine. Needs to be still careful though. Cashback in return trying to kill off onto Lion. They have a BZ over there they were trying to kill, but Clownsick still pretty healthy. It's going to take a while as Twilight is the second one down here for Cashback. The problems are mounting, but I said may have stayed a little too long.
Yeah, he does not really get a lot of assistance there. You can see the T100 trying to put in a shot, but the E50M now using the full DPM. On the other hand, now Clownsick has peeked up and a big shot flying into Brainbreaker, who is on a one-shot now. If both of them penetrate their shots, which they do, I said will be victorious, and the HPs are still even, but Weekend hasn't lost a single tank yet.
I said surviving on a one-shot. Now Cashback with 4. They have potential to play here. There's so many low HPs on the Weekend side. You know, 1-shot Canary 1, 2-shot 430U, 3-shot BZ, but they're not able to get any of those. Aphrodite now backing off with the BZ, taking some damage as well, and the map control difference is extreme as now Aphrodite immediately getting shot at from the forest as well. Taking some more damage, goes back onto the cap. HP is still playable. Oof! They find a kill on Evil as well. But 900 damage to the strike. Trash Panda and Kano arriving. They smell victory, but they opt not to go for it.
No, I mean, another play now coming in. Both of the tanks in the cap are spotted. The shot from the K91 misses, but not the same can be said about the IS-7, picking up a good 500 damage hit onto the next tank here, and second shot as well. And two tanks left only. I mean, that looks pretty good now for Weekend.
Yeah, no, it looks great for Weekend actually. They found this great commitment in the middle on that CS63, and of course the CS63, it is fast, but it doesn't really get an ability like the 430U, so Evil was just hammering down on that CS63. Shots from Flash and as well Trash Panda. And then you see there's the problems for Cashback. It takes them so long to kill, well, they didn't even kill the BZ, but to run over 1-2 line.
Yeah, a good play as well from, I think it was the light tank of Trash Panda there. Not only providing with information, but like putting 3 shots for 0 into the BZ and kind of like pushing back Aphrodite there. He was basically one of the tanks on this side with a lot of HPs. Now, obviously, base is captured. And he did not hesitate to use them in his light tank because he saw it was more or less the end game, and now everyone needed to really contribute. You mentioned that a bunch of one-shots there, especially the K91, so that could have gone either way. But yeah, good coordination, and I would say a nice control game by Weekend now.
And they take control over the match once more, going up 1-0. All of the games so far have been playable. They did a good job here. You know, they took initiative, they found the CS, they found the 430U behind it. So well deserved to win it as well.
Yep.
Flash actually did a really good job on an IS-7. He's hitting some bangers.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously had a bunch of shots as well that were just those close combat fighting shots onto the 430U, but still, we mentioned it at the very end, 2 good shots there, even picking up a kill, and overall everyone contributing. Sunshine was a bit on the off side, obviously, and we mentioned it, Evil pushing in, sacrificing himself for the kill onto, I think, Aka in the CS, but overall good game, and well-deserved second victory for Weekend.
Maybe they can build on this, because I feel like Cashback always has an advantage on Siegfried line, because the game is going to be a lot slower. I think it suits them more than Weekend. So if Weekend could go 3-1 into Siegfried line, would be ideal.
Yeah, I mean, recapturing the Siegfried line rounds from yesterday, we had one round where Weekend was trying this push against the E4s of Mafia. It was a bunch of E4s plus I think Yusek and the mouse, and then they pushed with Blitzkas and BZs. It didn't work out at all. Even though you mentioned the punishment could have been heavier, it was more than enough. The second round was the one that had this very interesting 2 versus 2 situation in the end. And I have to say, this was not a round that Weekend really won. It kind of was more of a round that Mafia was throwing. So this could have been easily a 2-0 against Weekend on Siegfried. So I hope that they're either better prepared today on Siegfried line, or that they come in, as you mentioned, with a 3-1 advantage and worst case can tank a map there.
It is possibly a good thing that they lost. Oh, and they didn't lose, but that they had such tough rounds against Mafia on Siegfried line, because they should have learned from it as well, right? Like you said, Mafia gave them a very good lesson on it, but forgot to finish the education on that second Siegfried line battle.
No. I mean, in the end, maybe nerfs and stuff is also a topic, even though those players obviously have been playing on the big stage during WCI. Either way, we can have a look at the new tank here being picked on actually both sides now being switched out. So Cashback coming in with the Tesak, obviously the spray and pray option there towards the point of interest. We have Sunshine in the RHM, Trash Panda 430U, K91 plus 140 combination again, and then Clownzik, BZ, Flash, IS7 and Evil and the E50M. 4 BZs and an E50M for Cashback. How do you feel about the Tesak?
I don't know if I like it that much anymore. You know, there's not really any more Juggernaut TDs running around and being annoying that you really need the Tesak. I get it, it can reset communications towers, artillery strikes, whatever you name it.
He has a HE clip loaded actually.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're like, for pure fighting, it cannot be that amazing from time to time, right?
I mean, as you can see, there are basically 2 tanks approaching the cap, but yeah, it's not the light tank, and the Tesak initial clip didn't work out at all. He didn't even fire. Obviously, Cashback has now the control over the cap area. They will push immediately, and that might actually is a good thing, because ISET is a bit isolated, but yeah, you can see Evil as well being able to put in some shots there, hopefully stopping Aka's initial push. ISET gets unspotted for a moment. I think the BZs will not be able to put a shot into him until he reaches this A2 crossing, but he stops for now. We'll have to see if he is strong enough to put up some good damage.
Try coming out on towards Aka, 450, not hitting Mindbreaker, and now you can see that the Sack Trace is coming in as well. He's getting machine gunned from behind. ISET is prone to do 1, maybe 2 more shots of damage. Some more coming on towards Aka from the backlines as well. That's Sunshine and the Object 140. ISET with 1 more shot. Twilight has fallen in the meantime in the middle. ISET will go down, but they find one of the BZs in the middle. Brainbreaker, he doesn't have the DPM necessary for this kind of fight, but Flash there blocking for Trash Panda makes it actually harder for his teammate to get the shot. Well, he whiffs his as well. Not ideal from the IS7 in that regard, but Cashback has taken over 1-2 line control, but they still have the problem that the C50M of Evil is not going to die anytime soon, and he will create angles on Brainbreaker at some point, who's still getting pressured by Flash and Clownzik. They're trying to do the damage, they just got to make sure that they're not overextending for this. In return, you wonder why they're not shooting Brainbreaker. That's because they found a better target a little further back called Little in the 140.
Yeah, definitely the 140 eliminated a big difference maker here now. Clownzik and W Flash, they can still win this 2 versus 1 very easily. They even get some assistance there from the back. Evil putting in another good shot, a bunch of bounces coming in, but with Cashback down to 4 tanks and pretty healthy squad of Weekend still, this looks very good for them.
The stacked races are crazy altogether. No, it's looking really great for Weekend, to be honest. They are looking at a 3-1 scoreline going into Siegfried line. Sunshine taking the strike. And big problem there, you know, for Cashback. You will find the K91, but you lose so much in return.
Yeah, and I think the Tessak damage also looked a bit more than it was, because the damage obviously came in while there was an additional shot coming from, I think, like an E50M or something like that. We'll have to see how much the Tessak ends up dealing in the end, but I personally feel like it did not have the greatest impact so far.
No, I don't think so.
Is there anything they can still really do? I mean, they have control over basically like a quarter of the map, and I think Weekend knows that they can just like get a strike or two here or there. The 430U is already picking up strike. Very good shooting there, both by Flash and Kano. And yeah, everyone is pretty much cornered in. There might be like some last desperation attempt of picking up Flash, but I'm pretty sure Cashback knows as well that this round is all but over.
The only control they have is Cashback can control or decide when they want this battle to end, because they're not winning it.
No.
Not happening. They're playing it controlled though from Weekend, which is fine. It's their right to do so. They don't have to finish Cashback if they don't want to rush in it, but they can even start thinking about Siegfried line.
No, I mean, they should. Both of them, obviously. We will see at least 2 rounds more, which means we'll have both sides of Siegfried line being played. So if Weekend advances to a 3-1 score, they still need to get to 5. So Siegfried line is definitely the next stop on their journey, hopefully towards the finals or towards the end of the tournament. So now double strike available for Weekend. That means Liberty would be a potential one-shot as well, but I don't think it matters at this point. Flash might just start the cap and then end up trading against Mindbreaker, who is fairly close. I'm not sure why he is deciding to push forward, maybe just run out of patience. But with that being said, we should end up with a 2-0 here for Weekend on Muro, and I really like how they made use of the different tanks. The IS-7 in the first game we highlighted already, pretty good. Now the 140 pushing in, the strikes available, should be able to pick up AK, double kill there for Weekend, and with a crossfire as well now being all over Cashback, this game should be over within the next half a minute.
Yeah, it will be 3-1 locked in for Weekend, as they do a tremendous job on this Murovanka pick. It ends up being a 2-0. Moving into the Siegfried line, they can smell it. And they're no strangers to beating Cashback. So
yeah, and it was even Cashback's pick right now, right? I mean, the first map was Cliff, which was picked by Weekend. So now Cashback selected Muro, lost 2-0 on it. So not the greatest start for them. But they have their Siegfried line pick, as we mentioned, lined up now.
yeah, I would always favor Cashback on Siegfried line, to be honest, because the map plays a bit slower. But if I favor them enough to give them a confident 2-0, no, not really.
I mean, 1.7k damage by the Tessak. You can take a look at the, it's like roughly half of the shot that hit ended up penetrating. Also, not a lot of spotting, to be honest. In the end, you can obviously say if the game snowballs like this, all the players will look better from the other side. I said as well, dealing quite some damage still, right?
Yeah, but Flash is again on top of the leaderboard. However, I saw him bounce a few more shots than you'd want this time, but I think he's been top damage in 3 out of the 4 battles that have been played. So he's putting in the numbers for his new team.
No, I mean, he was definitely a good pickup for now. Aphrodite as well, and the E50M did what he could. We saw that we had like a bit of a misalignment maybe on what was happening with the 140. Little was kind of like out in the open. He did what he could in terms of shooting. Definitely 10-10-10 is a good result, but being picked up there fairly early then by the BZs was definitely not what he wanted. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned Flash with a good damage, but also with a good target selection.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing what they need to do. Now, Siegfried line, let's say, I guess they're hoping for a 1-1, and Himmels, I mentioned it earlier, I don't think Weekend dislikes to play it at all. Weekend can play very explosive on Himmelsdorf because of the nature of the map, right, and the location of the cap.
Yeah, it seems like it will be Cashback starting from the north in Siegfried line. I'm not sure if that gives them like any significant advantages, but Weekend was the team picking side. They selected the south. Do you think that we're gonna see another can opener again. I feel like that was like a niche thing. I mean, we saw, what was it, the Yo as well, played by, I think, Melly, which was okay, but I feel like it was also just like ended up being successful in the situation where the team was winning.
I feel like the Kano was more successful though in the second game. You know, higher alpha coming in as well, having the double,
picking up the 140 as well with the double. You mentioned it.
Yeah, so I don't know. Kano versus maybe, I'd say the Kano was more impactful.
I mean, we saw a 60 TP on, I think it was Himmelsdorf yesterday. No, what was it? Not Himmelsdorf. We had a 60 TP in one of the games. But yeah, overall, I think the BZ is still a good choice if you want to do pushing, and otherwise, obviously, you can have the bit heavier TDs and heavies there. IS4s potentially, E3, E4, Bliska, maybe a type.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to play aggro, right? Then you would be playing those BZs and Bliskas, which is a possibility, because Weekend is doing that. IS4, double type, 140, and triple Bliskavice.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback with 2 Foshs, an IS4, 140, double E4, and an RHM. I'm not sure if I like the double Fosh against the type.
If there's a quick cap play here, I feel like the Foshes and the lights will struggle.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And, I mean, the IS4 is, I think, a good tank against the types. On the other hand, the type, if it ends up penning, obviously deals significantly more damage per shot. And the plane is not being used by Liberty so far. Interesting choice. And the type's immediately moving forward. Let's see if the E4 can pick up the information tower.
The Mindbreaker is going for it. He will be able to do it. More likely than not. Not sure who would stop him from this. And he will reveal everything. So Weekend positions have been shown.
No, but that kind of like leads me even more to the question, like, why do we need a light tank?
It's a good question. Trash Panda could sit hold down here. He's actually going to cross take 2 shots for it. No, it takes only 1. Little was not ready for that.
No, I mean, good shooting there. I think actually one of the... Was it actually Trash Panda who took an HE yesterday into the back while coming out there? So now they took a second shot, Sunshine. I'm not sure why he was so aggressive, if the cap is taken either way by his body. But yeah, now potentially 450 damage available for them with a strike. Sunshine retreats. Trash Panda will be able to hold this inner street position. And taking a look at the tanks on B0, do you think they'll try to like overwhelm on the eastern side, or is this more of a trap?
I think it's just a trap. They're just waiting for something to happen. Weekend is not doing really much there. Of them, Evil takes 2 to the face as well.
No, so I think only 1 penned. It was the E4 from Mindbreaker.
Oh yeah. I thought the Foch was hitting 2. Mindbreaker is the one indeed to hit the shot. Twilight goes towards the ID strike, and it's a slow game right now. The Type 5 triggering the cap a little bit, but that's never enough to really force anybody's hand.
No, I mean, Weekend is up still roughly 1.5k HP. They lost some HP, but maybe not game-changing amounts. Still a good start if you're a Cashback to get in some initial trades. But we'll have to see how this accumulation of the strikes will turn out now. It looks like the plane from Liberty didn't hit anyone. So that allows Twilight now to cross and push forward. You can see at the IS4 basically crossing those 2 spots. Good shooting there onto Clownzik. Another 450 damage in favor of Cashback. And yeah, you can see the angle there that Twilight found through the buildings. Yeah, the IS4 definitely, especially on that range, very hard to penetrate.
Nearly impossible for the Type 5 as well.
Yeah, and I mean, if you shoot HE, you will basically deal insignificant damage as well. Plus, you will take 1 in return from the IS4.
Cap is still going though. But they have a strike to reset this nonetheless.
It looks like Aka was trading with Clownzik, who now returned the favor. Obviously reduced damage from the ability. Strike also reduced, but trades are going back either way. Liberty gets spotted now, meaning they know for sure about the light. You remember the plane missed him, and he does not have another plane either way. But yeah, they really have to make sure that they can make good use of the light tank, because this is now the second strike that Trash Panda is picking up, and there is a bit of a trap happening. We'll have to see if the crossfire of Little and Liberty will be good enough, or if Weekend even decides to push because they saw both of those tanks.
Yeah, but look at Weekend, they're gathering on the 4 line, 3-4 line, and on the 5 line as well. They're pushing through the cap. They know who's gonna wait here. They have Liberty and Little at A1.
Why is Kano the first one to drive in?
That is a good
I don't
question.
like that. Like, he lost like 1000 HP before any HP was traded onto the other tanks. Now, obviously, good fire coming in there from Aphrodite. Also, good strike being placed. But Iset already down to 400 HP. He is taking the brunt load of the damage. And taking a look at the HP, they immediately swung back in favor of Cashback, who are now up 3.5k HP.
Yeah, that double tank at A1 is putting in the work, as Aphrodite is on reload and Little is getting pushed out by everybody. If they somehow get this out, then who knows what's possible, but it's going to be such a tough thing, because Little is going to kill at least one more of them, and I think he's picked Kano to be the one. Kano even fluffing the shot. Little finds the kill. Liberty will explode, but Little is going to actually make it around the bunker, going back into Aphrodite, who has come off of
reload.
reload.
Is reloaded, yeah, this is terrible for them.
Level 3 ability on the Fosh popped as well, which means he will heal back a lot from this because of that. He got it in the first clip. Gets a kill as well, picks up Sunshine, and Weekend's dreams of match point are going to disintegrate right in front of us. They tried this push through. I would have liked to maybe see them bait the cap first. You know, they had an opportunity to put 3 on and force somebody from Cashback close, because there was only 1 strike, but they went for the push.
But, like, is there a reason to really push? They saw both of those tanks being picked up there. I mean, you see, like, they killed exactly those. Actually, Liberty only won because Little survived. This is like, maybe like, you know, sometimes you have an idea and it's maybe even a good idea, but the moment you figure out additional information, you need to really rethink it, right? Because, like, they knew that was a big crossfire, and with one tank, sure, if it's just an RHM, but the 140 as well, especially with Kano dropping to, like, what was it, 1.5k or something? I don't know.
I think they
didn't like that at all.
I think, like I said, I think they could bait the cap first before doing anything, because there was only 1 strike. They had 3 tanks at the cap. They could have boosted it a bit and forced Cashback to come close, I think. I mean, but like this, you know, pushing in front of the reloader, the Fosh B.
I mean, Aphrodite, like, basically perfect shooting. And, I mean, you mentioned it, the ability as well, like, 1.5k extra healing.
Oh yeah, when they engage him finally, he's up, you know, he's up on level 3, so what are you gonna do? He heals back like 70%, I think it is, at that point?
No, I mean, Kano did 1 shot of damage. He was the first one to drive in, didn't really manage to do anything. Same for Iset, like, he was the second one. He was the first one to die, obviously, then did 1 shot of damage, and then this push just ends up going nowhere. I mean, Trash Panda did a bit of extra damage with the strikes, but not much to say. This is kind of like the weekend that we were afraid of seeing, I would say, where we have like this over-aggression, like not fully being able to like convert their initial like decent position into something. But yeah, still their advantage. We mentioned it, 3-1 after Murovanka, now first point on the board coming into Siegfried line for Cashback. And if Cashback manages to 2-0 them on Siegfried line, then Himmelsdorf will definitely be a very close affair again.
It's a possibility, because, you know, Siegfried line is the kind of map that lends itself a bit more towards those slower games, and you can see as well just how quickly a push can get broken apart.
Yeah, it's important to say that the team of Weekend has for sure for now another chance. I don't think they will attempt another of those pushes, because I don't know, they did it yesterday, it didn't work at all. Now they tried it with a bit of a different attempt. But don't you think that the moment they saw the 140 and the RHM on the field, I think that they could have just taken the 2 Blitzkawitzes and the 140 back and pushed somewhere else?
I think you're die for running away as well. They lose somebody on the way back.
But the spot on A2 came while the tanks were still unspotted on F2 behind the building.
They knew only about Liberty.
No. Both of them were spotted. Okay, either way. Triple BZ 140 and triple Bliskavica for Cashback. That looks kind of like a weekend lineup. Clownzik in the Type 5, Trash Panda 140, Forshby, Hori, 2 E4s, and an RHM for weekend. This might actually be a good moment for Cashback to push, because the tanks of weekend are not the most DPM heavy ones.
And the Hori will struggle in this, the RHM will struggle in this as well. If there is a quick gap play from Cashback coming out, which is potential. Sunshine does not use the plane, he's keeping it, so they will not have info about what's happening in the beginning.
On the other hand, obviously that gives, denies Cashback the information that there's a light tank for which they can push. Actually, I think Sunshine used the plane and then missed the shot onto Liberty. So not the greatest first interaction there between the light tank and Liberty in his 140. Trash Panda also took like 600 damage, and now 2 tanks of Cashback are on the back side of the building with 3 in the cap. That looks like a good usage of the BZs, no?
Yeah, their cap is on. Now you're starting to force this lineup from Weekend Close.
So far in the back.
They don't have a strike. They will need to reset manual, and the only person I think that even makes it there right now is this 140, and maybe Flash from an alternative angle could reset to take some more damage for it. Flash has a shot now as well on these BZs. Now they're starting to pop off a little bit, getting some damage in Twilight as well. Iset coming in with his first B. Liberty is the one creating some crossfire now. Clownzik peeking, needs to reset, has to reset, and has to take the damage for it as well. Gives Cashback an opportunity to go with the BZs of Little and Twilight on towards him as well. 2 shots will be enough. Toot. In reverse, they are coming with the BZs. Little hits the shot, Twilight does not, but Clownzik was healing either way.
Yeah, I mean, the truck kind of like now made it behind the corner. Good shooting there by Kano, and the HPs are obviously still in favor of Cashback. Plus, the strike was now picked up, but the cap is still ongoing. This is not over yet for Weekend. They kind of like weathered the first part of the storm, but it's still ongoing.
8 seconds left now on the cap. They will get Aphrodite and Little resets for sure.
They have a strike. They have a strike.
They will get that for sure. Aphrodite pops the ability. That's how you know the strike was coming in as well. Even if you didn't see the circle, it was there. But now there will need to be another reset. And I said here, fancies himself Liberty. This might be a beautiful plane that Forge B has 6 shells available. Will need some ramming damage on top of it. Finds Liberty now. Gets a small amount of ramming. And here's the problem. No. I said is really getting owned a little bit there by Liberty. Not sure how that's going for I said not that well.
Maybe he can push him like into the deep part of the water or something for a moment, and then yeah, reverse. So now the ability is active. In the meantime, obviously Weekend is getting pushed by the BZ Armada. Now the Hori makes it around the corner, gets tracked again, but he should out reload Twilight, and with another kill pickup, the reload obviously is very much shortened. He will make it around the corner, but yeah, not to a lot of fun there. He picks up another kill onto Mindbreaker, but Aka picks him up in the meantime. Weekend down to 3k HP. It is 5 against 5 tanks, but it does not look good, especially with the 140 still being in the game to inspire everyone.
Good shot from Flash onto Aphrodite, drops him to a 1-shot together with Evil, but Sunshine has all the HP in this current battle for the side of Weekend. Trash Panda has taken another strike, wants to get that one out. He has 73 HP, he doesn't get it. Liberty comes behind before the strike gets completed. Could have maybe done something with that, even though there was no 1-shots available on the side of Cashback as Evil and Flash go hunting. Aka finds another. He's the hunted, becoming the hunter, and Flash cannot kill Aka in 1 shot, and Aphrodite coming from an alternative angle as well. Aphrodite pulls around the corner, says what's up, gets the kill, and it will be 3-3 after Siegfried line.
No, I mean, that is kind of what we were afraid of, that Weekend is just not the team to really play Siegfried line. They managed to pick up their victories already on Murovanka, so this is like still within the realm of acceptable results, but when it comes to momentum and like a moral boost, Cashback definitely with their 3rd round pickup here, I guess the happier team.
I mean, momentum-wise, Cashback, you know, came back from 3-1, so we would always give it to them because of that. They did good stuff here on Siegfried line, and for them, you know, good that Weekend decided to play a more like anti-Weekend lineup with a light, with a Hori, which enables this aggressive cap play.
Yeah, with that being said, taking a look at the damage numbers, Aphrodite, a very high amount here, 5.3, Little as well, 4k damage, Arca with a bunch of kill pickups, 3 kills for him, Liberty making short work of the 4B. Let's take a look at how much the 4B was able to do. A bit of ramming plus 5 shots. But yeah, I mean, Liberty never had the situation where he could have been one-clipped anyway if the ram damage wouldn't have been like 400 or something. So that did not work out for Weekend.
I like the attempt though from my side. I mean, they probably felt like they had to do something at that point, right?
Nah.
It was already pretty tough after the beginning anyways, because the cap is on, you gotta play against it, you have those pesky little tanks that are playing against you as well, right? From angles, and the cap is always building, so you feel like you have to break out one way or another.
But I feel like it was also very greedy from Weekend what they did at the beginning. You remember they had a light tank and they decided to not use the plane, and then they delayed the plane trying to prevent the 140 from taking the info tower. So first of all, the RHM didn't take their own info tower, then he didn't hit the plane, and then he didn't prevent the 140 from taking the info themselves. So Cashback had the info, Cashback had 7 combat tanks, and Cashback took the positions.
Yeah, I mean, they had everything they wanted in that battle.
Exactly. So Weekend basically had a tank with less firepower / like defensive capabilities, no info, and was just like so late.
This is true. But now we go into Himmelsdorf though, which might be something Weekend is happy about, because we said it, their favorite lineup with BZs, it's for sure playable here.
Now, it looks like one of the teams asked for an extra minute because one of the players had some issues with the lagging, but we should be about to start anyway. Himmelsdorf is a map where we have seen a bunch of rushes towards the cap. Often we see IS-4s here as well being pretty dominant. Do you think the E100 will make an appearance?
I don't know if I like the E100 that much, to be honest. I feel like Type has just the advantage, but that could just be a preference kind of thing. E100 can work from time to time. It's just, you know, Type also has the advantage of the big HE, right?
Yeah, but I mean, not very many tanks are like fighting with the back or side towards you with the Type. I mean, sure you can, but like, are you really willing to risk it? Like, you lose a couple of seconds to intuition over, and then it's not that much extra damage if you can't just pick up a kill and prevent the other tank from dealing extra damage. We'll have to see.
If you pen, it's always worth it.
No, but you need to pen.
I thought you were a professional pen master.
Ah, okay. I see something that you will probably not be very happy about. There's a Tessak on the side of Weekend.
It's an interesting choice on Himmels. You're playing with 6 tanks then, and I feel like it goes against their regular play style, which I think is the best style for Himmels. So I don't know. Not a fan personally.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have the Inspire tank, the 140, which obviously is great to support the Briskas. And then you kind of just want to have, like, I don't know, an E50M or something going along the way, or just a third Bliska. Obviously, Cashback going without a light tank. They have a Type 5, BZ, IS-4, CS 140, and 5 tanks are getting spotted with the initial plane. That obviously also means that the jig is up in terms of light tank being there. He gets the replane, and he is not using it for now. The information is there anyway. Let's see if Liberty can put a shot into the sides of the BZs to make sure he gets the Inspire going. Good shooting there onto Flash, and immediate HP loss there on the side of Weekend.
But Weekend's going through. They want to get towards Little by the looks of things, and Aphrodite backing off already. He gets tracked there. Needs to be really careful. That's a Juggernaut TD, so he's on track from trying to get around that corner. Clownzik will find the retrack as well. Aphrodite with maybe a mistake in this one. The Blitzkrieg
he's actually like turned completely the wrong direction.
He was running away. He was running away, and now he's suffering the result of that. It's dead for Aphrodite. The Weekend finds the opening, but they also immediately lose Iset.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a lot of their HPs. Now it's really important that the BZs can make it work. I mean, you can see Flash really, like, he is making good work of his BZ because he prevented the higher DPM tank of Little there from shooting Evil in a 2 versus 1, obviously trying to buy some time here against Liberty and Brainbreaker, but I don't think Evil will stand there for very long, and that would be the tank advantage reclaimed. Good shooting there, coming in by the Tessak, and Liberty being dropped, the 140 traded, that's not too bad.
It's actually pretty good for them because Brainbreaker's in trouble now. He's taken some damage from behind. I think it was even an HE shell from the BZ because that was 832. Sunshine gets around the corner back into the safety of Trash Panda, who's meeting Brainbreaker from the other angle. And now Brainbreaker opting to push for Sunshine, who tries to block, but that means that he will die for that. Trying to block the CS63 in that position. Goes down to the Mindbreaker though, so maybe it wasn't that bad at all. But now Clownzik, can he find the ramming damage against Brainbreaker? He cannot, but I think Aka even misses the shot there as well. So now it is 2 on 3 with the strike coming out as well. Clownzik might die to that one. He will actually die, but it's just Aka with a healthy IS4. Weekend with the sack will find the match point.
Yeah, I mean, Flash actually just bounced or missed. He had a bit of a difficult shot because you can see in between the white tanks there is a wreck of a tank. Now Trash Panda will get ammo wrecked, decides to basically angle in a way that he can't get tracked while being in the ability. Puts in another good shot into Aka. Aka down to 200 HP, and with all the remaining HP of the 2 tanks from Weekend, they should be able to pick this up quite comfortably.
Yeah, and the ability keeping Trash Panda healthy enough to take another shot. Gets the repair kit back, finishes the job. 5 kills for him as well in that Blitzkrieg. But let's go back there for a moment, Phil. Aphrodite, the new addition to the team. You want to get out of that area, of course, but they have it to sack.
I mean, that was obviously a bit of a gamble there. Not getting tracked is I don't know. I think it's like impossible because you can basically, like, the slightest maneuvering will always end up with the Tessak hitting some part of your track.
Track is 1 HP, so
yeah, I mean, this was big risk that he took, and he was immediately punished. Obviously, also good teamwork there. We saw the flipping over of I think the BZ.
Little.
The BZ flipped over Little, yeah, in the Brishka, and prevented him from dealing damage immediately. He ended up on basically 3 shots of damage, and especially with the damage coming in at the beginning onto Weekend. Like, the middle game follow-up was not really there.
Let's say the problem is obvious as well on the Cashback side, right? Look at Trash Panda, 8,203 damage, 13, 13, 13, and 5 kills on top of that. So he had a tremendous game. He did an average of 631 per shot, so even the kills were not too low HP in that regard. But could be almost 9k if no kills were made in that one. And the biggest problem is there, yeah, Weekend lost Iset basically immediately, but with Aphrodite making a bit of a misplay there and getting caught, and Little then being the second one to die, there's no more DPM on the Cashback side. Like, the double Blitzkrieg is dead. Who does the damage?
And I have to say, like, you remember we had the situation of 140 and CS playing against Evil in the BZ. Like, the BZ still did 4 shots of damage plus a bit of ramming, I guess. And, like, the sideways medium tank was completely obliterated by the Tessak. And sure, it's only 2.4k damage, but it was damage onto the medium tanks as well, plus the very important tracking. I mean, it's like you can see here, 1.6k, and I don't think that's spotting. That's the track onto Aphrodite.
Yeah. Aphrodite was perma-tracked there, died without doing anything else. So, I don't know. Really good stuff from, of course, the sack, but, you know, Aphrodite, as good as he's been for them, that also needs to be mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, he might have just been told to run away, and followed instructions, but maybe it's also one of those things. It's like Cashback was one of the teams that played the Tesak first, especially on Ensk. Himmelsdorf wasn't in the map pool back then, but they kind of maybe just didn't expect it, or Aphrodite wasn't playing Onslaught on that level when this was a thing. So yeah, niche strategy, but working out very well for them. That puts them on a match point.
Can they convert it, Phil? Can they take down Cashback once more to put them in the finals of the AMD Winter Invitational? We will find out together. Triple BZ, a 140, 430, double Bliskovica for the side of weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback now double Foch, double Bliska, double BZ, and a 140. That's a lot of firepower, but we'll have to see if the Foches really can focus out a target. If they don't, then there's an overwhelming force of single shooting tanks just pushing into you, and you really need to keep Liberty alive.
Can Cashback bring it back once more? They already had to look against a 3-1 deficit now, match point again for weekend, who's fully going towards the 2-line.
Yeah, I mean, important to say is that the split is definitely more one-sided here. A lot of tanks in the same positions there on the 3-line. So far, nobody spotted. I guess both Brainbreaker and Twilight will try to give a shot. It would be critical for them to deal at least some damage there. Sunshine should be the one taking the brunt of the damage. One of them hits him, the second one fluffs, and that is a pretty okay trade for weekend. Getting into the cap circle there. Kano finds the Foch, takes one, not the end of the world either. And with a big damage shot there onto Flash, he should be the target for Aphrodite now.
Aphrodite once more in that Foch B, starting to unload, finds one on towards Flash, wants to give the full clip towards that BZ, but he's got to be careful not to overextend, and Flash trying to live, gets in between the buildings there, but Liberty is going to finish it.
Very bad for them.
Yeah, Liberty finds the kill immediately, and now Clownzik is kind of left by himself. Aka re-pushing as well, I said no longer going, and Weekend trying to readjust, trying to reshuffle towards the 3-4 line, but they have problems in this battle that their teammates left behind in bad situations. I said is one. The other one is the BZ in the south. You can see him getting encroached upon by the Foch B as well. And Weekend down 7,000 HP, down a gun as well. And you can see Clownzik is just in so much trouble. Aphrodite is about to come off reload. Twilight will fall in that BZ. And the HP is edging closer, but there's such a large deficit to play from.
Yeah, and I mean, the 430U basically seems like he just got into the game. The Foch Bs, you mentioned it, are on their second reload, obliterating anything left on the 2-3 line. And with Cashback now coming back into the game, we'll have to wonder why was there this super aggressive move so split? Because we saw like 3 salvos coming in step by step. Aphrodite taking a little nap now before the tiebreaker as well. And Evil being boxed in here. He might do another shot or two, but that will not have any impact on the outcome of this match.
No, I mean, the double Foch B was too much for Cashback, from Cashback for Weekend to push into, as Aphrodite is indeed taken it from another angle. Putting life in perspective.
No, for sure. I mean, you can see the AMD logo looks good from all directions, even from the side or from the top.
That was great. What's next? The Onslaught mug coming back out.
Ah, I have it here. Don't worry. Yeah. The Onslaught mug. You can get it in the shop. It's great. You can drink anything you want from it. Really good product.
You can see how often it gets used because there's nothing in it. I think there's even like a layer of dust forming on the top.
I mean, that's what you said. I think it's just a reflection of how shiny the mug is, you know.
Right.
You can see it here.
Right. Interesting. Flash, there's 0. Yeah, when you try to survive, you might end up putting yourself in a situation where it's just the same outcome. Drives headfirst into Liberty, who says, okay, fine, I will take it.
Yeah, I mean, the Foch clips that were the first Foch clip, basically, like Mindbreaker put one into, I think, the 140, and then just emptied the remaining shots into the BZ, and even though he got into cover, like Aphrodite was there putting in 2 or 3 extra shots, and then the 140 coming in to pick him up. We mentioned it, Evil, the only tank really staying alive, and him and Sunshine were not really able to make any difference towards the end.
No, they were not. Can we see
This was pretty quick as well, right? You can see 2 minutes and 20, so that's definitely the fastest win.
You sure it's fast? Yeah, it is. The cliffs are not that fast.
No, the cliffs were like 4 minutes 15 and like 5 minutes or something like that. Because like you remember there was the 50B that bought like quite some time as well towards the end of the game. So yeah, a bunch of back and forth now. We had 2 maps being split. We had 2 maps being 2-0. I think you said it at the very beginning. We might come kind of like a slow middle part with a quick start and quick ending. Now we are at the last map, Ghost Town. Definitely a map that is usually a bit slower. But yeah.
Do we know who picked what side yet?
It seems like Cashback picked north. Obviously, they had this quick round. So, yeah, Cashback side 1 in the north and Weekend side 2 in the south.
Okay. Which one would you prefer?
I think both positions towards the ramp can be played either side. But I feel like often we see the north playing a bit more the defensive side, while the south pushed into the cap. And but I think it's like pretty much even. There are like some minor positions where you can get like a bit better cover for the western RT strike in the open, basically on the medium flank. But to be honest, I don't think the side selection will make a difference on who wins this round.
Who do you think has been the better team? Because it's hard to say. I don't think either of them really deserves to beat the other so far.
I mean, I feel like whenever the game was fast, we saw some good stuff from Weekend, but whenever the game slowed down, they kind of stumbled over their own feet, and Cashback was able to pick up some good stuff. On the other hand, like the last fast push was maybe a bit too fast, so Weekend needs to be controlled with how they like pick up their aggression. I'm not sure if we will see a cap rush from either side. It would be something they couldn't attempt, obviously, but we've seen teams being pretty good in finding decap angles, finding like a leopard shot here or there, getting the mini strike and delaying for a big one. So with 3 strikes available on Ghost Town, and I think it was actually Cashback playing the EBR yesterday already, this might actually be a situation where Cashback and Weekend are both going to attempt it a bit slower. So, yeah, I would say like at least 1 light tank per team.
As long as Bob doesn't win his prediction, we're chilling, no?
I mean, we just go with 4 to 5 in favor of Cashback now, so we get a point and Key and Moth won't get anything.
I mean, he's used to that.
Yeah.
Give him something. He already has to eat raclette for Christmas, bro.
I mean, at least he's eating it with his wife, you know.
But I think he's eating the fondue as well with his wife, no?
I mean, is that compensating enough?
You tell me. You live... I don't know. Can you hear him scream?
He's in a different room.
No, but like, you know, from your apartment to his.
No. It's like a kilometer and a half or something like that.
Hey, maybe Kihan can yell well.
He would need like a really loud, what is it called? The Vuvuzela? Okay, as I mentioned, as expected, 1 light tank either side, triple Type 5 and triple E50M from Cashback. Interesting choice. A bit more of a well-rounded lineup of Weekend. We have 2 healing tanks, the IS-4 and the Type, Trash Pandas in the IS-7, Evil in the E50M, a Leopard by ISET and Kano in the 140. So they really need to protect their more squishier tanks, the Leopard and the 140, and keep the Inspire alive, and then they have a good chance, I would say.
Now, in the beginning, Cashback and Weekend.
Neither team using their light tank?
Yeah, neither team ends up using the plane. Initially, W50M towards 1-2 line, 1 towards the middle of Little. But, I mean, Cashback has the more explosive lineup, but they're not really using that for that in the beginning.
No, I mean, the IS-7 gets spotted. I'm not sure if that will prompt them to do anything, but it's definitely a really good tank to receive this E50M push, right? I mean, you don't want your 140 of Ketzai being pushed there. The IS-4 managed to put one in the right direction, but missed the shot completely. Both the E50Ms still full HP.
He did get some info though, because I think Flash took 2 non-connections from 1-2 line.
Yeah. Obviously that helps him with having info for his buddy Trash Panther. Taking a look at the other side, it's a very unusual thing that this like E8 strike is just completely ignored. ISET in the Leopard kind of taking the balcony position. You can see 3 mediums distributed on the back of the map, the K and J line. And I guess rightfully so, with this triple E50M potentially aggressing anywhere. You want to be really careful, but the light tank still did not get a lot of information.
What is either team? I mean, for Weekend, they're chilling like this. You know, they have the more passive lineup. They're just waiting for a mistake.
No, and I mean, the Type 5s, they have a lot of HP, but like pushing into a Leopard or pushing even into an IS-4 is not great for a Type, because there are a lot of those, like, you can see it there, rubble piles where Flash gets a nice hull down, and that's not the greatest thing to play against.
It looks like...
And same for the IS-7, I guess. Like, can't really push him with an E50M.
Looks like Cashback is just hoping that Weekend is the one to go in the cap so they can then bully it with the Type 5s, right?
No, I mean, they have like roughly 1.5k HP advantage, which obviously helps in the direct brawl. But we'll have to see if this rotation of Leopard now, you can see he moved to K5. I'm not sure what he's trying to do there. If they will like kind of be able to overwhelm an IS-7 with a triple E50M, like, let's say they push in onto the IS-7 and they pick up the kill. Like, how much damage will they take in return?
They're
like the
die.
IS-4, the IS-4 will be able to help. The Leopard has great shots.
Even the
like,
Type 5 will come and give a shot.
No, I mean, anyone basically that isn't the second medium, I think it's the E50M on the other side. And especially with the first shot of Kano putting him above the threshold for the Inspire, that will be a tough task to overcome, and 3.6k HP with the IS-7 is obviously also a lot to chew through. Okay, IS-7 is spotted. They obviously know about the IS-4 as well. I think Little is trying to kind of like make it into the second area there. The plane was used onto the IS-7. That means they kind of like spotted out how much resistance will they meet. But very slow start to the game. 3.5 minutes have passed and barely any shots were fired. No shots connected, and it seems like the first move towards the cap is done by Aka.
There's of course no strikes available, no mini strikes either. The Leopard doesn't have anything, so Aka will be capping here by himself for quite a while. Clownzik and the rest of the team moving in accordance to the situation. They want to cross Flash at some point because he wants to play close, but at the same time, Flash is...
I mean, they can't really...
Yeah, because of 1-2 line.
No.
Which is also, I guess, why you see 5 tanks from Weekend going 1-2 line.
Interesting. Looks like Twilight is going on the outer side now, maybe like thinking he can take a strike there, get some freebie, but if he has bad timing, he basically is not in time at all to help. So let's see.
Little taking one from Trash Panda straight away.
I mean, this is why the IS-7 is so great there. Imagine this is a different tank. We saw it yesterday, I think Ketzai in the 140, but it's not a squishy medium tank. It's like one of the strongest tanks for this kind of like positional fight there.
Ooh, now Aphrodite taking some damage this Type 5. Flash is close. The try coming out to reset Trash Panda. That's Twilight doing that. But now Aka overpeaking Flash, drops him towards 700 HP. He starts healing up. Now the pressure coming in from 1-2 line as well. The bounce from one, but the connection from the other. And here comes Weekend pushing down. Little's actually managed to evacuate all the way back towards A1. That's a great move from him, seeing as how much HP he had left. And now Aka trying to get Flash out, doesn't manage to connect on that one. And we can kind of get him bogged down here in 1-2 line. And Flash down towards the one-shot. Clownzik now getting flanked by Twilight, rolling in with his big old Japanese heavy. The Fortress, Liberty picks up Flash, the Ice Force dead. Clownzik will follow, and then the cap will be a big problem for Weekend. So they're forced to make a move down 1-2 line. Desperation push even at this point as they're down a gun, down 5,000 HP as well. They will not find anything so far. Evil goes down, even the Type 5s from the cap are starting to put shots in the back, and Liberty and Little had a pretty good farm so far. Little may go down, but Liberty will still be alive with the rest of his team that has cleaned up the Type 5 in the meantime. Clownzik down towards a one-shot. You can already see Aka putting some shots towards 1-2 line as well. And in the end, all good by the looks of things for Cashback, as it's 5-on-4, but double the HP. Cap going as well. They make this move on the cap, and Weekend cannot react.
Yeah, you can see no strikes available for Weekend, and the cap has been started. A plane coming into the 140 as well, the only tank there on this side with HP. We still have a mini strike nearly available for ISET, but there's like a tiny bit missing. You can see the ability is not active yet, and I don't think he'll make it in time. Maybe he can find an angle. He just missed the shot. The plane coming in a bit late, and that's it. Cashback picking up the 5-4 victory. Actually a good decap shot in the end by Sunshine, just a bit too late. That puts our prediction on the right team. Point for us, nothing there for Key. At least he gets some raclette.
Is that really winning though?
No.
Are you really winning at that point?
No, I mean, in the end, it was a very close affair. Weekend playing two tiebreakers, both in the quarter and in the semi-final. And I have to say, the initial trades were looking like Weekend was just not able to penetrate Twilight properly. There was an IS-4 who took like half its HP before any damage came onto the type, so a bit of a questionable play. But they were really forced into this move on the eastern side, on the western side, pushing into the mediums. Good play as well by Little. You mentioned it. He retreated. He ended up kind of like overexposing again, then not side scraping properly, but it was enough for his buddies in the E50Ms to really dish out significant damage. And then the middle section here is just like 2-3k damage, where on the other hand it's just not enough. Flash, yeah, 17-16-4. I mean, he was shooting a lot towards the other tanks, I understand that part, but it's just not enough damage that he returns into the type. And sure, a bunch of damage here in the top parts, but the E50M completely out of game for way too long, and then Sunshine as well not able to contribute.
So Cashback overcomes the match point at 3-1. They return back. They beat Weekend 5-4. They're probably very happy that they end up putting themselves in the finals and get to wait and see now who it will be between Hit and Run and W.
No, that means also Cashback has secured some great AMD hardware, and they will get a bit of a break now. I'm not sure if that's always a big advantage, because as you mentioned it on multiple occasions, the team coming either from the lower bracket or from the second semi-final is the team coming in hot, being warmed up immediately. I think you already said you were favoring Hit in this match. How many rounds do you expect W to get?
I think I gave them 3. But I really think it's going to be like 5-2, you know?
Okay. I mean, definitely an interesting second match. I don't think it will be as one-sided as we have seen Hit Dopamine and W Lotus, even though it also ended up 2-5. I think Hit could have definitely won that one a bit cleaner as well. We'll have some replays prepared, which we'll jump into shortly, but I think at this point, we can just remind everyone the drops are still there. We'll have a full best of 13 match sitting in the finals. Obviously, Cashback now made it there already. W versus Hit will come in after the break. And I hope everyone is enjoying. We're soon going into the break segment, and I will be back with some fresh casting of Keyhand as well.
be merry and celebrate the holidays with friends and thousands of tankers. Meet the guests in the garage and prepare for the epic fun that's right around the corner. Forward to celebrate night and day.
Well, hello there and welcome back. I was just waiting a second there to make Daki anxious if my mic was muted or not. But here we are with another, hopefully banger of a matchup. It's going to be W versus Hit. What's your take?
You always have that look on your face when the mic's muted. It goes like, huh? You start looking down. I don't need a second. I just need to watch your eyes, you know. But yeah, W versus Hit, a match that we did indeed not see at WCI. They did not end up meeting one another. It's a different W altogether. They've been going through some changes, going through the works. Frugoat is indeed Frugo down. He's been replaced with another Polish player, Piotr.
Yeah. I mean, the man, the myth, the legend, one of the two people across all servers that does have the 3 marked golden fists, together with someone on the other team. It's Call Me Piotr once again joining the top ranks of European teams. And, I mean, so far, the record, no one can blame him. They have played one match, they won one match, and for Hit, the other man with the 3 marked golden fists, it is happy birthday to Monster.
Happy birthday, Monster. You know, today he can hope to spice up that bank account a little bit with the win, potentially, at Winter Invitational. But if that wants to be the case, they will have to beat W here. And yeah, talking about it, W, highlight player here, Squeezy, plays a lot of those inspired tanks, Leos, more the specialist kind of type. Same as you will see, like Franek, for example, do on Hit and Run, or like Getsai. Those more specialized players that are supposed to do the damage as well. But yeah, W losing Frugo, a heavy hitter, Keyhand, and replacing it with another heavy hitter in Piotr.
Yeah, indeed. Although there is one question we all have to ask. If you have birthday this close to Christmas, is it actually good or bad?
It's
like,
terrible.
do you get presents twice or no?
It's terrible. I assume people just give one big present, you know, for birthday and Christmas, but it doesn't feel the same, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't feel special anymore. Well, let's see if Piotr is going to wrap his own present today.
Yeah, I mean, he might, to be honest. We'll see. Ghost Town is going to be the first one. Westfield will be the second, actually. Letting it through against Hit and Run is W. Interesting. And then going into Sand River with a tiebreaker of Siegfried line. To answer the question about the birthday, Kian, I honestly look at it like it's like eating raclette, you know? It's not bad, but
Jesus,
it's not great either.
Well, what do you mean? It's not bad, but it's not great either. It's like really not. If you have it like once a year, it's great.
I mean, the reason why you have it once a year is because it's so mid, you don't want to eat it more than once.
Listen, just because your dietary restrictions do not permit you to eat more,
Wow,
that doesn't mean that it has to be bad for you.
I see that you read Jakefa's joke from Twitch chat and decided to copy paste him. Maybe you should follow.
Absolutely.
Looking at you recently, Kihan, you could do with some of those dietary restrictions yourself.
I see you woke up and chose violence. Alright, if this is how it's gonna be, let it be.
I saw that one from Jakefa in Twitch chat as well, and I already thought if he ever says that to me, I know exactly what to reply for this exact moment. So, thanks for walking into my trap, I guess.
Well, you know, the if you copy something, that's basically the highest praise you can give something because you're saying it's good, and that's what I just did with.
I mean,
Jakefa
he has a lot of
he
has a lot of time to write lines in Twitch chat from the bench.
Holy crap! All right. Anyway, round number 1, and I mean this matchup here, the winner of which is going to get the AMD CPUs alongside with more money here. So it is kind of important for both of those teams coming in and Hit and Run. They don't look like they want to mess around here. Quadruple BZ75, an IS7, a Type 5, and 140.
W in return, double BZ, double T57, double Batchat, and an RHM Panzerwagen. The bats are an interesting one on this.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I like these bats anymore so much. Like, even if you gave it back, like, the first charge of the reload ability at the start, I feel like the intra-clip time is just too long, and so it doesn't dish out the damage quite so much anymore. Together with the fact that it is kind of squishy against the Type 5s when they load HE. But let's see how they're going to go hit and run, though, with a very straightforward approach. Quadruple BZ-75 together with the Type 5 in towards the city of Ghost Town. Meanwhile, T-Sec in that IS-7 getting sent to block the artillery strike. I think he might be even succeeding. Never mind, Piotr was there before him.
Yeah, Piotr makes it first, and T-Sec wants to get the reset if possible. Piotr's even peeking a little bit to keep this IS-7 spotted because the double bat is coming, and look at that, T-57 is going from below immediately. T-Sec getting pressured upon, but already the BZs from Hit and Run have arrived, and they wanted the lead. One of those T-57s, Barbarian, peeking out, taking a shot, but that's just it for now. The bat shots are now setting up to get some more damage in, but the rest of the BZs pushing towards Itox. Gatsai is the one to take the damage. DJ needs to be careful, needs to get across the gap, will make it across, takes a lot of damage for that though, but now with the 140 and the zero line as well, starting to put in some pain. Monster going for the big over peak. Birthday present is Itox in the T57, who's getting healed up, but Mentos coming in, the 57's coming off of reload. Hit and Run has all of the upper positions at this moment in time, and Panzer Fury rocking up in the Type 5. Piotr, you cannot block that one.
Absolutely not, but Itox now in towards the second clip, makes 2, makes 3, makes even possibly 4 here, bounces the 4th one, but that is the second clip that was very important as Piotr blows up though, to sustain by W with those flimsy autoloaders simply not there, and the crossfire from the backlines just not enough to salvage the situation. Mentos now getting focused out by the tanks of Hit and Run, and really they had so many tanks on the zero line, but it just wasn't enough against all that HP rolling at them.
I mean, BZs versus Batshots. The Batshots do their shots, but it's 3 tanks on zero line that are not contributing, and you could see how awkward the situation was for the 57 heavies, right? Sitting below there, they can't go forward, they can't go backwards, they can't really do anything. And there's just so much HP, there's so many tanks from Hit and Run that are able to come up front. The BZs take the first one, and then Panzer Fury shows up in that Type 5, and you're like, that's 4,000 HP we have to somehow kill.
Yeah, and he didn't even care about eliminating the one-shot to T-57. That's how good it was for Hit and Run. And really, with that straightforward approach, with that easy-to-execute lineup, they completely surprised W that, admittedly, they had a plan here, but against what Hit and Run was doing, against the decisiveness of how they played, it just never stood a chance.
A little sandwich there for T-Sec and Katsai, high-fiving Nepal from both ends. And Hit and Run picks up the first round. Quick reaction from them, quickly in position as well, and a good lineup to deal with this.
Absolutely. I think Hit immediately recognized what W were trying to do. A bit unfortunate as well for W that the T-57s got spotted right at the start, but then they weren't able to clip out. That maybe could have opened up the possibilities for the team of W. Like, let's say if the BZs, like if one of those commits in on towards the artillery strike and then the T-57s clip out and immediately go in towards reload towards the second clip, that could have been a saving grace, but like this, yeah, it's a pretty clean scoreline. I mean, it doesn't get much cleaner than this. It is 7-0.
I mean, perfect start for Hit and Run, right? Coming up, showing up in the match, starting the ball rolling early, and they are the kind of team that when they get rolling early, they're very hard to stop. W has done it in the past, right? Come back against Hit and Run when they were down a lot, but they've also gotten rolled over.
That is always the danger when you're playing against Hit, or, well, Mafia not in the competition any longer, but also Mafia kind of as well, is that if you keep giving easy rounds to them, they just end up starting to run away with it. Of course, best of 9 is a large distance, but an easy round like this is the perfect start for Hit. You also have to give it to them. They immediately recognized what was happening, and the call, there was like no second guessing, no shadow of a doubt even. Hey, we're just going to press X on the BZs, and we're going to press W, and we're just going to drive at them and snowball them to death with all the HP that we have.
You always have to be a bit careful in Onslaught, though, especially with fast games like this, because if the second Ghost Town is also a fast one, you're looking at 2-0 for Hit and Run, potentially. And then you get Westfield, which is honestly a scary map, because Hit and Run really likes playing Westfield. If they can let it go through, they will. You have potential of 4 very quick rounds. 4 potential very quick losses as well, if you're not careful. So it's always good to stop that train before it even leaves the station.
I mean, on the bright side, maybe for W, you can say like, hey, we just basically lost an opening. It sometimes happens because that's realistically what we saw here. But on the scary side, it was just Hit reacting perfectly. So they are definitely here. They are definitely awake. And for W, I think that's a very scary prospect because Hit, I mean, they have been a spotty team sometimes in the past as well, where, you know, they are always known to kind of throw a round or two in a match sometimes where they play some of those pocket strats where it's like, all right, either it works or it doesn't. Let's see how it goes. And then they end up losing a round that realistically they shouldn't. But if it is the Hit that we all know that is absolutely stellar today, then dark times might be ahead for W.
It's still early though. Moff is actually believing in W to make it happen here. So we'll see how that one plays out for them in that regard. We all went with 5-3, so we expect W to pick up some rounds.
Yeah, I think so. To be honest, with the addition of Piotr as well, like, he is a very, very accomplished player. Of course, he is extremely knowledgeable. Like, he has a crazy amount of experience, like almost no one else in the competitive scene active right now. So adding him to the team, I mean, in the long term, we'll have to see how it goes. But I think definitely in the short term, it is kind of a stabilization that W might need. And maybe a calming presence. I'm not too sure about that one. We'll have to see. But I think W are a team that very much work on vibe. And I think they weren't really so calm in the latest tournaments that we saw them in. So we'll have to wait and see how all of this works out. But for now, second round of Ghost Town it is. And if you're W, you're definitely wanting to switch it up. Because playing something like double Badger, double T57, it might work against some lesser teams. It might work against different strategies. But against this blunt force approach that Hit and Run really like to play, because they're one of those teams that thrive off of the chaos that they create, stuff like this isn't going to work.
Let's see the style, because W with double bats is a bit interesting. You could see them now in the next round play like double lights, the Leos go back to more setting back pace, but Hit and Run also has that capability, of course.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, of course, have shown in the past that they're absolutely able to go up against each other, but to be honest, right now, I think it is very fair to see Hit ahead between both of those, not only because Hit made it to the finals of WCI, but also because W throughout OLS throughout the last season didn't really look that good. That being said, though, W, they look like they want to stick with a more flimsy approach when it comes towards the tanks. Double RHM even, together with a Leopard 1, W50M, a Batchat, and a T57, so there is actually no super heavy tank.
No, neither team opting. I mean, Eli W is on the double light, right? As expected in a way. Double light, Leopard, W50M, Bat, T57. It's a very slow lineup that takes a little bit of finesse, of course, to play as well. And for Monster, he's always playing against double light. It will be tough for him as well. 3 and 2 spotted, 2 for W, 3 for Hit and Run.
And that means no replane available for either light that used the plane. But of course, Clerf, that is the second light tank, he hasn't used his plane yet. He's going to be driving towards the outside, towards the zero line, might be able to support IOS here, because T-Sec, he doesn't look like he wants to stop just driving in, takes a shot of damage, doesn't reset the RHM though. Monster isn't able to either, so far so good for the side of W, that not only end up doing a whole bunch of damage on towards T-Sec, but also get away with the artillery strike. T-Sec, big HE shell, big damage in towards IS as well. That was not the timing window for the escape that he wanted.
Yeah, and the IS-7 now losing half of his HP for bringing the light to 1.3, 1.4. That is a trade that you could say is worth it. Because we always talk about like this guy peeking and spotting, and it's not really worth to overextend, but you know, he loses HP, but he also in return finds a lot of success against IOS.
On the other hand though, and that is something that Hit do not know yet, I believe, is that Clerf is also still there on the field with a light tank. So yes, it's nice to bring IOS down towards half HP. Ooh, nice try at a blind phone towards Franek here. Unfortunately for W, that one misses. But yeah, Piotr getting spotted by Franek, that now stays out of the bush, smartly so, just relying on the pure camo value of the tank. But yeah, I mean, you could say it's kind of worth it for T-Sec. Then, on the other hand, so far, so good for W as well, because Clerf's still full HP in the RHM.
And you can see the retake is starting. T-Sec, however, at the same time, took a little bit more damage since we last saw him. And also, W is now sneaking in zero line to try and kill him.
And they are sending Squeezy and Clerf. That is a lot of tanks committed together with Mentos. That is going to come close. They're going to time it with the artillery strike as well. Let's see how it goes if Clerf is going to use the plane. And first of all, a small strike coming out from Squeezy, but he pays dearly for it. That is a level 3 plane. Good timing for Monster.
No.
Oh, Nepal, I'm not sure if he wants to do that, but yeah, Mentos is going to sneak the strike away, of course, from T-Sec. Might be able to bring him down towards less than 1000 HP. That could obviously be great, but yeah, Monster with that timing onto the Leopard 1 of Squeezy, catching a really great break here. And we can also see, because of the lineups, W right now with a lot more HP. Hit and run with a lot more HP in this game, as Nepal starting to drive into position. Huge damage on Katsai as well.
Monster coming closer towards the zero line, has a plane available, drops it on Squeezy, on Clerf. They get spotted out. There's no strike right now for the side of Hit and Run, and Ios moving further down the bushes. Monster does not have a replane available either. But neither do Clerf and Ios.
Ios doesn't see T-Sec either, not even when T-Sec fires. That's kind of crazy. The blind shot from T-Sec doesn't find its mark. But yeah, so far, Monster trying to really do what he can, trying to do the 1 versus 2 on the field side of things, and so far so good. DJ now taking the first artillery strike here for the side of Hit and Run that have now lost quite a bit of HP. That is an equalizer in the HP department, actually, which is, of course, always good for the team that is playing with a lot less HP to start with, as Mentos sees Barbarian, who's still on reload. The first shot bounces, though. Mentos is trying to come through. No. Oh, the damage reduction only for the 4th shot of Mentos here, but now Pansfury is fired, and there were 2 E50Ms lying in wait. Pansfury on the long reload. Is Mentos going to give him the back of the tank? No, but now the E50Ms are going to come in, and they're going to eat that Type 5 alive from behind. He just fired as well. Mentos about to come off reload. Is he going to survive the E4 shot from Barbarian is the question, as Pansfury is now going to be the focus, but that is big old Type 5 heavy. It's going to take a long time to kill.
In the meantime, double strike comes in on towards Itox and Piotr, so they lose 1800 for that. One strike from Mentos comes in, return hits 3, so in that department only slightly worse for W, but the HP is evening out once more. There is a kill advantage for W as well. Barbarian chasing down Nepal, but he's escaping, and that's that lineup from W with that high mobility, very annoying as well. Can escape, can readjust. They've completely abandoned the field, and they're now pressuring back on towards Barbarian, on towards DJ, but another strike gets taken. This time it's on T-Sec, gets high in the 140, sometimes over eager. This time around, not much better. Gets spotted out, needs to pull back, will make it, but takes more damage. This is a big strike. Piotr to a one-shot, and Itox down. That's what they need. Franek will fall in the meantime against Nepal, but even then, that was a really, really good strike. And DJ looking for the kill, but has to deal with Clerf in the meantime. Maybe even has him perma-tracked. You could see that on the right-hand side, that RHM taking a lot of damage for that. And now Monster coming in to chase Nepal. All of a sudden, that HP difference is starting to grow, Keyhand, and at these low numbers, it starts mattering.
DJ, he's going to be the playmaker with those 1700 HP. Piotr needs to be extremely careful on that one-shot as well. There is no tank with a heal ability as Nepal goes down towards one-shot as well. Chased by Monster, killed by Monster, even tank parity established. DJ peeking, taking one by Piotr, unable to respond, taking another one from one of the RHMs on the field. And of course, they need to be extremely careful. Barbarian letting one loose, but not finding the marker as well. W managing to stabilize for now, but they need to be so careful with those low HPs. Meanwhile, though, W have taken the complete control over the field, so over time, Hit and Run are going to lose this fight if they're not careful.
Yeah, now there's a reset from Clerf on towards Monster as well on 1-2 line, who takes some extra damage. Katsai did manage to escape, though. That's pretty important. T-Sec is a one-shot, but there's no strike control for W at all right now.
for the time being, at the very least. They could try and go for that 7-8 line strike once again if they wanted to. But yeah, Monster, he does have a level 3 plane available. Same for Clerf, though. And that makes it very dangerous for either team to try and make any move. Monster, pretty high HP for his team, getting sent forwards now with the support of Katsai. And yeah, Clerf needs to be extremely careful. Mentos could be in support for the team of Monster, who takes a shot by Katsai as well, down towards 414. That is a possible one-shot for the RHM HE, for example, as Clerf sees Monster here, but he doesn't know about Katsai. Maybe Mentos didn't tell him that he received a shot from there. Ios now getting pulled in towards the fight. That is a lot of the remaining HP from the team of W that is moving towards that 1-2 line, but they're driving to that high DPM 140.
And DJ needs to be really careful. He's now starting to get shot at by Ios in 1-2 lines, who has to go forward at E50M. Has not had a good time also because he took that one shot from Clerf. Is now unwilling to peek this because Clerf could two-shot him as well. And now Squeezy arriving and Ios arriving as well. This RHM looks to be destined to die at this moment in time. Monster spots out Squeezy. Katsai is still covering.
Keep in mind, the cap is going though, and there is no reset available for the side of W, at least not with strikes. They need to do it with guns, but Barbarian finds Piotr, gets picked up in return though by Mentos though, good clip, and the cap actually also reset. Ios spotted out now in that RHM. It is a 4 versus 4, but by now W, they've nibbled away at the HP of Hit and Run that are down to 1700 as Squeezy overpeaks on towards Monster. Clerf with the pickup as well. Ios to secure it, coming in from the sidelines, and I think W looking to respond here, but they're bleeding heavily for this.
Mentos playing around the artillery strike actually manages to juke Tisek, who was coming for the peak, but it's 4 one-shots for W versus Katsai and Tisek. The strike gets taken by Mentos. I think Tisek knows that Mentos is on that side as well, so now he has the awful decision to make of waiting and possibly dying or going for it, and his timer is ticking very quickly.
And Katsai, he has to drive in against the double RHM that are of course going to outspot him. Ios lets one loose, doesn't connect though, and so Katsai, he has to keep going. He is doomed to go with being 2 tanks down. Of course, W right now winning with the tiebreaker condition. I think that's what they're kind of banking on. In the meanwhile, Tsek getting spotted out in the open. Ios to secure it. The strike getting used as well. So it's not going to be able to get used against Katsai anymore. That is out in the open. Clerf electing not to fire. Leaves that up to Squeezy, who puts him on the one-shot. Clerf to shut it down. W managed to claw one back, but it was close.
Close, but no cigar there for Hit and Run. W with this lineup that can just disengage so often managed to make it happen. Hold on long enough, find enough kills, and keep their one-shots alive, which is the most important factor.
And I think that's also exactly what W needed, a close round to basically be able to tell themselves, like, hey, if it gets close, we're actually able to come back from this and to go up toe-to-toe with that team of with that team of Hit that seemed extremely dominant in the first round. And I mean, yeah, W without a super heavy tank still able to make it work, and Mentos really putting the team on his back here. That is a lot of damage for the T-57.
That is indeed a lot of damage for the 57. Mentos doing a very good job. 7.3k damage, surviving as well that onslaught where he was getting pushed upon by the Type 5 Heavy of Panther Fury. Managed to escape, managed to do a really good result after, so good stuff for Mentos.
Yeah, I think the key moment in time was when Barbarian was peeking on towards Piotr to pick him up, and then Mentos being able to capitalize on towards the E4, where he had enough shells in the clip to negate the damage reduction ability by the E4 and just completely take him out of the picture. And that leaves us with W's map pick being split right down the middle, 1-1. Now, though, we're going to Hit's map pick. That one is Westfield, and well, Westfield, first of all, during WCI, it wasn't played a lot. During the last OLS, it wasn't played a lot because a lot of teams didn't really like playing it, especially against Hit, and that might be problems ahead for W.
Yeah, I mean, Westfield is going to be something. I think Hit and Run has the advantage on this map. They could play aggressive, could be a bit slower, but they usually play it very, very well.
Yeah, Westfield is one of those maps where you can choose a variety of different styles to play, just like Ghost Town. You can immediately go for cap pressure. You can also try to play control, play around. And especially in those kind of scenarios where one team has a light tank and the other one doesn't, the team that is without the light tank essentially is on a timer. We saw yesterday, I think, Hit playing against Dopa, if I'm correct here. And both teams ended up using the light tank on the outside. And of course, if both teams have that light tank, then it's completely up to both of those players to make it work, to eliminate the counterpart. And then, of course, it is up to the team that lost the LT to make something work. Is that going to be the case today? I think Monster is more than capable of playing the LT, a team that for a long time actually struggled to find good light tank players. I think Monster has adapted well to the role. Who do you see on the lineup of W doing that? Oh well, I guess they're going to answer for us.
Yeah, I think they've already given us that answer. W again playing slower, W50M, Double Leopard, Force B, EBR, RHM.
And for Hit, meanwhile, it is a much more brawl-oriented setup. It is double BZ, a 140, triple Bliska. That's a lot of DPM together with the RHM.
Can Hit and Run find the fight, though? Because the long game is going to be very annoying for them.
Especially with those Bliskas. If you manage to keep your distance towards them, it gets so annoying with the damage drop-off, as well as the very tight gun angles that this tank has. And yeah, good plane coming out from Klurf, immediately finding 5. Whereas for W only, I think the EBR was spotted by the plane of Monster, so he doesn't get a replane. Essentially full information available for the team of W that are immediately going to spread out and around. And for Hit, it's now going to be a game of chase those medium tanks with the TDs.
They need to keep the pressure on if they want to do something here. And right now you can see the split across the map already. IOS and the EBR actually getting the better of Tsek. Hits the shot, Tsek not connecting, and already Katsai pushing down, trying to push away. Klurf does that, but takes so much damage. Minus 1.6 due to these E50Ms, and everybody else really hitting the shots as well. You can see Hit and Run starting to suffer already in this game. Disengaging is W. That's the name of the game for them.
And now we can see a lot of shots at long range, and those E50Ms are extremely accurate when it comes to this. Also, the RHM of Monster was spotted on the 0 line, very, very far in the north. This means that W immediately can take a lot of map control, and once they take this position in G0, that's a problem for Hit and Run, because it's going to enable shots in towards the middle of the map where those Bliskas are sitting. Franek also taking an artillery strike to the face, is down towards 1600, immediately getting respotted here. Not sure if I like that plane, because no follow-up damage is possible for the time. Never mind, Franek still taking one. Klurf with another plane on the 140 possible. Monster also forced very far back. This is dire times already for Hit.
You can see the 0 line pressures coming in. Monster is covering, but it's Double Leopard and an RHM just pushing down towards Franek. The cap has been started, but there will be plenty of strikes and planes available. Franek is just dead in the water here. He will do one more before he goes down, manages to make that one work, and now will fall against Klurf, who picks up the kill. Now Monster's in trouble as well on the RHM. He's backing away. He doesn't look to be planed though, but Nepal might catch him. Cap.
Reset.
No resets. No. It actually no resets. 17 mini strikes, a big strike, and a plane, and they don't reset.
Well, W, like a quarterback, throwing it as far as they can, and Hit here, I think, with a smug smile on their face, are going to steal around from W.
I didn't even consider Cap a possibility, because they had a big strike, they had planes, and both Leopards had mini strikes.
Well, miscommunication on the side of W. I think there is no other way to explain this here, but miscommunication. If you have this amount of resources available to be able to provide resets and you don't, then yeah.
I mean, this is a steal though from Hit and Run. It definitely is a steal.
Absolutely. And it must be feeling horrible if you're W, because you know you had the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're W there, you're not happy, because like you know, like the Leopards definitely generated a mini strike on the push on the 0 line.
I mean, let me once again go towards the Leopards and see the abilities used. I mean, points of interest captured. Roll skills used 1. And here also roll skills used 1. So they definitely used the strikes. It's just that they missed.
Or used them too late.
Or put them too late, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I guess you can say if it is a short round, then so far Hit has been taking it. Also very disciplined, I guess, by the lineup of Hit and Run to spread out in the cap and then exactly at the right point in time. I guess on the BZs maybe as well, using the rocket booster to get her out of the strike. Good juking going on, but yeah, for W, that's a problem because in these kind of clutch situations, there needs to be very clear communication as to who does what, and it seems like they failed this test.
I don't know. It's a tough round for W because like you feel like they're winning, you know, and then this happens.
I think they were winning. It's just that the single opportunity that Hit had to bring it back, they just used it. And this opportunity, you cannot do it without the active help of the opposing team. So I think W with a big throw in this semifinal here, and that is kind of concerning because as a team, we keep saying it time and time again, that thrives off of, vibe, and definitely after the second Ghost Town round, I think the spirits were probably pretty high on W. They're gonna be just as low after this first round of Westfield. And especially this Westfield where Hit is supposed to be extremely strong. You almost took a round here, and you basically, the only thing that stood between you and the round was yourself.
I mean, for them it's going to be really tough as well, and this is the kind of stuff that could make you snowball, right? So if you're hit and run, they're going to try and do that with double type 5, a CS, an E50, a K91, a 140, and an RHM.
And for W, switching it up, triple BZ75, double E50M, 140, and an RHM. So not so many Leopard 1s anymore. No mini strikes on the side of W. There is one available, however, on Hit and Run with that K91.
Double type 5 will have a lot of HP though.
Then again, on a map like Westfield, how good is it actually? I mean, if the BZs end up going close towards them, that might be a good thing. We'll have to see. 3 tanks spotted on the W side, that is the BZs. Only 1 Type 5 on Hit and Run spotted, so the plane of Clerv not really revealing too much as T-Sec gets spotted by Clerv, going for the artillery strike. Ketzai forced off the info tower. Meanwhile, Squeezy might be able to take it here. Full information available for the team in yellow as the E50Ms open up in towards that 140 of Franek, and now T-Sec with a problem because that is a 1 versus 2.
Squeezy coming in, Clerv coming in. He has an RHM on the K-line though, but T-Sec taking a lot of damage here in the beginning in that CS63. He gets pushed off and DJ is already re-pushing, and that 1 versus 2 is turning into 3 on 3 there pretty soon when DJ arrives, and W is already trying to react by going fully north as a reaction. Monster is forced close with the K91. He doesn't have a strike, 5 seconds left. Surely there is no cap here. Monster does make it on time, but this is a K91 waiting to get pushed. Barbarian is coming close to help out Monster, and Mentos is boosting over, and Monster now sees the triple BZ. He has no other option than to face tank it. It hurts, and he's down towards a one-shot as well for Mentos. So Monster will not be living too long in this one. Mentos will now find the kill. Good stuff there from him. Good stuff from W finding the first one. But there's a lot more to find. Hit and Run in the meantime looking towards IOS and Nepal. That 1E50M of IOS is a one-shot towards Panzerfury. The Type 5, the perfect tank for this, picks him up in a quick go. 2 seconds left on the cap. However, yet again, Barbarian the one to block. And there needs to be a reset though, because when Barbarian dies, they could cap out once more.
I mean, Hit and Run are now trying to snowball it down on the outside. Keep in mind, a lot of the HP that Hit and Run have, that W have, are currently on those BZs that are in the cap. But Barbarian really going low and going down. Squeezy to shut it down. No DPM wasted on those BZs, as now we find ourselves in a 5 versus 5 situation. Hit and Run slightly trailing in the HP department. Panzerfury about to go down as Clerv with the RHM is coming in. Mantus to shut it down, and that is the second super heavy gone for Hit and Run. W 2k HP up. DJ trying to do what he can in that E50M, but that is 3 versus versus 1. Tanks right there in the middle. He gets shut down as well. Tank advantage W.
There's 3 tanks here for hit and run, but they're half the HP. They're 1 tank down as well, and the 140 is getting some shots onto his Klur, but he's very, very healthy though in that RHM Panzerwagen. He's pushing straight on towards Franek. He has to be really careful. I think he underestimates just how much HP Franek has, because Franek is giving him a few shots on the crossing. The BCs are coming now as well. They want to finish the game, understandably so. Again, Franek disengaged for far enough, so misses on towards Ketsai. Franek, does he get out? It does seem like he just about manages to escape. Young Franek, not that easy to get a hold of.
Ketsai taking 1 more shot in the meantime. That's a problem actually, because he goes down towards a possible 1-shot for those BZ-75s as well that have managed to put themselves in kind of a weird spot, to be honest. It is a 4 versus 3 still, so it's up to Hit and Run to do something. And the healthiest person, if you can even call him that, is Franek right now in that 140. That is a 3-shot possibly for the BZ-75s, but now it is double medium and light tank against light tank, medium, and double heavy. And on a on a large map like Westfield, of course, the heavy tanks are not going to be the best choice for the late game, especially if a lot of tanks are already dead. That tends to open up the map even further. And this is why we see W now concentrating around the cap, trying to force the opposing tanks close. Also see how slow those BZs are once they run out of boosters. It almost feels like an E100.
Quick note, Tisak used his mini strike to try and get Klurf, did not hit it, which will also really mess up their Capitant or Decapitant.
I'm not really sure how good that actually was to try and use the strike there onto the info tower. Like, even if he hits it, the info tower can be taken extremely quickly. Klurf, for the time being, holding onto it. And Itox taking the middle strike here. This means that normally Hit and Run would need to take the outside tower, the outside strike that is, but they're not able to. Cap ticking down towards 7 seconds. Mentors, he's going to peek. There's one against Franek. Good shot. He takes one in return. Not sure that was worth it, but indeed the Arti strike is going to put Franek down towards a 1-shot. This is Hit and Run playing against basically everything, and they're not going to be able to sustain the pressure. And W split Westfield as well, but they're not going to be happy with that 2-2 scoreline.
No, it could have honestly been 3-1 for W. So, you know, they're probably kicking themselves knowing that they let that first Westfield slide. The second one, they do not. Another cap that forces so much out of Monster, and that Kennedy 1 has to block and dies for it as well. That's tough.
Yeah. I think this time around, W were very quick with the calls and reaction. Maybe a little bit over-eager at the end as well. I think Klurf with that RHM trying to push a 140, that was very healthy still regardless. And crossfire shots coming in from, I think, Monster in the RHM as well. Sorry, Ketsai in the RHM. Not everything was great from W, but it is, of course, good to see them be able to come back from around that. Realistically, they should have won, but they fumbled, and now they're able to pick themselves out from this mental hole and crown themselves with yet another victory that's going to extend the match as well. The first 2 maps, no clear winners so far.
No. So that means we're going to... What map is next again, Kihan?
I guess production is going to remind us with the pick and ban, because it has actually slipped my mind. It might be Murovanka, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's wait and see. Yeah, I think it's Murovanka. There we go. Murovanka, who do you see ahead here? I mean, W in the past, especially during the Juggernaut TD meta, I think they had some really good ideas as to how to play the map. Nowadays, still, I think Hit might be the stronger team. But then again, we said that about Westfield, and realistically, W could have taken 2, not only 1 there. They seem like a very, very different team, although only 1 player has changed.
They are doing very, very well so far. They could have even won. The Westfield could have been 3-1, but you get what you deserve at the end of the day. You have to also reset the base to be able to win the game later on. They didn't do that, so because of that, they deserve to lose. But now Murovanka, they're not a bad Muro team, but they're mainly an annoying Muro team. You know, like they're always playing some like 17 lights stuff, playing as far away as possible.
But I mean, we have seen them get completely wrecked with La Rata as well. I'm not entirely sure who it was against anymore. Maybe like Kirillo or something like that, where they tried to play the, I think 3 or 4 light tanks together with double or triple medium, something like that. And the other team just drove at them and eliminated them. They didn't give them any time to establish the kind of control and, you know, damage dealt advantage that you need for the light tank strategy to work. But it is, of course, always in the back of everybody's minds when they're playing against W that cap attempt most likely not going to succeed, and the rat strategy always a possibility. So it's kind of interesting to see Hit pick into it.
I mean, I'm curious what we will see on this. I mean, the main question is how many lines does W play with? You know, like what style are they going for?
I think that question might soon be answered. That's going to be the biggest one. I think from Hit we kind of know what to expect, but what are we going to see from Hit? It seems like a fairly normal approach, although kind of passive as well, with the double K91, the 140, and RHM, W50M, and a BZ. Oh, sorry, that's it.
W in return though, they're the ones playing the 4 BZs, the E50M, the CS, and the 140.
So skipping the light tanks altogether, W on Murovanka, a map where they have been known to pick even 4 light tanks in the past. So they're completely switching it up. It's not going to be any shenanigans, instead straight up brawl from the north of that map. As Monster currently not using the plane as of right now. I think he's keeping it, possibly even to spot the info tower where Klurf is going. Klurf gets spotted by Monster, however, on the cross, so he needs to keep going, needs to keep booking it towards the middle of the map. He's going to get into the artillery strike, humpity dumpity, and he even takes 2 shots for his trouble, but makes it into the strike.
Now we can see the reaction from Hit and Run is to take over the forest with that K91 140, the double E50M as well. The cap is going. There's no mini strikes available just yet because they used one to reset Klurf, and that was needed as well. This gives them the option to take that strike in the east. No plane available either. IELTS will take the communications tower. T-Sec might even shield Barbarian to make sure he takes the strike for a second more. He's actually just driving over. They shoot him, so that means the strike will be taken by Barbarian, which means they can reset this, and that's a big one. That is a lot of damage, and the bigger problem here is Klurf is going to die.
Yeah, I mean, he took the artillery strike from DJ, so that one won't be able to take it, but now Itox has to be pulled to fend off Klurf against DJ, who was able to put another big hit, and I think W realized the cap strategy is not going to work out, but the strike, it marks for death. Klurf going towards a one-shot, even for DJ, another strike is going to go down. Hit completely relentless with the artillery support, taking Klurf out of the game. DJ might be the first one to follow for the side of Hit, but W, they've bled so much, down 5,000 HP, and 3 tanks it even.
It's a slaughter in the middle of the map. That reset on Klurf breaks the game. It's the troll that broke the camel's back for W. They're not able to reset Barbarian on the Eastern Strike. He takes it. He does 1,300 plus damage with that immediately, and then Klurf dying, getting mini striked as well. The rest of the team coming in support, but little too late at that point as they get absolutely trampled by Hit and Run, who will bring it back to a 3-2 scoreline. And if Hit and Run win the next one, I think then W starts wondering, like, what if we didn't throw that Westfield behind?
Absolutely. Hit, it seems like whenever they win rounds, it is extremely quick. 3-2 now, and I think not a single one of those rounds that Hit have won so far was maybe above 3 minutes, something like that. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, I think once again, just like the first Ghost Town round, this one was kind of lost on opening by W, so maybe a little bit of a weakness in the strat department currently for them. But I think W here tried to do something with which a lot of other teams have tried against W, and that is cap the base with the triple BZ, but it just ended up completely not working.
No, and for hit and run, just the first reset was the most important. The fact that we're able to strike Lurf is so important there, because if he is able to get that middle strike, he can reset the eastern strike, and then you run into the issue of, well, who's going to reset?
I mean, they were trying to blind Barbarian in the eastern strike, but yeah, holy crap, 2,000 damage with the strikes coming out from Barbarian, and I mean, as soon as he gets the big strike, everything crumbles for W. They have to send in the BZs. They have to hope to catch hit off guard, and well, it ends up not working. We all just saw what happened. W, the team, just getting picked apart one by one, and yes, I mean, DJ fell in turn, but he did exactly what he was supposed to do, which is take the attention of the team of W in towards the middle, whereas all of the medium tanks from the outside were able to actually deal the damage and get the neutral objectives. So a perfect round for Hit, I would have to say. Once again, the reactions coming out from them are absolutely on point.
Yeah, and they were very ready for this repush down the middle, and they end up completely butchering it down as well. And now, you know, they're in a real position to make it match point, and match point could be crushing.
Then again, W in the past has been a team that, up against a match point, they seem to unlock some secret hidden ability of playing 10% better than they did before, or 20. So I wouldn't count them out just there. But, I mean, Hit is also one of those brutal teams. Like, we saw on the first Westfield what happens if you give them an inch. They're going to take everything away from you, and that rather quickly. So I think, once again, for W, it is very important to come back into the match here. If they're up against, like, continuous match points into possible tiebreaker, I don't see Hit really fumbling it.
Hit has now the opportunity to play aggressive as well if they want to, but just like on Ghost and Kihan, I wouldn't be surprised if now we see W with double Leo, double Light, you know?
I mean, it is kind of their comfort zone as well, to default back in towards a lot of lights, a lot of mediums, and try to just pick the enemy team apart from range. Whenever it works, it also feels very comfortable doing it. And yeah, I guess W are kind of doing that, although not really. They have Mentors as an anchor in the E100, Triple E50M, K91, Leopard, and an RHM.
Double U and Hit and Run are both using something with strikes. So K91s, 140, E50M, Triple BZ, RHM. So Hit and Run has this potential to push. You kind of have to with the BZs, yeah, in the beginning of the game.
I mean, the BZ itself, we were talking about timers before. The BZ by default is on a timer because it has this limited amount of boosts. And as soon as those run out, you basically become an immobile platform with not that great armor and an iffy gun. So you have to make use of that mobility while you can. Both teams kind of spreading out here as the K91 of Nepal is trying to get the information tower, and he does. Full info available for the team of W. Meanwhile, Hit, playing kind of blindly, but playing into the strike. DJ is possibly even going to get that strike in the BZ-75. This is going to disable W from trying to take that eastern strike like we saw before. 30 seconds on the cap, and of course Ios trying to take the strike, but might get reset by DJ here. He doesn't need to see the tank to be able to strike it. As a lot of blind shots coming in towards Ios, who's dodging all of them, not dodging the strike, however, and the Triple E50M, the hit squad of W, is on the march, but are they up against the time here of the cap that is down to 3 seconds is the question. Hit and Run once again might be stealing it away, but no, HE resets to save the day for W.
Ketsa is about to get trampled though in that K91. He sees Triple E50M coming his way, Squeezy taking the strike as well, Piotr, Itox and Klurf all chasing him down. Piotr meeting his old teammate, running over him, flattening him out. A rolling fortress is Piotr there, and now they're just backing away.
Yeah, the Triple E50M, they got what they came to get, and that is the life of the K91. Meanwhile, DJ only getting tracked by Mentos here. Unfortunate shot coming out from the E100, but so far so good for W. They've established HP lead, they've established tank lead as well, which is at this point in time extremely important. They've removed the only tank from the lineup of Hit and Run that also had an artillery strike and a lot of TPM to go with it. And now W, we see them defaulting back kind of in this hold position on Murovanka that we've seen them do a lot of times before. It is this passive hold that is extremely hard to break because they're going to have the reset angles on the cap and hit. I mean, they're not even going to try and attempt capping here, I don't think.
No, and I mean, W, out of all teams, knows their angles extremely well on this map on how to reset the cap. So Barbarian there attempts to start it, but you've seen it, I've seen it. W knows every nook and cranny of Murovanka and the angles as well.
Yeah, game is going to slow down a little bit, of course, as Hit once again are faced with a deliberation, a decision to make on Murovanka. How exactly do we break this thing? And the problem for Hit here is that, well, not a lot of teams in the past have managed to do this. Actually, I don't think any have been able to break out against this contain. It kind of reminds me of the like passive hold that Mafia sometimes establishes on Sand River, where they get a tank advantage and then they just default back in towards positions where they essentially become unpushable. Kind of the same thing here now by W, but of course, if Monster finds a couple lucky openings together with a couple lucky shots from other players, that might be a possibility here for Hit to come back into the game, as an artillery strike is going to rain down on Clove. Actually 7 seconds remaining, and once again W are very far pressured in towards getting the resets, but an artillery strike was available to provide the reset, easing up on the timer a little bit. And Mentos at that distance, he's going to be very happy with that E100 spamming HE at the turret fronts of BZ 75s. I think he even has the double bush here, although he took a shot by the E50M. No reset coming in though. Clerv taking the artillery strike, has to take it, and I think W are playing this one a bit passively here. Clerv though, as soon as he gets the strike, that is going to be all easy again for his team.
And they gotta be careful with sitting so much in the same position, because Clerv could drop a big one on them. Panzer Fury gonna bail out. The Sec doesn't dodge it, but Panzer Fury does at least something go in the way of Hit and Run there, because, you know, 3-man strike. Now, however, again, there's no strikes available for the side of W outside of the Leopard.
Squeezy? Yeah, Squeezy still has the level 3 one, but DJ taking another artillery strike in the middle of the map to potentially deny the eastern one once again. 14 seconds here, and Mentos slowly but surely, that E100 has been whittled down towards half HP, as the tanks of W are a lot the tanks of Hit are a lot higher HP still in the cap. That singular E50M is doing work, as the arty strike from the Leopard has to get used. It connects on towards both Pansphere and T-Sec, that both use the medkits to remove the stun to be able to keep firing on towards Mentos. And as soon as that E100 dies, that is actually a big problem for W here, that are still ahead in the tank department, and now making a move though against the timer once again. Barbarian is, I think, the one holding the cap points. There is no artillery strike available. Mentos needs to do it with the HE. Is he able to? Another baby strike coming in. It's not going to connect. And Hit, they actually do complete it here on Murovanka, the cap against W, to make it to match point.
Man, if you're W, you are screaming. Like, you're screaming at this point. Losing a Westfield to cap, losing a Murovanka to cap. They needed like 5 more seconds to enclose from all angles at the same time and find success. And they didn't. Like, they were taking the 1-2 line, they were retaking K line. Like, Hit and Run was about to die, and then the horn goes off, and it's like, oh, the game's over.
Yeah, once again, I think miscommunication, mistiming by W. It cost them the second round in a row, and looking at the scoreline, if it didn't, it could be 4-2, but the other way. But like this, Hit with all their experience managed to steal a second cap round away from W, and I do agree with you. If the game goes longer, if cap isn't the thing to finish the game, then all of a sudden W are in a lot better positions. And I mean, not a single tank of W died. That means at the point in time when it was actually getting capped, they were still up a tank as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, good from hit and run, right? They played the one angle against the 100 and they harass him, so Mentos is not really able to get too many resets. But for W, hey, it took a long time, you know? Like, it came close twice. The second time, however, it became a bit too close.
Yeah, and I just talked about the map. It's going to be actually played now, Sand River. And there is another Polish team that plays extremely well on it, that is Mafia. That, of course, were eliminated by Weekend, that in turn fell to Cashback. But I think Hit, they do have quite some ideas as to how to play it as well. W, they did play Sand River as well yesterday, but it didn't look like crazy good in my opinion.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, hit and run, you know, it takes one team to give the opportunity and the other one to take it. So they put so much pressure, W cannot handle it. And for W, if they end up losing this match, that's, you know, the takeaway from this. They were very good, playing very well, making very good moves, but resetting the cap could be a bit better.
That's the one area to improve for them. The good thing is that the cap, I think the reset possibilities on Sand River are definitely given. We saw even in the past, for example, a tank like the Tisak being brought just to spam all of those houses in the cap, get rid of them, and then at the end of the day, the tanks sitting there are kind of sitting ducks. They can only be behind the mosque, but they can get striked. But I don't really think W was a team that really was picking into the Tisak too much.
No, they weren't. What do we think, Jan? Is it over? Can they recover?
Nah, I'm giving at least one more round to W, because we saw them coming back after Westfield as well. So let's see how it goes. Ooh, however, W dropping all attempts at being subtle. That is quintuple BZ, a 140, and a 430U.
Well, hit and run and return. Udas W50M and IS7 triple BZ. So in terms of fighting capabilities, they have the tanks necessary.
Yeah, I think W are a bit more bursty with the higher alpha, but of course hit and run with those double E50Ms in a drawn-out fight. If they're able to keep the E50M safer, then it's going to be very good for them. Of course, both of the teams without a light tank. This means playing blind from the start, but also with the potential to surprise the opponent, as no one's going to get spotted early. Franek making his way towards the middle of the map, outspotting the 140 of Squeezy, I do believe. But of course, Clerv there actually with the shield for the 140, and he does manage to snatch the info tower. This means full info available for the team of W. Only had to pay one shot of damage for it. Squeezy with some damage taken as well against the Udas, and that of course means Inspire for the entire team of Hit.
Yeah, but Hit, I think, is starting to realize what's actually happening here, and that they have K-line control, because the BZ now of Monster takes the south, and not Monster, the second BZ. I think Ketsai takes the south, takes the strike as well, knows that it's only Mentos there at this moment in time. DJ is taking the northern strike, and now the BZs from W, they're going somewhere. They're going towards DJ, up and over Piotr and Nepal, now trying to make a push, taking a lot of damage already. Minus 2k on Piotr, 1.6 on Nepal, and the Udas lording above, getting shot after shot, but he's got to be careful. He's taking some back. Another strike coming in as well, and DJ is still in quite of a hold-on position. Franek will now re-aggress, but he's needing to be very careful, because that 40U, very annoying, but they're not going to kill DJ. T-Sec seems to be perma-tracked, though, does get out of it, but he's on 800. He's pushing back in. Bit premature, but Franek will find Piotr and Nepal down towards a one-shot. It's not looking too good for him either. He will find T-Sec, who made a little bit of an overplay, but nonetheless, Nepal will fall. It is inevitable. Not against this shot from DJ, but then in the middle of the map already, hit and run coming back in as well, on towards the positions on the middle. They find Itox, Nepal dead as well, and with that, I think the dreams and hopes of W in this semi-final have gotten swept away, or more like capped away, on two distinct battles, and hit and run will be facing off in the Winter Invitational, sponsored by AMD Finals.
Yeah, this questionable move by the double BZ75 looking to go for the IS-7 is the thing that brings it all to ruin for the team of W. I mean, it was understandable what they were trying to do. They were trying to create an overmatch in the north, while a lot of the tanks of Hit and Run were locked in the south. But I guess they didn't expect to get spotted this early by the Udas on the cross, and this in turn meant that the damage taken on the double BZ-75 trying to cross was enormous. They weren't able to sustain against the crossfire, and so the hopes and dreams of W indeed crumble, and I think Hit, with a smug smile on their face, are going to net themselves a 5-2 scoreline, because it was actually a much more competitive match than the score suggests at the end of the day. But I mean, even tomorrow, no one's going to ask anymore, like, how close were the rounds actually? It's just going to be, for example, on Liquipedia, the final scoreline of 5-2. Oh, well, guess Hit played a pretty good match.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that will be remembered, except for the people that were in the lobby. They'll remember slightly more of that. Good stuff there from DJ in that position as well. Yeah, this BZ boosting across, minus 4k for crossing, and then they still had a long road to go to even reach DJ.
I'm not even sure if the IS-7 took any damage at all. Like, yeah, he took 1 penetration throughout the entire game. And that is an IS-7. He's going to be like 3k HP or more even. So, yeah, I think this was definitely a fail on the tactical level by W. Thinking they could push somewhere where they could not, as it was plain to see. So while for the longest time, it seemed like W were very, very able to bring the pressure up towards Hit and keep the pressure going, and even, you know, take 2 rounds from Hit and Run with the possibility for 2 more. Here, in this last round, it felt like the wrong call to make. Absolutely.
Yeah, they felt like they had to do something, though, because even with all the info, Hit and Run were sticking away all the positions on the map. Like, they took south, they had the northern strike, they had middle, fine. For W, it's a timer ticking.
And here we now see the tournament bracket right in front of you. And whereas in the upper bracket, especially for the matches with Weekend in them, it was an absolute content extension. So far in the lower bracket, it was a rather quick affair with 5-1, 5-2, 5-2. So which part of that is going to prevail for the finals, do you think? Because that one is going to be a grand old best of 13. And actually, the last time both of us casted a best of 13 together, you even bailed on me because you had the plane to catch.
Bailing is a big word, Kian. I had to run in Shanghai airport to even make this plane to begin with. And you're talking like I just like decided to be like, yo.
It was like, all right, I'm outie, guys.
I'm outie, I'm howdy. You know what, Kihan? I was actually only hired until like 10, so I'm leaving now, yeah? See you later.
That is not what I remember in the contract.
I remember you approving this flight.
But yeah, I guess this time you'll be able to stay with us throughout the entire goodness. And the question is it going to be, you know, 0-7? Is it going to be 6-7? Who knows? But I wouldn't mind another finals that goes the distance, because at the end of the day, right, the tiebreakers, that is what we are here for. Talking about being here for something, of course, there are also rewards for all of you out there that are watching. And today that is 2 times the mystery drops. So it's either going to be the consumables or the Minotauro skin or the turtle. After 180 minutes, that's 3 hours for you. And after 4 hours, it's either going to be a day of World of Tanks Premium, or it's going to be a large box from the Holiday Ops 2026.
So those are the things that are available for you today on the last day of Tankmas, Kihan as well, the final day. If you had to predict right now between Hit and Run and Weekend,
Cashback.
Cashback Weekend. Between Cashback and Hit and Run, who would you go for and how much?
So if we go logically, right, then we have to say
there's
that
a first time for everything, apparently.
Yeah. We have to say that Mafia beat Hit in the WCI finals. Then Weekend beat Mafia, and Cashback beat Weekend, so normally you would have to say that Cashback also beats Hit, right?
I mean, you could have just started this with Cashback. We beat Mafia in the Swiss stage, therefore they're the best team.
Yeah, but I'm going with more recent results, you know. It's the playoffs bracket now. But yeah, what about you? Who do you think is going to take it?
Hit and run, 7 to like 3.
Ooh, all right. So quite the walkover. Well, it's going to put to the test very, very soon because the grand finals, after some pick and ban between the teams, is about to start. We'll head in towards a quick little break, and when we're back, we're going to crown the champions of the AMD Winter Invitational 2025. See you soon.
and celebrate the holidays with friends. And thousands of tankers. Meet the guests in the garage and prepare for the epic fun that's right around the corner. Forward to celebrate night and day.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the Grand Finals, and also the last match of the year that's going to be on the stream here at twitch.tv/worldoftanks. It's going to be Cashback versus Hit. Who's going to take the crown in the Winter Invitational?
Well, I'm predicting Hit and Run to win, so there's that. And a convincing
I think I went with Cashback. And that just goes to show that the high end of the competitiveness on EU server, there is a lot of teams that can take rounds and even matches off of each other on any given day. I think we saw that yesterday and today as well. In between both of those, there's a history. Onslaught Legends Series Season 1, I think Cashback completely trampled Hit with, I believe, a 6-3 or something like that, or 6-2. But now it is something different, right? Since then, a lot of player changes have happened on both teams. For example, Barbarian switching over from Cashback towards Hit and Run. And I think Barbarian is a player where he makes kind of every team better that he joins.
Yeah, for sure. This Cashback team, it's been a while since they've gotten to play a finals now, you know, so they're probably very, very happy to be here. For Hit and Run, the most recent finals they played is a lot closer, with WCI being the one where they lost out narrowly against Mafia.
Yeah, and I mean, losing in the tiebreaker of a best of 13, arguably you could have won as well. Of course, over 13 rounds, you're not going to play all 13 of those cleanly, but Monster, the birthday boy, is still in it to win it, could still reward himself with yet another title.
For sure possible, but they're going to have to take it, and Cashback has looked pretty decent so far throughout. They have put up a good number. Ketsai, highlight player this time around for Hit and Run. Sometimes hit, but also sometimes miss.
Yeah, we'll have to see. For him, it was more hit than miss throughout the entirety of the event. Almost 4,000 DPG, 92% pen rate as well. That's a pretty good value, together with almost 2 KD ratio, although the KD for the teams that win a lot can be kind of inflated.
Yeah, there is that, but I'm more looking at, you know, the DPG, right?
Yeah, I mean, the DPG is up there. 4,000. Can't really ask for much more than that. Community prediction siding with Hit as well. So going with your prediction, more so than mine, but I think it is fair to say that both teams could be winning it today. Although in best of 13, I think, has Cashback ever played a best of 13?
I mean, they've played OLS finals,
so.
No? And BO11.
But yeah, OLS is BO11. So I think that's the first best of 13 that Cashback actually plays. Whereas for Hit, they do have quite some experience with it and going the distance as well, although maybe not the best recent memories, as we alluded to.
But before that, they had some pretty good memories to it, though.
Mm-hmm. I mean, before, although I think 2022 WCI was only best of 9 in the finals. Sorry, 2023. 2024, the WCI finals were already best of 13. But the year before, not so much. But yeah, this is going to be a hell of a lot of green in the pick and ban section because, well, in a map pool of only 9 maps, if you play best of 13, you ban 2, and then you kind of just end up deciding with the order to go. Cashback really don't want to play Westfield, and Hit really don't want to play Cliff, at least against Cashback. And after that, it's just pick from there on out. There's Murovanka into Ensk, into Pilsen, into Ghost Town, into Sand River, into Siegfried Line, into possibly, if we get there, Himmelsdorf as the tiebreaker.
Into everything, apparently, you know? Just Westfield and Cliff is not being played, everything else is being played. So, in terms of pacing, Moro can be very fast, Ensk could be very fast as well, Pilsen not quite, Ghost Town probably not quite either, Sand River not quite, Siegfried Line neither, so it will kick off very quickly and then slow down a bunch. And if it gets to Siegfried Line, well, it will slow down even more. But the question is, do we get that far?
It is certainly the question. I mean, Cashback picking Murovanka, I think that's kind of unsurprising considering that Hit were just playing it. Cashback possibly banking a little bit on the fact that Hit maybe don't have a strat book that's too deep at this point in time. Then again, Cashback had to expend a lot of strategies against Cashback as well, although probably Cashback is a different kind of beast. Like when you approach a match against against Weekend, you approach it differently than against Hit and Run, in my opinion, just because Weekend is a little bit more one-dimensional when it comes to playstyle, right? Because Weekend tends to be very, very aggressive always, whereas Hit and Run, they can, of course, play super aggressive, but they can also kick things into an entirely different gear and play control.
I think against Cashback, though, control versus control, they're pretty good at it as well. I think Hit and Run could pick up the pace here a bit and pressure them like Weekend did, because we honestly saw Cashback almost fumble, but not quite. But they do make mistakes when the pressure is on.
Yeah. Whereas Hit, they are this team that try to put everyone in an uncomfortable situation, but their players are more used to it, so they kind of strive off of that scenario. So let's see. I mean, okay, now that I'm going through all of this in my head, I'm kind of not so happy anymore that I went with Cashback, but hell, I'm gonna stick it.
He's starting to doubt himself, and I haven't even started yet.
Yeah. You don't even need to start. I'm doing all of that myself.
Yeah, it's okay. Midlife crisis happen to everybody.
I hope that is still a few years off for me. But
have you ever considered getting a motorcycle?
No, I'm not a big...
He's already past the midlife crisis, unfortunately.
What the hell? No, I think driving a car is much more comfortable than driving a motorcycle, so...
When is the last time you've driven anything?
Couple months, possibly. Because actually public transport here in Prague is so good, you don't really need to have a car of your own. It's like actually
and it's not like you really go to the office anyways.
I am in the office right now, and to be honest, like a bus is kind of the only vehicle on the street that can fit my ego, so there you go.
I was thinking of something else, but you said it, not me.
But yeah, talking about egos, I think in between both of those teams, there are quite a few of those. But I think for Hit, it's mostly about being able to display that finally they won something again. Because for them, it has been a streak off drought for quite a while now, with Mafia taking the victory more often than not recently. And I mean, for Cashback, kind of same thing for them. They were the team, the dominant team in OLS for quite some time, the team to beat. Then W started doing that, and since then, Cashback has struggled to show up. And it seems like the struggle for now is maybe not over, but they're putting themselves into a position where this streak of drought could end for them as well. And arguably, for Cashback, this streak has been longer than for Hit even.
Yeah, like I said, it's been a while since Cashback has been in the finals. They had this like peak in the beginning of Onslaught. You know, they were like amazing. They're the best. You know, Liberty, my goats, Barbarian. They were winning everything, and then W came with Frugo. You know, and it was tough for them for a while. But it seems like now they finally found themselves in another finals.
Well, let's see how it goes. Prediction-wise, I said I'm not too happy anymore with my prediction, but I'm actually going to stick it 7-5 for Cashback. whereas all of the other people are going with the hit and run prediction. 7-5 for Moff, 7-4 for Phil, and you're saying it's actually going to be quite the quick affair, 7-3.
I just think hit and run will Roomba over them here.
I mean, they're going to vacuum up all the points.
Yeah, they're going to suck them away. But it has to start with hit and run dominating on the first 2 maps, though.
Let's see. Hit and run didn't look too shabby on Murovanka already, although it was also a little bit of W fumbling, we have to say it once again. And so let's see, as the grand finals of the AMD Winter Invitational are upon us. Hit starting off with a BZ, quadruple E50M, a 140, and an RHM.
In return, Cashback, BZ, double bat, double E50M, a 140, and an RHM. It's explosive from both the teams, but it's this double bat shot on Murovanka. I'm not sure if I believe in it, do you?
I mean, a lot of the advantages that the Batchat have, which is the camo, kind of get a little bit negated by the fact that the RHM is almost certainly going to be running CBS. And so you really need to try and completely surprise the opponents almost from the beginning for the Batchats to work, and making that work is kind of hard, as Liberty is going to touch the info tower, is not going to stick it. Tries to reset T-Sec, and that is actually going to work ever so slightly. Doesn't lose a lot of HP, but is not able to pick up the info tower, whereas Liberty does just that. Full information for Cashback.
I see hit and run marching through the forest here. Hit and run will clear this altogether. Now bring in DJ and T-Sec closer as well. They want to find something. And Mindbreaker there in that E50M looks like just the tank that you may want to catch on the runaway. He's trying in that E50M, but he's already minus 2k. I don't even think he's going to make it. Stops behind a building down towards the one-shot. A strike will finish him at any given point, and that's -1 for Cashback. We can already note that down. Mindbreaker will be the first one to fall in these finals, but not the last one, that is for sure. As DJ is now pushing back towards Twilight, Mindbreaker, his end is near, his end has come. Panzer Fury picks him up. First kill towards hit and run. They don't have a strike available to reset with, so they're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
And they don't have a lot of time to do it. 6 seconds remaining. Barbarian storming in that E50M, probably intuitioning over to HE right now. And the reset is going to come in on towards one of the tanks in the cap. Still, though, hit and run, they're sacrificing a lot for this. Everything, basically. If you take a look at the HP, they're almost dead. Even Twilight's still alive. Not been picked up yet. Down towards a 2-shot here as he puts a big one in towards Monster and finishes him off with the ram. The crossfire coming out from Cashback is insurmountable for hit and run, it seems.
Yeah, the birthday boy takes a birthday gift there from Twilight. A little smashing with the BZ. Perfect play from Twilight. Maximum out of that one. But now Aka coming in with the batch shot as well. Franek is close. Aka wants to peek. This Aka wants to go over. Gives the first one as well. So gotta be careful. These are two very high TPM tanks against him. Panzer Fury is gonna put in shot after shot after shot. Brainbreaker coming in. Little coming in. But Aka is dead. They will find Franek. They will find Panzer Fury. The Ram coming out as well, adding a little bit. But both of these tanks being armor-racked means there is less damage coming out from those. One shot each, you could say. Good shot there from DJ, but takes two back immediately. They want to chase down Aphrodite. And of course, Liberty has a lot of HP right now, which is both good and bad. If they can disengage, it's good. If they sit there, well, the RHM, not the best tank to tank the damage. And now T-Sec is starting to edge up, and Aphrodite and Liberty, they're getting encroached upon by T-Sec in that BZ. He goes for Aphrodite first. DJ peeking over. He's loading HE. You can see the intuition there coming out as well. That's a big one. 846 Getsai getting owned from the 140 and the bad, but Liberty, that RHM cannot withstand, cannot resist. Dying. He does fall, and hit and run re-establish the order of business.
Little coming in, he has 4 shots remaining, has to put on one towards DJ though, and all of a sudden it's down towards 1 shot for Katsai here. An exact 50-50 with the 390 Alpha gun, rolls low for this time, and now Brainbreaker has got to do it all in that 140. The heal is going to put Katsai above a 1 shot with Brainbreaker missing, or bouncing rather, as well, and hit and run, they manage to turn it around. It looked extremely dicey. But they do bring it back and put the first point on the board here. Once again, the calls towards the end game by Hit and Run and the intuitions against the RHMs and the bad shots as well. Those were what really brought it over the finish line.
That cap almost costing Hit and Run, which is funny because they were the one that pushed W to the brink with the cap and then pushed them over altogether as well. Good stuff from both teams. Cashback's recovery was almost tremendous, but Hit and Run never let go of the pressure. They did a good job chasing the RHM and the E50M as well, and actually going for that, making those kills.
I think the weirdest thing to see was basically how the E50M of Mindbreaker ended up getting completely caught after the full information had already been provided by Liberty. Was it too late, or was he just late with the rotation is the question. Because imagine you have another like full HP or almost full HP E50M DPMing throughout the whole fight. This one goes Cashback's way.
Sure, and that E50 was a bit slow to get away, but like he would always be in trouble.
Yeah, so Hit taking the first round on Murovanka. They're going to be happy with that because it was far from a given. Throughout any point in this round, I think the thing for them to basically go ahead with that first kill is what put the foot in the door for them. Because realistically, I think position-wise, Cashback were well and truly ahead, and you could see Hit almost faltering here in the crossfire, trying to get back towards the cap. But at the end, just once again, Hit the team that thrives in the chaos.
And they can continue doing that. Like, it doesn't matter. You mentioned it in the other match. The round can be as close as you want it to be. The winner is whoever ends up winning it. It sounds pretty, like smart, but it doesn't matter that Cashback made it a competitive round. All that matters is that they didn't win it.
Absolutely. And it doesn't matter if Hit at the end of the day have 1, 4, or 7 tanks. It just counts as one round. And that is one that Cashback realistically had a chance to get, but didn't in the end. And that is kind of the story repeating again for W as well, right? Where a lot of the rounds were close, but at the end of the day, Hit wins 5-2 very convincingly. And now here they are taking the first of those close rounds as well. And I mean, a round is a round, as once again, as smart as that sounds, but if you're losing one that you gave the opponent a very, very hard fight for and that you realistically had a good chance of winning, in my opinion, it probably hurts a lot more than whereas if you just lose on opening.
Second round of Murovanka. This was the first one out of a potential 13 rounds, Kian, so we're still very, very early in. This could just be 1-1 trades throughout, and then finish it off in tie-breaker. Or one of the teams could edge themselves ahead, but if it's going to happen, I think it's going to happen early on, to be honest, Ski.
And I mean, Hit have done the first step towards that, to be honest, with taking this first round here. The second round of Murovanka, although, I mean, of course, is now going to be upon us, and we saw both of those teams, they didn't really want to play the long game here. Instead, they were going pretty aggressively on towards each other, which hopefully makes for some good rounds in the future. I think we will very soon have the second one on Murovanka. The reason for the short delay right now is that one of the players had a disconnect, but apparently that has been solved now, only in the garage though, not in the game. So there were always 14 available between either of those two teams. And all of that being said and done, I think let's head in to round number 2 of the grand finals on Murovanka. Hit bringing out a BZ75, a double E50M, double K91, a 140, and an RHM.
Cashback can return BZCS, W50M, a 140, a 431, and an RHM as well. So it's hit and run with a more passive lineup this time around because of that double K91. But nothing says you can't brawl with it. It does have great DPM.
It does have great DPM, yes. And if you have someone else frontline for you and the K91 just from a little bit further behind, preferably even hold down, just ends up completely machine gunning you down, then it can be extremely effective in that kind of position. Let's see how it'll be used. As we see the openings coming out, and the 140, the 430U and the RHM being kind of split off a little bit towards the east of the map, whereas Monster, once again, we have seen this opening from him already. He is going to spot out Aka, just how he spotted out the CS by W in the previous match, but this time around, Aka choosing not to commit in.
So no information tower either for the hit and run side. DJ in the BZ taking some damage for that, trading away. Twilight taking the strike on the east, will back off from it as well, and hit the run now starting to take over control of that force side, but not without being punished.
Yeah, quite a few shots connecting on towards the tanks of hit and run. Twilight once again trying to take the strike, but I don't think he will really be able to succeed. At the very least, there should be an HE reset coming in from Monster, but never mind, it's going to be T-Sec in that E50M. And we can see really how hit and run with those medium tanks and also with that BZ-75 are trying to just envelop the map, whereas Cashback, they think they have an opportunity with that W50M, but personally I'm not so sure. It is a full-on assault that's now being called by Cashback in towards the W50M, as well as the 140 and the K91, but that's a lot of DPM and a lot of guns to be driving into Brainbreaker, especially if Little blocks you trying to get behind the house.
Yeah, Little now realizing he wants to go back, needs to go back, will not make it. He goes down. The repush there from Cashback drives into the DPM machine that is hit and run at that moment in time. Franek is finding a lot of damage into his tank received by the hit and run side. Now Barbarian and Panzer Fury taking some strike damage, but Panzer Fury goes straight for that RHM, left exposed, picks him up as well. The HP is close, but the guns is what matters most in the Battle of Murovanka in this scenario, and still in the middle of the map. The RHM of Monster is being annoying towards Aka, might even win that fight as well. Panzer Fury trading off against Mindbreaker. He is stunned for Panzer Fury, so he's probably going to lose it because of that, although the DPM comes back 1-for-1. Panzer Fury, no, Katsai with the mini strike seals it away, but as we were watching that, the rest of the Cashback tanks have disintegrated, disappeared, and have rolled over. Cashback tries this repush, and hit and run was probably very happy that they opted to do so, because that was ideal.
That was absolutely ideal for hit and run, just essentially having to wait for the team of Cashback to drive in towards your guns, drive in towards your fire. And I mean, Monster, that is a very annoying way to play the RHM. But it of course works here in the bush. Aka not able to spot him out. Monster just patiently waiting for the CS to peek, picks it up. That's going to be, once again, with a cheeky grin that he's going to do that and hit with the second round on Murovanka. Yes, the HP were kind of low at the end for hit and run, but
guns,
once again, who cares?
Guns were also heavily in the favor of hit and run. Yeah, who cares? Like, all you remember from Murovanka, it's 2-0 for hit and run. Was it close? Yeah, it could have gone another way, sure. Did it go that way? No, it didn't. It's 2-0. And I know it's early in the best of 13, I get that, but I want to say but at the same time. If you start losing too many rounds early on, you do make it hard for yourself to recover, right? Especially against the hit and run that gets the ball rolling. Also comes off of a match already, so they're warmed up, right? If you go into the slower maps 4-0, I don't see you recovering.
Yeah, and I mean, for hit, basically everything going as it should. The E50M's continuously in the fight with a lot of damage. The K91 here, Ketsa even with that little cheeky pickup on towards the 140 of Cashback. So really everything going the way of hit, and you really have to ask what prompted Cashback in towards this. You could almost say a little bit of a headless repush in towards the E50Ms. Maybe they didn't think that hit was going to commit so aggressively in towards the forest. But yeah, hit always a team to do things with conviction, and Cashback paying dearly for it. 0-2 on Cashback's first map pick of all things.
Yeah, it's... Well, we'll see what ENSC does now. Hit and Run is a very good ENSC team as well, yeah? So that's what my worry is. If this goes like 4-0 for Hit and Run, which is very possible, sure, it could also be 2-2. But if it goes 4-0, let's do a worst case scenario for Cashback. On the remaining maps, I don't think they're winning 2 maps back.
Yeah. Then again, I mean, if there is a single team in World of Tanks that kind of, you know, ends up picking up the opposing map 2-0 and then loses the own map 0-2, that's also hit, right? It's an absolute classic they've done time and time again, especially in the double elimination brackets of, for example, Onslaught Legends Cups, where, you know, they come through the upper bracket, for example, and they get the pick ban advantage. They first pick the map, they lose at 0-2, and especially in VOD 7s as well. And then all of a sudden, you know, they come back on the opposing map. Shenanigans like this, but as of right now, it doesn't look too likely, especially the way that Hit have been showing up today against W as well, where all the clutch situations basically ended up going their way.
Let's find out what we gonna get. I mean, Hit and Run, so far looking good, Ducky, gotta say it. I mean, they also had a lot of preparation for WCI, which I think transfers over into this tournament. They're going into play Ensk, however, with double BZ, 140, double Bliska, double E4.
And for Cashback, it's kind of a different approach. It is a BZ, a Mouse, triple Bliska, and double Fosh B. So whereas Hit have, first of all, an Inspire medium, which Cashback do not have, they also rely on single shooters and sustain in the fight. Whereas Cashback, they do have the DPM of the triple Bliska, plus the absolutely explosive clip power coming from the double Fosh B.
So,
but I think with those double autoloaders, as always, it's a question of location, location, location. Where are you at which point in time? And do you get the jump on the opponents and then get to reload freely or not?
I mean, right now, the Jake should be up here for Hit and Run. T-Sec goes all the way, doesn't spot anything. The TD Hit Squad marching down the forest, marching down the 1-2 line. When do they stop? Do they even stop?
I think this is a train that, if it had any brakes to begin with, they were dismantled, thrown overboard. And this is just what Cashback are going to be doing now. They're going to be plowing down that H and J line, trying to find anything, really. As Little here, the anchor with the mouse. And the thing is, Hit and Run are playing off so little information that they don't really know what's going to happen. Finally, the first of those TDs do end up getting spotted. Twilight taking a shot without being able to reduce the damage as Liberty starts making his way forward, but DJ, of course, already has the damage reduction active. That is not a lot of damage by the alpha of those Fosh Bs, as Ketsai, the first one to maybe get caught, and in sweeps the team of Cashback. HP are even. Let's see who has the better focus fire.
Yeah, so far Cashback is not really able to get anything out. Ketsai alive, Franek alive, DJ alive, 3 targets that are below half HP. DJ will be the first one to fall after Monster is already dead in that E4. Hit and Run down a lot of HP. DJ is now the second, and you can see that this TD overmatch is finding some success here. But of course now we are in the dead time, which is where the Fosh Bs are on reload. But Barbarian misses. Aka does not really help Hit and Run whatsoever. Franek still alive on a one-shot. He gets picked up by Little, and it's just 3 times from Hit and Run left standing. This all-out aggression from Cashback finds and hits the mark perfectly.
Yeah, Liberty finally off of reload again, trying to pick up Ketsai under the tracks. Actually, it does end up working, and I think the focus fire by Cashback here on Ensk on the first round just about good enough to push it over the finish line. Because remember, like, a lot of the HP that Cashback actually have here still is kind of quote-unquote dead HP that doesn't really do a lot because it's on Brainbreaker and Little in the mouse. That's 6,000 between the two.
For sure, but like at the same time, Cashback has better tanks for this all-out fight, right? With the Bliska Vitzes as well coming in, the Forges Bs, they all hit their shots in the beginning. Focus fire was not the greatest, but
good enough.
Good enough. And then, you know, the thing is, the Forge Bs do their burst, and Hit and Run just doesn't have the damage behind it to really do anything. They just got kind of pincered with the guy coming from A0 as well, the mouse coming across. It was really good stuff from Cashback.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the right call here, that the follow-up damage, kind of the secondary damage coming out from hit, was not enough to blast through either the Bliskowitzes or the Forschbees. Either of those two is fine, but they need to die before the Forschbees reload a second time. This kind of available damage potential was not there on the team of Hit, and this is why Cashback finally show up in the match. They pick up their first point on Hit's map pick, no less, and I mean quite convincingly as well. Only 2 kills that were able to get generated by the team of Hit. Also, I mean, Franek ended up dying pretty late in the fight, but he was in the fight regardless, getting even shot by the Forschbees at the start, so he was playing an extremely dangerous game there.
Yeah, but he's also like really, where is he supposed to go in the 140? At the same time, you're getting pushed from the south. There's a mouse and a BZ coming from the north. At some point, you have nowhere left to hide in that 140, and he was very quickly down 3 teammates as well. There's no position for him to play. It's just a good execute from Cashback, and they knew that as long as Hit and Run didn't take the communications tower, they would not see it coming, and that's exactly what happened.
Which is, I think, the thing we can blame Hit for, is that after taking a little bit on the field with the strike as well, they didn't really follow up with a lot of aggression. And when you don't really see anything except a mouse and a BZ corner, you must assume that something's wrong.
So 2-1, Cashback with a real opportunity here to make it 2-2 again. This was a great round for them. Wonder what else they got cooking on Ensk. Becomes to show not everything has been done just yet.
No. And I think this is kind of a pocket strat as well, once again. Coming out from Cashback this time around. Normally Hit are more known for this, but it is kind of a curveball that you can throw in once in a while, especially in one of those big matches like best of 13. Of course, if you end up going down 0-3 because of it, it's not nice, but it ends up working against Hit. Because I really do believe that Hit were getting a little bit complacent after getting the first Arty strike, and Cashback didn't really drive over the points of interest in the city, right? They were giving no notion of anything, of their presence there. So Hit were kind of assuming, all right, we have 1 strike, the opponent has nothing, so we can kind of slow it down.
But also just a lineup diff, right, on this last Ensk. The Cashback had just the better fighting lineup. This time around, Hit and Run, triple BZ, 140, triple Bliskowice. It's almost like weekends back.
Looks a little bit like it, right? Meanwhile, Cashback, not that much differently. The only thing really getting traded is a BZ for a Type 5, so I guess Brainbreaker is going to anchor in the middle with that big old Godzilla tank. And I think the plan here for both teams is going to be just push the BZs in, let them take the damage, and then the Bliskowitzes swoop in with that DPM while the 140 generates, Inspire continuously.
So in the beginning, Hit and Run, crossing very wide towards the field with 6 tanks, so, maybe them with the pocket strat this time around.
I mean, Ketsai spotted in the BZ-75. Didn't really see a whole lot coming his way either. And the thing is, like, Cashback, they are kind of split, and that might be a problem, because yes, Brainbreaker has a lot of HP, but that is also a lot of tanks and a lot of DPM coming his way. So I think he wants to be driving backwards a little bit, already getting peppered in the side. Good shot coming out from Pan's Fury. The second tank of Hit to follow it up, and all of a sudden even 4,200 HP doesn't seem like a lot when there is 7 tanks shooting at you. Brainbreaker just dead in the water.
Yeah, the pocket shot they're working out, they find that Type 5 that did not expect 6 tanks to be on the field because they came really wide. So nobody spotted crossing initially, and now they're playing up a gun, up in positions because of this as well, because they're able to re-push north or push south if they really wanted to do. That is also a possibility, of course. Monster swings, misses. Aka might get one under. No, that is the BZ gun there in action. But watch on your minimaps, you can see the 140 and B7 starting to take back the north. And if Franek is just able to take back B5, which is a real possibility. Oof, Aka crossing over, taking a lot of damage. His team is going to try and repush south. It's given away now, and now here we go. Little leading the charge in that BZ-75, but there's a lot of hit and run guns looking this way. Aphrodite is going to have to eat them all. Down towards 800, a strike coming out as well. DJ does fall, so some good shooting there from the Cashback team on towards that singular BZ-75. But if there's one tank you want to die for the Cashback lineup, then it is that BZ, and now they're just picking off the remainders of this onslaught of Cashback vehicles repushing the south. It was a good round from Hit and Run, and ironically both teams winning with some pocket strategies.
I mean, both of them ending up being kind of cheeky for the win on ends, but obviously that is going to be favoring Hit and Run just because they were the ones to pick up Murovanka 2-0 as Twilight is just exploding against the 3 tanks standing in front of him. Fronic trying to find any kind of shots against this BZ-75. Good shot in towards the cupola. Is he going to make it 2 for 2? Yes! And once more, the loader dies, and Fronic with the 3 for 3 into the cupolas. Doesn't miss a beat, doesn't miss a shot, and Hit and Run are once again going to extend the lead to 2 points.
Both teams with a similar kind of pocket strat. Cashback going through the 1 line, Hit and Run going through the 9-0 line, and they both end up working out.
Do you think Hit, after the first round of ends, were like,
no.
All right, what they just did to us, we can do to them?
Nah, I think they already had something prepared.
All right.
I think it's too early. Like, they haven't played ends basically at all. There's no way that they're out of strats.
I mean, true, yeah. And they're not going to play more of Ensk. That was the last round of Ensk already, and just like you thought, it was 2 extremely quick rounds. And yeah, I think the problem for Cashback here was that essentially all of the tanks by Hit were just in position too quickly against that Type 5. It just melted without anyone being able to support it whatsoever.
So it's 31. Now we're moving into... Need to be reminded of the next map. There's too many maps, Gihand. I know Cliff and Westfield are the bands, right?
Cliff and Westfield were the bands, yes. Let's take, hopefully, a quick look at the pick and ban as well. I'm sure production is going to remind both of us what's the next one on the menu. But yeah, Murovanka ends out of the picture. This is going to leave what looks like Pilsen. Yeah, also a map that we haven't really seen that much today.
Yeah, no, it's indeed the next map on the menu, Kihan. These days you're always thinking about food, aren't you?
I mean, if it's tasty, why not?
Yeah, so why are you thinking of stuff like raclette?
Because raclette is tasty. You're not going to convince me otherwise when I know I'm right on this.
If it makes you feel better. I mean,
raclette always makes me feel better when I eat it.
Let me put it this way. Your boss agrees with me, and in terms of hierarchy, that means a lot more.
Have you taken a look at Phil? Like how thin he is? Do you think he knows a lot about food?
What? Apparently so, Kihan, because his diet seems to be in a better shape. What is it? Congratulations, Phil. You're doing a good job. Is this what you were like aiming at?
No.
Then where was this point going?
I don't know. I just wanted to say something that sounded smart. I didn't expect for you to actually ask about it.
Makes sense. But Pilsen could also be played fast again. But Hit and Run, if they play from start, they really like to play with that Grilla though.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a very, very potent thing to play with.
Can also disappear in a second if you're Mafia.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of hit or miss, pun not intended, actually. But let's see how this one goes. I mean, the fact that Hit have played so much Grilla on Pilsen could also be something that the opposing teams are trying to exploit. Not this time around, however, it seems like. As Hit bring an RHM double Foch B, a 430U ×2, a Type 5, and a BZ-75.
Cashback, no light tanks. E50M bad, double type, double T57, and nice 4. Looking like some city pressure at the very least with that. I mean, you can't really contest the field without a light. And double pipe.
I mean, especially also with a double 430U, anything that Cashback could be sending towards the field would just, vanish. But here we see the players from Hit and Run trying to duke a possible plane that's never going to come because Cashback are playing without the light tank. Some shots in towards the doors of the factories are going to remove those, but actually no one immediately trying to drive into the middle of the map. So no damage is going to get exchanged. It seems to be forming up to be kind of a slow game, but that might explode into action rather quickly because Cashback, if they just move towards the cap, it could all go very, very quickly. And now, though, Ketsai, with the artillery strike, he could thwart those cap attempts.
I mean, there's double first B in 1-2 line, though. There's one at A1. Monster already letting a few shots go out, so they know he's there. They have double strike. They have a second communications tower soon enough. And interestingly enough, is Ketsai playing the line now on this map. Monster is in the first B. And, I mean, for Cashback, they're slowly but surely getting surrounded, though.
They are, and that is because the tanks by Hit and Run are a lot more mobile than, of course, a lot of those heavy tanks coming out from Cashback. Then again, the heavy tanks, they do have more armor, they do have more HP, and most of the time they do have more alpha as well. Finally, the cap does get started by the team of Cashback. That is still up 1,500 HP, despite being the only team that has taken any kind of damage whatsoever throughout the course of this round so far. But the thing is, with this cap attempt, tanks like Monster in that Foch B, they're not going to be able to have any kind of say in the matter here. And with the artillery strike, one of those from Hit now getting expended, they need to commit someone close.
They have a secondary strike, though, and a third one coming up as well. Twilight does get reset immediately by the secondary strike. And so far, Hit and Run doesn't seem too worried about this. Another strike up in 8 seconds. However, of course, there is one strike from Little that he could use to deny that with. Would push it a bit closer. But Tisek is also close enough to reset, though.
He should be. I mean, Barbarian also going a little closer to try and punish anyone who goes a little bit outside of the cap. Ketsai is going to pick up this. Never mind, he's not going to pick up the artillery strike. But yeah, Barbarian with a reset takes a shot of damage for that. Bounces the second one, though, by Arca. So it was kind of cheap as well. Because now, once again, Ketsai is there to take the artillery strike. Tisek in the cap as well, smartly driving forward, or maybe not so smartly, because he's going to be in a crossfire in between Twilight, Arca, Liberty, and Brainbreaker as well, if he moves just about anywhere.
Here comes the Forge B of Panther Fury, starting to clip out against Twilight, has 3 more left in the chamber. The reason why Tisek went forward is because from behind the T-57 and IS-4 were coming as well, but Liberty's in trouble. Twilight is dead. This T-57 will not get to reload again. The 430Us are starting to pop their ability. The DPM coming out, and returning is Cashback in towards the middle of the map, trying to swarm DJ, trying to get that BZ out. Aka might even trying to just block the road as much as possible, so these 430Us cannot sneak past. But Franak still has a gap on towards Brainbreaker, who's clipping out against DJ, but that's a very, very healthy BZ at this point. Mindbreaker has a lot of HP as well, but they don't have any DPM. And worse than that about not having DPM is they don't have any tanks left. Soon TM. Brainbreaker down below half as well. Aphrodite now feeling the might of the Forge B, getting clipped out as well. And yeah, there was an opportunity there to kill Tisek, but that opportunity is at the cost of the entire game for Cashback. Hit and Run, make it look easy.
Absolutely, all of those tanks that had been hovering around and lurking in the north of the map just all of a sudden swoop in and remove the entirety of those super heavy tanks of Cashback that have been holding the cap until now. And now it's just a cleanup operation coming out from Hit and Run that end up outminding Cashback on Pilsen round 1.
Yeah, the 7-tank city lineup, I mean, good for Hit and Run. They're moving the Forge Bs down the moment the Type 5 goes on to block the cap, and that's what they needed though as well, because that Type 5 was always going to die, but they were just on time to swing the game back in their favor.
Yeah, so overall, I think Hit not only in the individual plays, but also in the calls, thinking back to Murovanka, and in the strategy department, far ahead of what Cashback has been doing. Cashback also had to expand more strategies while going here, but that shouldn't be an excuse on maps that you have not played. So I think for now, in this best of 13, which is a first to 7, Hit over half the way there already after only 5 rounds played.
And the only round they lost so far is a cheese strat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we can forget about it. It was a cheese by the side of Cashback that did something on Ensk that surprised Hit and Run, but outside of that, just win for Hit and Run. On a roll, Kihan, right now. A worrying roll as well.
Yeah, and you and me both, we said before the match that Hit and Run is one of those teams that if you let them kind of get away with it, if you let them rack up round after round after round, it can feel like a very, very short amount of time in which you actually end up losing a lot of those rounds that, of course, would make a potential comeback all the harder. And I think Cashback is starting to kind of get themselves into this danger territory of having to play the remainder of a match, which is most likely unrecoverable. I think one more round and Hit are looking like already almost the victors.
I mean, I said that if Hit and Run arrives 4-0 at the slowest maps, they will not let it go anymore. Let's say if they win one more round and they are on 5-1, then splitting maps is completely fine for them throughout. And I do believe that they have the capabilities of doing so. It will be very hard for Cashback to make a difference. And, you know, at the same time, though, if they win the second round of Pilsen, 4-2, very manageable.
Yeah, I think it's an entirely different thing in between 5-1, 4-2. It's just one map compared to 2 maps difference, of course. But I think for Cashback, it kind of needs to start going here in the second Pilsen. Otherwise, it becomes exponentially harder, essentially, with every round that they give towards Hit and Run. And at some point, of course, impossible, as soon as Hit should cross to this magical number from 6 to 7.
Lineups, Hit and Run. See, from that south side, they love playing with the Gorilla. They're going to bring it out here as well. RHM, Gorilla, double Force B, double for TDU, and a Type 5.
And for Cashback, it is going to be the good old German E100. Together with an IS-4, a 140, a Bliskowitz, double Force B, and an RHM. So both teams playing with a light tank here. That might be a problem for Monster. But then again, he has played that Gorilla to almost perfection in the past.
Yeah, even in games where his team has gotten caught out, he's still managed to pull them back in it.
And I mean, the Gorilla definitely a tank equipped to do that. If you have like a high level ability, 1000 plus alpha damage, and you start with a level 2 ability. So there is that. Only Ketsai using the plane at the start of the game. I think he only had 2 or 3, doesn't have a replane available, whereas Liberty chooses to hold onto it.
Takes a strike though in the west. Communication tower again getting taken, so Hit and Run. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Aka left on that position gets a shot, and that's important for the Inspire as well, even gets a second shot.
And this means full level 3 plane available for Liberty. Ketsai though, he has a level 1 as well. And to be honest, it's a little bit more binary than, you know, level 1 or level 3 ability. If you have level 1, that's already most of the time good enough in the RHM, because you're able to do what you're supposed to, which is spot someone out with that plane, first of all. T-Sec lets one go against Twilight, doesn't connect. Mindbreaker also seemingly hold down with that IS-4. So once again, cap pressure is on. Franek getting reset on the artillery strike as an HE shell takes some pressure off the cap. Liberty clinging on to the side of the cap is just going to boost that one up just that little bit more as Mindbreaker continuously reset with the HE shells. Twilight with an APCR shot in towards T-Sec, but has to evacuate.
Double cap is on. Triple cap could be put at any given time. That's the interesting part here, is that position of Liberty, right? Behind that little Rubble, you can kind of cap safely, uncontested. However, there is such a thing called strikes. They will be able to reset you. Liberty actually just abandons the cap.
Maybe that is because Akka has spotted out Franek. Akka even taking another shot of damage, but is able to reset Ketzai in the cap. That's going to give another plane over towards Liberty. Akka now in full-on evacuation mode because there is not really a lot of tanks that could be helping him here, save for maybe the double Foch B that's rotating in the north of the map on the A and B line. And I think Hit and Run might be realizing that they're about to bite off more than they can chew, starting to evacuate the northeastern part of the map and taking a look, taking stock of the HP as well. Cashback far and truly ahead right now.
They have done a very, very good job in this battle of doing damage, which is of course a very important aspect. Only Akka and Twilight really taken anything worth talking about, and even that is very, very little. However, we'll add, of course, again, that this Grilla will make this HP deficit disappear in 3 shots.
If it gets the opportunity to do it, that is. So far, neither side has taken a communications tower. That is also going to mean that some of the tanks, including possibly the Grilla, have not really been spotted yet. Both teams playing with incomplete information at this point in time, but I think Cashback seem to be content for now with essentially the fact that they have done a lot more damage, and they are going to let Hit take the initiative, although that is sometimes a thing which can end up costing you.
Let's see if Brainbreaker decides to use a strike against Barbarian. Would be annoying if that 1.6 HP for 3U took a strike to the face, but no. They let him take it, so 2 strikes on Hit and Run, 1 on Cashback. There's something to pay attention to, the rotation of strikes. Now Aphrodite or Liberty, no, Aphrodite is going to go take the strike on 1-2 line. Back to make it 2 strikes for either team as well.
Yeah, Aphrodite arriving in time to snatch up that secondary strike, as once again Franek being pushed up in the 430U, exchanges spots with Akka, exchanges shots, but only damage done on towards Akka in that 140 that obviously doesn't want to drop a whole lot lower than he already is, considering there is double strike available for the team of Hit and Run. A good shot coming out from Akka, cheeky position as well, is able to fire below that little crane there onto the 430U, and now the double Foch B from Hit are starting to spring in the action once again over the 0 line, and for Akka, he has less support than before. There is an RHM, that's not really a lot of firepower, no. And that's kind of it.
That takes the communications, no, not able to take it this time yet again, down towards 700 HP. It was very close, but they strike him and get Akka in position just in time to remove him from the game.
Well, Ketzai needs to be extremely careful now. Just the same goes for Akka, because finally he's going to see the Foch B behind him. The first shot already going wide. The second one, the third one connecting as well. He's going to be playing without an Amarek for the time being, and he's probably screaming for help against the double Foch B. That's behind him, spotted possibly by the plane as well. There is no possibility to stay safe. They're just picking him apart clinically with the Foch Bs and the focus fire from Franek as well. It is Akka dead.
Yeah, now it doesn't matter that Ketzai is 700 HP. Twilight starting to push on towards T-Sec, though the Gorilla of Monster needs to relocate now to cover this Type 5. He will surely do so as well. An experienced Gorilla player has no problems recognizing this, will back away, but not before T-Sec takes at least some damage here. And Twilight has to be careful because the E100 pushing into the Gorilla, T-Sec will spot him, and I think Monster might already have a shot.
Monster now starting to aim for that E100 as T-Sec keeps peeking, keeps baiting Twilight. That might be suspecting Monster in the grill even. That's why he's playing behind that rubble. As Franek now aiming through the stones here, aiming through the wall. As another strike is going to go down on T-Sec. That's actually a problem for him because he's going to go towards one-shot Liberty to pick it up. And it is kill parity once again with Hit and Run firmly trailing in HP, and Ducky this time around it is not 3 shots needed by the Gorilla, it's 5 to 6.
Yeah, the strikes are still available though for Hit and Run, but they don't have anything to really put them on. One strike comes out, it gets used on towards the IS-4, it resets, Ketzai getting some spots as well. Barbarian taking a shot though. Beautiful from Brainbreaker there. Through that small gap of the door gets the reset. Franek now being pushed towards the middle strike. Still 15 seconds and this game will come to an end. And somebody needs to block the cap because Franek will not get it on time.
8 seconds remaining. Franek is trying to snatch up the artillery strike, and there is nothing left on the side of Cashback that could reset it. But now Franek has to evacuate. He has to try to go to the cap, but it's already been captured. This time and the first time around today, it is actually hit and run with the miscommunication, with the bad timings against a cap. And what they have done to multiple teams in the past is being done to them now, and they have no one but themselves to blame. Then again, though, I think hit and run, even if they get the 430U in the cap, they lose either way.
They lose either way at that point. If Franek goes to block, he just explodes.
Yeah, and I think that is kind of what he was respecting, and then the call came through, like, yeah, just, you know, go and block anyway for the remainder of the time. But at that point, it was too late. So it is a game of each team killing exactly one tank each. But Cashback with 100 cap points, whereas Hit have 0.
4-2, so one map behind for the Cashback team still. It remains manageable.
It is manageable, then again, it can become critical immediately if Hit take a game or even a map. Then Cashback is really in the gutter. I think for now, they've kind of kept themselves alive in the match. They've thrown themselves a rope, a lifeline, so to speak. But they need to follow this up, because realistically, I think in this match, in those 6 rounds that have been played so far, this is the first round where Cashback really looked like the better team.
So Pilsen done. Now we're going to Ghost Town. Now this is a map where I guess I could see Cashback have some potential on. But I feel like if there's anything that could make the difference, it's going to be Sand River.
We'll have to wait and see. We're definitely going to see 1 round at least of Sand River, possibly even 2. But first of all, Ghost Town on the menu. And in between W and Hit and Run, Ghost Town actually looked like the map where, you know, in the first round, of course, Hit with the best counter possible towards what Hit and Run were doing. But in the second round, Hit and Run actually got a little bit outplayed by W.
So, what do you think, Jan? How does the rest of this match unfold? Did you vote for Cashback? You did. So Cashback is going to start winning out, right?
Yeah, of course. Cashback is going to absolutely go on a roll. Hit and Run get one more lucky round. Somewhere, possibly Sand River, which is going to get split 1-1, and the rest is just Cashback all the way, and that's why my prediction will be correct. Did I sound convinced?
No.
Because I wasn't.
You sounded like a man grasping at straws.
Oh, well. Let's see. 4-2, I mean, a lot better of a scoreline for Cashback than the 5-1 that was potentially on the cards, but still, with another round, it could be putting themselves in striking distance on towards the title here, as then it would only be one more map that they would need to win. Ghost Town, the potential to force an early decision for a Hit and Run, and to be honest, that lineup, it looks a lot like the first round of Ghost Town that we already saw from them earlier today against W. It's going to be quadruple BZ-75, an IS-7 Type 5 heavy tank, and a 140.
In return, double light, a Bliska, K91 Bat, and double T57 for Cashback. So it's control versus all-out aggression.
And if the first Ghost Town round is anything to go by, then all-out aggression works great. As the tanks get a little bit switched on the side of Hit and Run, but the fundamental idea behind the lineup, I guess, stays the same. Pan's Fury, the only tank to get lit by Liberty in that RHM, and we've already seen earlier today, how Hit and Run played against that double light tank of of W as Panzer gets spotted out by Aphrodite. Aphrodite with a swing and a bounce. Doesn't get punished back.
Here come the BZs though, from hit and run across the open. Tapping Aphrodite on the move is Monster. That's birthday RNG there. Now the 57 starting to clip out. DJ is the one that takes most of it. 2 more shots available for Mindbreaker. The strike comes in as well, hitting 4 targets. That is a lot of damage from those strikes. And now the BZs, they're all trying to shoot Barbarian, even pushing Monster forward to try and get the shot out. But there is a light tank of Liberty who's trying to escape down the side of the town. And he will actually make it out as well. Like, he escapes in a very interesting fashion.
Yeah, and now the Batchat of Brainbreaker has arrived as well. Mindbreaker already reloaded with that T-57, picking up the first tank on the lineup of Hit and Run that are also now trailing in the HP department. Brainbreaker, they're barely missing a shot off Barbarian, but now Twilight and Mindbreaker almost reloaded as well. And Barbarian against 2 T-57s, he is just going to explode. Mindbreaker doesn't mind breaking his tracks for taking some shots as well, because now they're reloaded, starting to push out and clip out on towards Barbarian. The clips, I mean, kind of okay, but they still have shots remaining, and Barbarian falls. That is 2 unanswered kills. Finally, a kill for the team of Hit and Run, but they're still trailing in HP, trailing in tanks, trailing in positions, and they are not going to be trailing in points in the match quite yet, but Cashback starting to make a comeback happen.
4 tanks left for Hit and Run. Low HP for Cashback, but at the same time, Liberty, his infiltrated behind him. His escape route was very nice. He ran down the 7 line, right, so the other way, to escape all of the BZs coming. And this one-dimensional lineup from Hit and Run, it runs into T-57s, and I think T-57 kind of loves BZ.
And the thing as well is that the double T-57 by Cashback this time around, unlike the match that we saw Hit and Run play against W, is that they already did the first clip on the approach that the BZs did over the 7 line. Whereas the WT-57s basically started dealing their damage when the BZs were already on top of them. And that is a huge difference. And that difference now comes to pay dividend as, I mean, the kills are even, but nothing else kind of is, because Hit and Run, how are they supposed to play against double light and double medium?
I don't think you can. It's not really possible. T-Sec could go down towards a one-shot even for this as well. Oh, actually dodges the strike, so good stuff there from T-Sec, but little moving down the 0 line is likely to be his end.
And Little, through all of this, also spots T-Sec, puts a shot, puts him on a one-shot as well. Is not going to generate a strike with it. But yeah, T-Sec hoping that he is unspotted and gambling correctly is, for now at least, going to make it out. Never mind, Little sees him, Little intuitions, Little takes aim, and Little takes the shot, takes out T-Sec as well, making it a 4 versus 3 once again. Aka with a trade and a half, but he does get out DJ, so it is a 4 versus 2 now. And at this point, it is the lights and the mediums just preying on those heavy tanks.
It's all over. And Cashback bring it within reason again. 1 round separating the 2. However, key point stands. If it's just blow for blow, Hit and Run will be very okay with that. They lose the first ghost down, they get a second opportunity though.
Aka finally finding the cupola hit on towards the Type 5 Heavy, and now only Franek remains in, let's be real, an impossible 1 versus 4 situation. Maybe in random onslaught, you sometimes win those, but in competitive onslaught, you don't.
If he wins this, I will build Kian the statue.
How big?
Your current size, so...
Almost 2 meters. Alright.
I mean,
Alright.
You know, it's okay.
But yeah, realistically, I think all of the 14 players already either talking about what went wrong in this game if you're Hit and Run, or about the next game if you're Cashback. I think realistically, Hit and Run trying to recycle a little bit of what they did with those BZs, not only during WCI, but earlier today as well. And Cashback just countering a little bit, capitalizing a lot, bring it within striking distance. Now it's not a map anymore, it's a single round.
Indeed. So they find really good angles, and the fact they have so many autoloaders actually works for them there, because the 57s get a clip, didn't pin all of them initially, and then after that they're able to reload and come back into the BZs. And yeah, BZ, no DPM versus 57 Chad DPM. Hit and Run wasn't able to find the straight fight they were looking for.
I think as well, like, not only does the BZ75 not have DPM, if you think about it, I mean, it might sound like cope, but it also has lower alpha, per peak at least, against the T57. Because in this scenario here, the T57s essentially got full clips off against singular shots of the BZ75s. So, whereas the T57, I mean, they didn't penetrate all of their shots. If we take a look, 14, 14, 12, 15, 14, 12. So most of those, so realistically, the BZ75s were always playing a shot against the clip, and that is, well, never going to be good trades for you. So yeah, no one completely falling off in the damage department for Hit, but just collectively, Cashback stepping up here in this round, receiving this all-out pressure from Hit and demonstrating, and for example, showing W how to deal with it.
Now if Cashback win one more round, we go into how many rounds are left in the end?
I mean, 13 minus 8 is 5. So it would be theoretically a best of 5, but first of all, let's play this round number 8, because Hit could equalize all of what happened by making it a 5-3, and then they are on a very realistic scoreline again, with very good prospects towards taking it all. But Cashback, I mean, the first 5 rounds were not so much their cup of tea, but ever since then, they've made a commendable effort to come back into this match. So yeah, this best of 13 here, quite the marathon. Hit starting strong and starting early, but Cashback, I guess, closing the distance now.
I mean, at the same time though, right? It's just the way that it goes, is that Cashback wins the first round on this new map of Ghost Town. If Hit and Run win, it's just splitting the maps, right? Hit and Run build an advantage, it's a split after, it's another split after, one more split and they're on match point.
Absolutely, and this is why Cashback needs one of those maps cleanly. They won the first round here on Ghost Town, so it's half of the way there. They need the second one, however, and let's see. I think Cashback, they were of course also going to be watching the match in between Hit and W that happened after their first match of the day, and they probably took a look at what Hit and Run were doing well and what not so well, and most importantly, the ugly stuff that can be exploited.
Do we think Hit and Run will change it up, a little less aggressive?
I would imagine so, yes, because Cashback just absolutely shut the aggression by Hit and Run down. So they're probably going to be like, all right, let's maybe try a different way.
I'm kind of curious for the lineups. Because obviously this like BZ thing did not work whatsoever, right?
I mean, let's see. I think we're just about to reveal the lineups in the second round of Ghost Town in the finals here. Hit and Run definitely switching it up. Double RHM, an E4, a 140, an E50M, a Type 5, and an IS-7.
Cashback in return though. Triple Type, triple E50M, and the RHM. They played this before, right? That's what they played earlier.
Let's see if it's going to be met with success this time around. I mean, Hit and Run definitely wanting to play a lot more control with those double RHMs. Not going for this all-out aggression that completely ended up blowing in their face. But, I mean, both teams switching it up. It's going to be something entirely different from both of them. Let's see how they meet up this time.
Hit and Run trying to dodge the plane a little bit as well. Going towards the east with the light tank. Monster will go for the strike. This is pretty standard. We see a lot of teams do this to try to get that early strike control, but Cashback with a way more laid back approach at the beginning are like, we don't want to challenge anything at all, we'll just sit back and wait.
Yeah, and I mean, T-Sec coming in here to shield the RHM from potential misery, potential harm. But there is none to be had, so Monster is going to escape from the RT strike after snatching it up. Of course, putting the artillery strike on the RHM just to be able that if he misses a plane or if there is no follow-up damage on spotting so on, that he can generate another one if need be.
Now, this is a slow start from Cashback. Kind of how they started against... Who was it that they were playing against? Ooh, the plane gets used from Liberty. Let's see if the damage on Monster. There's a tick immediately from, I think, A0. Finds a shot, the Type 5 looking as well. Aka coming towards the cap, though. Wants the pressure on.
He's on reload. That means Barbarian can also peek on towards the Type 5. That is a pretty hefty fine to pay for the cross. The speed patrol is there, and even the Type 5 is too fast. Minus 3,000 HP.
They might just keep...
That's a lot of
They
damage.
might just keep peeking him.
I mean, if you essentially get handed a super heavy tank like that, why not, right?
Hit and Run was very ready for this punish.
And I mean, Aka, he cannot even, like, at this point in time, he cannot even stay safe in the cap, really, because T-Sec at any point could be peeking up. Yes, there would be punish available from the A0 position, but not that much. It is a 3-shot on the Type 5, and you first of all need to hit those cupola hits, of course, with that IS-7, with the kind of limited APCR penetration that it does have even after the buffs. But yeah, Hit is not getting complacent, which is a good thing. They're starting to reshuffle their tanks a little bit, moving up through the 1 and 2 line. That is a lot of concentration of tanks, however, by Hit as well elsewhere, and they're gonna do the double whammy. The pickup on towards Aka, in towards the push on 1-2.
Perfect play there, right? Realizing that the tank is available to be put to the grave. They find the peak with the Type, with the E4 at the same time, and now they're playing up again, and this will be on Cashback to make a move, and they're doing that already. They're pushing 0 line. They have a tank very, very deep established on that, and Hit and Run will have to react as well, and they're doing that as well. They're going back towards the JK line.
Oh, T-Sec now in between a rock and a hard place with the Type 5 to peek him, but the Type 5 of Twilight takes damage from the back lines, and this leaves Mindbreaker to DPM that IS-7 down. Mindbreaker, however, has been spotted, but the shot by the IS-7 going wide. This means maybe not a lot of follow-up experience for Monster. Never mind, he has a stage 2 plane available. Uses it once again, probably on that E50M, just to be able to keep T-Sec alive for the time being.
The bigger problem is there that Mindbreaker cannot be safe in 0 line, and you can see the HP bar disappearing down towards the one-shot. The angles, the tracers from the back, he's dead.
Yeah, that was a magic trick by Hit and Run, making that E50M disappear. Now even T-Sec feeling brave enough on a one-shot to peek against the Type 5 Heavy of Twilight. That is still kind of healthy, but if he wanted to shoot at the I-7, he would have to turn his turret towards all those tanks that just made that E50M completely vanish from the face of Ghost Town.
2-tank lead now for Hit and Run, so pressure still on Cashback to do something, but what can they really do right now? Franek immediately using the strike to deny Twilight, so T-Sec will start taking it. Twilight's starting to peek out, actually. Wants to make the kill, and honestly, was pretty free.
Yeah, it was pretty free, and that is just because Hit and Run were kind of gambling on the fact that Twilight would be too afraid to peek. Like, yeah, he's still very low HP right now, but that peak, I'd take it any day of the week if I knew before that I would only pay for 1 shot of damage with the IS-7 for picking it up. So now the tank disadvantage is only 1 tank here, and those tanks by Hit and Run are kind of flimsy if you think about it, with that double RHM that, if caught out, can blow up extremely quickly. But so far, Monster and Ketzai have been doing a good job of hovering like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and most importantly, not getting hit.
Cap has started for Hit and Run. They have 1 Type 5 of Panther Fury in it. Liberty, of course, has a plane, so most of the cap he will be able to spot out as well. But there's pretty good control for Hit and Run over the map right now.
Yeah, blind shot by Brainbreaker, but of course Pants Fury is playing from a position where he can never get reset by something as obvious as the A4 position, as Twilight might even be peeking from the 7-8 line from the stairs, but Barbarian would be there to exploit that every single step of the way with that E4 that obviously doesn't care about any type of armor that the Type 5 could be carrying with it.
Aphrodite might just be able to reset this for free, to be honest, but Panzerfury looking for the shot on the way down. Does he get it? I think he missed that one. Little now pushing up as well. The Cashback starting to re-push 1-2 line. Monster and Ketzai are there. There will need to be a reset though on towards this Type 5, and it will come from Aphrodite, I would guess as well. He's peeking around the corner, looking for the shot. Will he get it? He does. And now he has a bigger problem, and it's called Franek in the Object 140 from one side, DJ Barbarian from the other, and Aphrodite will pay with his life for this reset. He is not going to be making it through this. He will back off, but I think DJ already has gotten the clear instructions of this one is yours. We'll move on to the E50M, and DJ does not make any mistakes there, penning shot after shot after shot. Now Little is the next one, and he will also suffer the same consequences of his actions. It's a cleanup operation for Hit and Run, and like we said, if it's a split Gihan, it's still 2 rounds deficit for Cashback. 5-3 moving into Sand River.
I mean, you said it is a cleanup operation now, and I have to say throughout the entire round it was a clean operation by Hit and Run. This round here, I think from the start to finish, they played it extremely cleanly. Always ahead in the tanks, always ahead in the guns, in the HP, just everywhere, in the positions as well. This was just about as good as it gets on Ghost Town.
They did a really good job to make sure that that Type 5 going to cap took a lot of damage, like so much damage was dealt. Really good stuff there from them. Sure, they gave up T-Sec at some point relatively free, but nonetheless, I mean, the rest of it was straightforward, clean, 5-3, now looking to finish the job potentially on Sand River.
I mean, yeah, 5-3 scoreline, so everything is back under control for the team of Hit, whereas Cashback for them, I mean, they put themselves into the position of trying to equalize it, but now with the 2-0 deficit again, it is dire times now, because I think in a best of 13, once one team gets to 5 points and you're this singular map away from losing, you're also in danger of essentially getting pocket stratted into tilt, which is a possibility now. And yeah, you could really see, but this cross by Aka, probably FC call in towards the cap, it just wasn't it.
I mean, Aka, can't really blame him either, you know, you get sent on the cap and then you die.
Yeah, and it's not like the pathing was bad or something. There is only one pathing available, and he took it, and he got punished. What is he supposed to do?
Nothing. It just, being a Type 5 player is not always that fun.
I guess what is fun right now, though, is being a Hit player, because you're only 2 rounds short of finally being able to claim a title for yourself again. That has not been the case for quite some time for either of those teams, but now Hit closer than they have been in quite a while, and Sand River might be the map to end it all upon. Within striking distance now for Hit. 1 more to match point, 2 more to tournament point.
I think they will believe in their own capabilities to make it that far. 2 more rounds separate them. 2 rounds is also what the team of Cashback would need to get back to an all-even scoreline. So 2 either way. 1-1, you know, for Cashback there's only one good outcome. Like a 2-0.
I tend to agree with you, and it's kind of 2 sides of the same coin, right? But we keep talking about it like either team would definitely pick up Sand River 2-0. It could also be once again a split, and I mean, if you're Hit and Run, you wouldn't mind, because that means match point for yourself, whereas Cashback would have to pick up Siegfried line cleanly to be able to go to tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, but it's never a given against a team of Hit and Run that you can say, we're definitely going to win map XYZ 2-0. That never happens. So I think for Cashback, if it wasn't already, it now is time to fight tooth and nail every single piece of advantage that they can claim for themselves. Whereas, I mean, Hit, they just need to keep doing what they've been doing, which is play some damn good World of Tanks.
If they can do that, they will be taking home the lion's share of the money. They're both getting the CPUs either way, so this is a fight about who takes back the money with them to Poland or Ukraine.
And also who kind of ends the year on a nice note for themselves, right? Because let's be real, 2025, it's not been a kind year to either Hit or Mafia. Either Hit or Cashback. It has been a very kind year towards Mafia. But they are not going to have a say in the matter. Instead, it is the two teams that you see in front of you right now, and Hit and Run, that certainly is a lineup and a half if it doesn't change. It's a T100. Oh, okay, it's still changing. There we go. T100, double BZ75, a Batshot, a K91, a Grille, and a Jagdpanzer E100.
What a lineup. Cashback, IS-7, Bat, CS, AA50M, an SCRV, and an RHM Panzerwagen, the Jagdpanzer E100 switching to an AX. That makes more sense.
DJ, man.
Yeah, he baited you.
I was about to get excited. Maybe on Siegfried line if we get to it. But yeah, so far no on Sand River. And I mean, for Cashback, we've seen time and time again for them from the western part, which is, by the way, supposed to be the favored side on Sand River. In Onslaught, at least, that STRV has been working magical wonders. But first of all, Twilight is going to start the game on -1000 because the Grille, it hits, it slams, it dunks, and it hits home for 1000.
Shutting it off with a hit. A few more of those, like 2 more of those, and the Gorilla already paid itself back. So Hit and Run's going to be very happy that Monster is able to get the first shot of damage out on towards that IS-7. Now they're going to start pressuring the north a little bit themselves with the Bat AX and BZ combination. Liberty uses the plane, spots out Ketsai.
Little with a crazy far shot on towards the Centurion Action X as Ketsai gets spotted here, gets despotted, but takes some damage. Little, however, taking some damage as well in that STRV. Not sure if that was the Grill or something else.
Grill and something else.
But definitely Monster sitting there with that level 3 ability, and so this first shot, not only did it deal a lot of damage for Monster, it also gave him that level 3 ability, which of course is menacing to play against.
Yeah, he didn't use it though to shoot the STRV. He just shot him normally without the ability. He probably wasn't too sure about the shot 100% hitting. But Ketsai, you saw the traces there come in. That could have gone a lot worse for that T100.
I mean, he did go unspotted, so I would say at least half of that was kind of damage after he just got despotted. But now Ketsai seeing Mindbreaker in that E50M. That prompts him into turning around. Same for Pansfury, all of a sudden not so sure anymore. Ketsai with a shot on towards Mindbreaker. Same can be said for Pansfury. So a little bit of bleed on that E50M, and Hit and Run once again in a better spot when it comes to the HP. They're now around 1 grill shot up.
Yeah, the fact Pansfury is getting spotted out when shooting should tell him that the light is close or something else is close. It's just Brainbreaker sitting out there and spotting him out. Pansfury needs to be very careful though. Brainbreaker's extremely patient here.
And as well he should be. He knows that there is a Grilla somewhere on the map. And so he's not going to be shooting for the time being. Barbarian now going in towards the spot that the Centurion took one from the STRV earlier today. Little, by the way, ability active right now. Not sure if he was able to deal any kind of damage. So yeah, he's going to have a level 2. On him for the time being, but Hit and Run now reshuffling the forces, sending a lot more players up towards the north, and to be honest, Aka is kind of squishy, looking pretty tasty in that CS.
He's just spotting though, you know, like he will not sit there to die. He spots out DJ, so he will know that the rotation is coming. Might even back off altogether. Gets a displaying close, should see the CS63 retreat, and you can already tell that Aka is starting to make his way out. Barbarian does get spotted by himself as well. Takes a shot from Aphrodite there. Hit and Run is indeed looking for that CS63.
Starting to pincer as well, but that is a lot of tanks by Hit and Run committed to the north. If you think about it, the Batshot, the Centurion, the BZ, the T100 as well, that is 4 out of 7 together with the Griller that cannot really repush. So Hit at the moment in the south pretty weak, which enables the E50M to take an artillery strike. At the same time, Aphrodite with a good shot in towards Franek as well. And so they are taking ground, Hit and Run that is, in the north, but so far the damage kind of underwhelming that they do for it.
Tisek getting spotted out on the communications tower, needs to be careful in that BZ. Franek looking for a shot against Twilight, might even get it, doesn't end up connecting it. And so far it's very slow, neither team too far ahead. Potential for both.
I mean, Brainbreaker, he really got comfortable in that position for now. Outspotting the K91, having a little bit of an overlook as well as Franek, I think, takes a blind shot here from Aphrodite. And of course, Aphrodite is going to know that he hit the shot because his ability is going to be ticking up.
Yeah, I mean, he got the shot out in the 50M. Franek is not going to be too happy about that. But I don't know if Hit and Run can make any moves right now.
I mean, not really. Franek there with 2 swings, 2 misses, is going to go on the long reload. That's not going to be boosted by the ability either, but as of right now, that's not going to be too critical. He can't afford that little bit of downtime as we are going to cross the halfway mark in this first round of Sand River, where Cashback are extremely careful with what they do, but they seemingly have the trading edge a little bit against Hit and Run because they are now up roughly 902 HP.
The K91 solo retaking the south is very brave. There's a BZ coming now, but Panther Fury kind of pushed that by himself to begin with.
I mean, there is being brave and there is being stupid. Like, if there is the bad chat of Brainbreaker re-engaging, they really have to hope that Monster hits his shot.
Ooh, Ketsa gets spotted out, takes 2.
Oy.
Will not take a third though. The T100 has to be very careful now.
I mean, Brainbreaker now getting spotted out by Pansfury, same for Mindbreaker, but Monster just too far back in that Gorilla to have any say in this situation at all. And yeah, Ketsai being deprived of a lot of HP now is not going to be able to play too aggressively from now on. And so Hit and Run, I think with 4 minutes to go, they're putting kind of everything into a single basket, and that is going to be what looks like a south push, while the BZ75, I think that is T-Sec, is going to be... sorry, not T-Sec, Barbarian is going to be tasked with faking in the north.
I mean, Barbarian pushing on towards Twilight. Twilight's going to back off now as a result of that, but Strike in the south going to be taken by T-Sec. They're really baiting and hoping for the south repush.
Oi, Brainbreaker taking a lot of damage in the middle of the map in his Batchat. In the meanwhile, down towards a 2-shot even, because Pansfury has established Crossfire and Hit and Run, really taking a lot of map control in the south here. That's also going to enable the Gorilla to take the red line position on the K line. That is a lot of potential damage as Ketsai actually gets picked up, gets spotted out. Great play by Liberty to put him to the grave.
Way too overplaying with the T100 there. Makes the mistake, gives up the kill. Now Hit and Run has to bring one back. We can see that Cashback, 3 minutes, man. It's becoming all too tempting to not be in that situation anymore. It's like, we don't really need to be here anymore, so why would we be there? Aphrodite is going to feel the hurt for that, though. Running away, takes 1 hit to the face. I think DJ and T-Sec, they might even continue pressuring this. Barbarian is the next problem for the lineup of Hit and Run, so they cannot just be like this. They got to do something, because right now, doing nothing means Barbarian will die.
I mean, Monster is now starting to readjust with. The Gorilla might go towards his own spawn, towards the bushes of his own spawn here to possibly support Barbarian with a shot or 2 from that Gorilla. Franek and Pansfury scrambling back. Pansfury is actually going to stop the repush through the south to try and stick on the cap, but as it stands right now, Hit and Run, they still need to commit for a kill here. They need to make something happen as Barbarian and Twilight are going to be spotting each other out. No shot connecting by a little in the STRV here. And I mean, for Cashback, so far so good. With 110 seconds to go, Hit and Run really needs to commit.
Yeah, but where is Hit and Run even going to find a kill right now? Twilight is backing off. That's why I was saying, like, you cannot really let them escape from 1-2 line, you know? Once you do that, you end up in the situation that they're just disengaging from you, and now you have a really hard repush to make.
I think the only potential problem for Cashback could be the STRV. Like, if Little gets found there, then I think there should be some tanks that have somewhat of a possibility of shooting him. Together with 1, soon to be 2 artillery strikes, that is going to reduce Little towards a potential 2-shot. But even then, it is going to be difficult for Hit and Run. I think they're saving up a lot of time and potential damage for this last push that might come in. Barbarian going down to 1000 damage here, or 1000 HP rather, with the Gorilla in backup in support. Monster having to get pulled now, but here comes Hit with the last push of the round. They're gonna try and find Little in that STRV and will have to blow him up as well. Monster still unspotted with the Gorilla, looking for a shot as the strikes do go down on towards Little Fronic, wanting to peek, but that is a lot of damage. The Gorilla shot comes in and Little gets isolated and assassinated.
Yeah, the problem is they gotta keep going. They don't have a choice because Barbarian, the goat, is dead in the south, and now the Gorilla, you can see, is trying to escape for dear life with 18 seconds left. I don't think that they will be able to chase down that Gorilla. Would be amazing if they could, but I don't think so. Aka, however, will die, and you know that would bring the kills all even. I don't think there's an opportunity for Hit and Run to do more than that. Tisek, however, down towards 273. Can Liberty find the kill? No, but Fronic down towards 20 HP as well. He will live, and now the question is, who did more damage? And I think it's going to be Cashback still, nonetheless.
Well, I guess production is going to go on towards those calculators rather soon, but I think it was a pretty close affair here in between both teams, because realistically both of them didn't have a lot of heavy tanks, but I think Barbarian had a lot of opportunities to heal up, and this might actually give the potential damage advantage over towards the side of Cashback. And I guess we can go towards the battle results for now. Maybe we'll be able to do some quick math on our own.
I've got my calculator open,
Kian.
okay?
Okay.
Let's see if I can beat production. 13,673 for Hit and Run, okay?
Uh-huh. 13,673.
Yeah, you gotta repeat it to yourself a few times, you know?
Yeah, just so I remember.
16,512 for Cashback.
Okay, so hereby we can officially proclaim that it's going to be Cashback who get the round. It's going to be 5-4 with a narrow victory here, but I think Tisek and also Fronic were super close to dying for Hit. So even if like the damage wasn't the deciding factor, if the clock had like 1 or 2 seconds, 3 seconds more, then more tanks would have died on the lineup of Hit and Run. So really that early death, well, early, 8 minutes in or something into the game for Ketsai was the problem that ended up emerging for Hit. And now things once again look very doable for Cashback, but then again, if Hit manage to get the second round on Sand River, and mind you, they're going to be spawning from west now, they're on match point.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. If it's a split, it's still, you know, the same story, right?
Yeah. And then, you know, Hit can keep splitting the maps, and Cashback is going to run out of rounds to play. So, I mean, Cashback once again, yeah, improving their position, but not fundamentally changing what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the same story as we were in the previous map on Ghost Town. You know, Cashback wins the first round. If Hit and Run now wins the second, nothing is changing. It's match point for Hit and Run, and then it's on to, what is the final map?
Siegfried line, and tiebreaker would be Himmelsdorf.
On to Siegfried line for Cashback would have to win 2-0. Would be hard. Would be very hard.
I mean, Siegfried line, we are going to see at least one round of it. And I think recently Siegfried line has become extremely interesting because teams have gone away from this super passive playstyle that we saw at the start of last OLS. But first of all, it's going to be the second round of Sand River. And as I said already, spawns are being changed. This means that Hit and Run this time around are playing from west, which is favored.
Can they convert that is a second question. This is an interesting one. Depends also on like what kind of game you go for. Like it's a lot riskier if you go for the straight fight, you know?
As the Western team?
Mm-hmm.
Then you just don't. You pick an SRV like last game. You just don't get caught by the Grilla, and easy GG.
Easy GG.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
right.
I'm letting your statements sink in, you know?
Mm-hmm. So you're gonna let that sink in. Well, well, well.
Yep.
Well, first of all, hit and run, trying to get to match point. Triple BZ75, an i7 W50M, and an UDES as the Inspire medium.
It is going to be Cashback with the i7, 4 E50Ms, an STRV, and an IHM Panzerwagen to round off their lineup. So lights for Cashback, no lights for hit and run.
No Inspire medium for Cashback on the other end, which can be a problem, as we saw before. Then again, I think if it is like a drawn-out game with a lot of different kinds of engagement, this is actually where the Inspire medium loses a lot of its viability, just because you're not able to inspire this one or these two concentrated fights. Instead, you need to constantly inspire, but you probably need to do it on low-level ability. You cannot be sure to always do damage, so maybe this is why Cashback has opted out of the Inspire medium. That being said, hit and run start with around about 2.5k HP of advantage. That is because of their BZs, but Liberty, first of all, taking a huge chunk of damage in that RHM.
And rare mistake there from Liberty. Ends up getting tapped by some of the hit and run members. DJ taking the strike, but here comes the pressure on the south side. Oketsai will boost away and Panzer Fury will turn away and bail away as well. Can they do anything about this? Will there be a conversion from hit and run on towards potentially the i7, for example? So far, Monster T-Sex still on the cap. It's not really a position they can continue playing, normally speaking. Oketsai will make it out. Takes some damage on the way, but now Brainbreaker should be the trouble here for Cashback, and the problems are mounting further and further. He's playing or trying to play semi-safe. He's getting shot in the back by DJ. Monster T-Sec now arriving in the middle. He seems to have kind of a hold-down position. T-Sec looking for the shot there. Doesn't seem to be that easy at all. Looking for an angle. Can he find it? Missing as well, but he will continue further, you would guess, and establish a secondary angle. Monster needs to be careful as well, because Aka shooting him back, and this is i7 living for quite a while.
Yeah, Brainbreaker here with a play and a half is finally taking a shot of damage by T-Sec here, but is going to run in towards a position where not a lot of the tanks can be shooting him. In the meanwhile, though, Mindbreaker falling in that triple E50M push. They're trying to get this pocket of hit-and-run tanks out of the game, but they might be running out of steam before that. Ketsai also healing up a little bit. That's going to make Pansfury a possible 4-shot, as Twilight desperately trying to shield Aphrodite. Monster with a pick up the second kill of the game. Pansfury towards 1-shot, as well as Aphrodite takes one by Ketsai. Barbarian from the backlines getting picked up as well, and all of a sudden it's Ketsai against Twilight here in this part of the map with the E50M, sure to take the kill, but takes another hit by that BZ Liberty to pick up Ketsai. It's 4 versus 4, but a lot of the HP of Cashback on that STRV. That means they cannot really repush.
No, but Franek in the UDES is also very low, 467 HP, backing away now, running away from Twilight. DJ taking the strike in the meantime, and this game has gotten so much closer than anybody would imagine. That's a long plane on Franek. They used that to try and outspot him. I don't know if he expects Twilight to be that far. Probably not. But right now it's annoying for hit and run to play against this lineup. I mean, STRV, Light, Liberty might be low HP, but he's alive.
Yeah, he is alive. That's the most important thing that can be said. Then again, he is super, super low HP. So if he does... Oh, good shot by Twilight here to pick up the UDES. That is not only the 4 versus 3 kill advantage now, that is also the Inspire medium gun that can be utilized to great effect against, against the very flimsy lineup, once again, that Cashback has. And I think Twilight should be making his way away now. Because otherwise he's going to be running the risk of getting cornered, getting bunched up, getting killed as well. He puts another shot, but it is going to be a bounce against DJ here, but he is on a timer because he knows that behind him T-Sec is coming. DJ, though, falling in that ISM. T-Sec peeking is going to take aim. Will he be able to pick up the 50M? The answer is yes. He takes one shot in return, but at this point in time, Hit and Run are not going to care about the HP so much as about the kills, as Monster is boosting towards a position where he suspects the RHM to be, and he suspects, rightfully so, Liberty is going to be behind the rock. He's going to get proxy spotted. Where is T-Sec? Much too far away. is the answer.
Yeah, T-Sec will have to go for a long time. Liberty is getting out as well, and it will be all even after Sand River by looks of things. A good blind there from Monster. Sadly, there was a rock in between him and Liberty.
Yeah, admin checking PC, but no, Monster literally just shot the only place where Liberty could have been if he wasn't behind the rock. He would have been in front of the rock, and so Monster is now going to chill for a little bit, is waiting for his heal ability that is going to heal him up slightly above 800, but of course that's still a 2-shot from an alpha boosted STRV. The problem for Hit right now is that they're down a tank. They're picking up an artillery strike. That is good for them, however, because there's 2 1-shots on the lineup of Cashback. The problem is going to be finding them. And
the second problem is that T-Sec will have to do everything. Like, he needs to take the strike, he needs to take the info, he needs to pop info, use strike, kill the E50M. It's very hard to do.
And I think even at that point in time, Hit and Run still might not have done enough damage, because they were the ones starting off with triple BZ75 even plus an IS-7. So I think that Hit, they need to do not only 1 but 2 kills.
I mean, T-Sec holding it right now. Opts not to use it immediately.
I think that's a smart play. He can just go to the other info tower, pop the first one. If he gets a good strike, he does it. If not, he goes for the second info tower. Rinse, repeat.
Second info tower is blocked off though already by Liberty playing in the base. Aka knows that he did not use anything, which is also why he's just, you know, driving around, chilling, driving, keeping his speed as high as possible. Same thing for Liberty. Gotta stay moving at all times. Little though might be making a mistake here in that SCRV. If he uses this, Monster is going to be looking at this as well. The information gets used by T-Sec. Yeah, no! This close, but no.
Barely, but Little now taking a big shot by Monster here, but this means that Hit and Run are now going to be playing without an artillery strike, but T-Sec able to heal up a lot, and Little, with the ability active, trying to bail out of there. He sees the passing of T-Sec as Liberty lets one loose to bring T-Sec down below 2000 HP, a shot by Little as well that is dangerously low in that STRV, 672, a potential 1-shot. But with the onslaught modifiers, more unlikely than not.
Yeah, but now Monster has to do something in that BZ as well, and T-Sec kind of knows that he had an opportunity to make it all even in kills. He kind of lost that. He might want to commit onto the middle early strike even, but he would need some information. You know, like, he needs info.
A little bit of info by Aka trying to take the southern artillery strike here. That is something. But of course, Aka starting the capturing of the artillery strike earlier is... ooh, there was actually a strike coming in because Little still held that one. And of course, with Aka holding one now, he has the opportunity to put T-Sec down towards a potential one-shot. I think the only thing that is keeping Cashback from doing that as of right now... Oh, there we go. They were just waiting for T-Sec to... have to waste a little bit more time. So beautiful play coming out by Cashback. But the problem is that Monster has actually made a move now. T-Sec getting spotted here and getting picked up by Aka. Monster now coming over the dune. That is going to reveal his position. The 1 versus 3 for the team captain. The birthday boy himself goes over and gets the kill. But it's a 1 versus 2. Make it a 0 versus 2. And Cashback are going to extend the match once again by picking up another round, equalizing the scoreline. Hit and Run. It's going to be 5-5. And if you're Hit and Run, you're going to be like, recently there was another match that was a best of 13. And, you know, it also looked pretty good at some point for us. But then the rounds for the other team started racking up.
And I just want to say that I think I said if any map is going to be the difference maker, it could be Sand River. I remember something like this. Cashback has been very good on Sand River for a very long time, and they proved that once more. Now we will move into Siegfried line.
Exactly. Siegfried line it's going to be. And remember when we were talking about the scoreline potentially being a 5-1 for Hit? Well, that seems like quite a while ago now, because Cashback and Hit are making it very competitive in between the two of them, 5-5. So we are left with a best of 3 for the Winter Invitational, sponsored by AMD Championship.
Siegfried Line will be an interesting map, though. Do you, as a team, decide to play it out carefully now, or do you go fully for it?
Yeah, we're not going to have the battle results this time around, but little in that SRV, we have that much information for you. He did 9,000 damage.
No,
so putting his team a little bit on his back.
Not bad. I think he's leading as well, right?
I am not 100% sure, actually, who's leading for Cashback. I think between different maps, maybe they even have different FCs, like specializing a little bit.
Maybe they should hire you, you
know? If they want to lose, sure, but I think they want to win. They've made quite the statement now on Sand River, and quite the point as well, because I think in the first... Cashback is going to be like they had us in the first half, not going to lie. But I think in the latter half of the match, at least so far, Cashback has looked like the stronger team with, you know, better calls in between them as well. Thinking back towards the cap victory that Cashback as well already got in this match, where, you know, before that it was always hit and run to kind of bamboozle the opposing teams, namely mostly W with that. Cashback did the switcheroo with this one. So, yeah, and I think on Sand River, Cashback also demonstrated other virtues like patience and good communication between the different players, especially when it comes down to like 2, 3, 4 players being alive. Good communication is absolutely key.
So, after watching 10 rounds, Kihant, where would you put your money?
I mean... I went with Cashback from the start. I'm still going to stick it. What about you?
I have no doubts in my mind that Hit and Run wins this, though.
All right. I mean, Siegfried Lion is a map on which we even saw some dramas happening yesterday. My mind wanders back to a situation where the reigning WCI champion in a tiebreaker goes out because of a 1000 plus HE penetration of a WZTD into an RHM. Such things have happened already, but more history might yet be written between both of those teams on the newest addition still to the map pool. Let's see how well Cashback and Hit and Run have adapted.
I'm just wanting to see if either of the two teams decides to go aggressive in the beginning. Hit and Run, IS4, Type 5, 140, Blitzcrank, Triple E4, not looking that way.
No, kind of looking like a hold setup, waiting to see what the other team is doing. And for Cashback, switching things up a little bit. Triple Type 5, double bat, an E4, and a Tessak played by Liberty. I mean, normally I'm not the biggest fan of Tessak on Siegfried Lion, but against quadruple Juggernaut TD, I don't hate it, actually.
No, he might have actually picked a good lineup to pick it against, right?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't know, of course, at least yet. Let's see where his plane lands. Only 3 tanks. This means he doesn't have the replane available to potentially get back against the opposing info tower, but he is going to pick up the info tower himself. So that danger for now is not going to be there. All 7 tanks lit now. That's going to give him the replane as well. So Cashback at least know what they're going to be up against. And funnily enough, Cashback, even though they have the light tank, they also have more HP. And they're sending the double bat shot through that 9-0 line because they see it's wide open for the taken. Little going to go for the artillery strike. Brainbreaker immediately going to take B9.
That's a lot of map control. Franek will re-push that though, so he has to be really careful with this bat because there will be a 140, an angry 140 coming his way, and if he shoots or does anything, Franek will know.
I mean, first of all, Brainbreaker is going to be trying to spot out DJ, but here comes that 140 of Franek. He doesn't really know what he's up against, but now Brainbreaker spots out Franek. The same can be said likewise, both of them without a shot of damage. Brainbreaker might be hoping that Little is going to join him soon, or he might have to evacuate because DJ and Pan's Fury are not too far away, and DJ actually waiting for the cross by the Batchat.
I think he even loaded HE, and you can see a big movement here on the minimap. Bliskovica moving towards Franek. Cashback will now need to move very fast, very quickly to cover the team. Barbarian in the IS-4 pulling back as well. It's going to be all about this zero line. This Brainbreaker Batshot is about to feel Hit and Run's team reaching him. The question is, did the E4s load HE? Because if they did, they would have to intuition back now. Aphrodite is really close here. It's going to get peaked already by Panzer Fury, by DJ, by Tsek, but the damage dealt on both sides is not that bad. But look at this on the zero line. This is the bigger question. Liberty, Little, and Brainbreaker are now there. The second bat and the Tsak sneaking through. Ketsai not using the ability at all, I think, to make sure he doesn't get tracked. It's level 3. He's not using it. Doesn't want to end up getting tracked, but Franek in return is blowing up altogether. Hit and Run repushing the city, but it's looking like Cashback so far has the better of Hit and Run because of the fact that they are able to get the Inspire out of the battle as well. A huge tank, and yes, Aphrodite is dropped low, might be dropped altogether, but not before he snaps Panzer Fury out of this battle. And now Ketsai still no ability used. Liberty trying, finally gets it because he had to pop it. It's going to be 3 tanks down from Hit and Run, just 1 for Cashback, and Tsek, DJ kind of left to their own devices here as well as the Batchats are starting to come back in, and high level ability Batchat is actually not that bad at all.
Yeah, Mindbreaker trying to make his way away from the IS-4 and the E4 as he turns around for one last shot of damage in towards that E4. Akamazida, in the meantime, has full HP type 5, shuts down DJ. That leaves Hit and Run on only 3 tanks. Mindbreaker doesn't go down against the ram of the IS-4 of Barbarian either. And now Aka, with all of that HP, is just going to be pushing Tsek, who even takes a shot from the sidelines as well from Twilight in that Type 5. It's going to be 5 versus 2. Cashback, they start to make a comeback.
Yeah. They're turning it around, and Hit and Run is going to be kicking themselves once more because Kihan, if they end up losing the next round, they'll lose the tournament and they will be on a devastating streak of losses, right?
If that happens, have Hit and Run even won any tournament?
No, but they've played
2025?
like 3 finals though.
Yeah, well. But did they win any of them? I mean, good snapshot here by Monster to remove Brainbreaker, but at the end of the day, the problems happened before this for the team of Hit and Run. I think the repush towards the 9 and 0 line, not decisive enough. They gave time for Cashback to rotate over the second Batchat in towards the pocket. The Tsak as well, which essentially ruined the life of the Bliskovica in the corner. I mean, if you're going to be playing against, Tsak, you just cannot activate your ability or you're going to be useless. So, I think Cashback under a lot of pressure throughout this match, but able to withstand it, and for the first time, I believe, in the match, are going to be putting themselves up around.
Yeah, they've been down the whole time. It's the first time that they're up. Really good stuff from them. The second bat arriving together with the Tsak, overwhelming the Hit and Run team. And you could also see how hard it is for Ketsai and Abliska. Cannot use his ability because, well, he would get tracked, so.
Yeah, I mean, roll skills used once, at the end. And that was the only reason why he did that, is because he knew he was dead and he just wanted to make the opponents waste more shots. He wasn't going to be bouncing anymore, so might as well reduce the actual amount of incoming damage. For Hit, I mean, it's tough for the first time in the playoffs as well here, in the playoffs bracket. They are kind of up against the wall. So far, it was smooth sailing. I mean, 5-1 or 5-2, both of those matches for them. Cashback is not rolling over as easily. If anything, they are starting to turn Hit and Run.
They're doing tremendous. They have now 1 battle left before tiebreaker, and they're in prime position to win it. That's how it turns around, I guess. And they might even do it. Their Siegfried line looks alright.
At least the first one. But to be honest, like here, it was... I think a very good like pick for Cashback, not in terms of map. I mean, yeah, in a best of 13 you're going to be playing a lot of maps, but in terms of just picking the Tessak and how it was played, because there was quadruple Juggernaut TD, and so the Tessak is going to have a lot of opportunities and possibilities, and if not for the Tessak, it would have been a 2 versus 2 in the corner with double Batchat versus 140 Bliska combination, which is kind of up in the air, but the Tessak absolutely and substantially swings it the way of the mediums and light tanks against that TD. And so here we find ourselves on the match and tournament point, and it's not going to be for Hit, first of all, it is going to be for Cashback.
Can Cashback crown themselves champion of this tournament? They will try it with an IS-4, a 140, a Foch B ×2, double E4, and an RHM.
And Hit and Run, I guess they are saying if there is a Tessak, again, so be it. But once again, quadruple Juggernaut TD, quadruple Bliskowitz together with a 140 and double BZ75. I think it's fair to say that Hit and Run are looking for a fist fight.
Yeah, they want to brawl it out. And can they do it? It's a good question. It's a very aggressive lineup from Hit and Run. It's do or die. It would be a streak of disappointing moments for them. OLS, WCI, AMD Winter Invitational, so many finals, but so very little victories.
0 to be exact so far, but here at least they still have the possibility to do it, as 6 of their tanks get spotted by the Plane of Liberty. That is an exceptional plane coming out from him. Doesn't even really go for the info tower after that, doesn't need to. Only one tank for Hit and Run unspotted. Hit, though, this time around with 1,500 more HP, as we see a quick pincer coming in from Hit and Run. In towards the cap. DSEC and DJ starting to put the pressure, as Mindbreaker is going to be picking up the info tower with that E4 of himself, but I don't think they're going to be able to pick up an artillery strike in time if the Bliskowitz of Pan's Fury maybe even joins the cap. It's going to go down to 17 seconds. I don't think that's enough. They need to reset in a different way.
And the Bliskowitz is coming in though from, I think, Barbarian. He wants to reset, but does he even know who's actually taking that? There's a repush off the cap immediately towards the 140, towards the RHM. I think Little realizes this as well. He's bailing out Barbarian, chasing. It's an annoying position for the Bliskowitz simply because he has to drive through the archway. It's actually Tsek that ends up missing, and Little is running away as far as he can. He's running for the win. Can he actually make it far enough? He still has a strike available. He's taken a lot of damage. I don't think he's making it out. He is down.
Indeed, he's down. I think he was able to use the strike on towards the push that was coming their way, actually. But now Aphrodite without Foch B also is caught in a very problematic position. Has to run away as Brainbreaker and Liberty in the Foch B and the RHM are trying to hold the line, but Hit and Run are just going to do the big switcheroo against Arca and Twilight, who are in this street here now against the combined DPM of double Bliskowitz at Twilight down towards a one-shot. Monster doesn't even care about the IS-4 at this point. It's just going to go barreling down onto the E4. Twilight dying regardless. And Cat's Eye and Monster, the dynamic duo, they're going to completely obliterate the frontline tanks of Cashback that they had here.
And I don't think regular time will be just enough. It's going to be a tiebreaker to decide who will win. The aggressive play from Hit and Run, it ends up working. They find the 140 Little, his legs not long enough to make it out. And Cashback and Hit and Run, regular time was not enough. Another tiebreaker for the Hit and Run to decide if they end up winning this tournament or not.
I mean, last time around, the tiebreaker not really going Hit and Run's way, but hey, if it doesn't work once, let's try again, eh? As it's going to be 6-6 between both Hit and Run and Cashback. And of course, the question now on everyone's mind is going to be who had the faster win. I think it would be Hit from the first, I think, 4 or 5 rounds of this match, actually, where they had pretty quick attacks.
I have no clue who gets to decide a tiebreak again.
I don't know either. It was
want me to go look?
Just a guess, to be honest. Sure.
Yeah, it should be on the sheet now.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second. I'm getting there. Yeah.
I mean, while you do that, we take a quick look at the damage numbers dealt, and turns out if you put Bliskavicas in... Cashback, actually. Crazy, okay. But yeah, if you put Bliskavicas into the fight...
the Ensk that they pushed, the Ensk that they pushed 1-2, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Actually, never mind. It's hit and run with 2 minutes and 39 seconds on the final round.
True. Let's see. Detailed report. Yeah, 2 minutes 39 seconds. Crazy. So hit and run actually with this last round, not only forcing a tiebreaker, but also getting the side decision on it. Talking about being clutch.
Yeah.
And I mean, the shooting was the issue, really, by Cashback. I think hit and run were just like, okay, they have a light tank again. That theoretically means we have the DPM and brawling advantage. Wait, we have quadruple Polish tank destroyer. Let's go, boys.
It's all come down to this one final round of Himmelsdorf. Huh? Next time we just make them play the tiebreaker straight.
And yeah, Hit actually do choose south on Himmelsdorf. Which is, if we think back to the original like 15v15 attack defense, it's the side with the church. So it is the defending side, but of course the neutral objectives in the middle of the map rework ever since all of that has been played, etc., makes it quite the different thing. Although, you being the expert, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Why might Hit be picking south?
On Himmels? I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess it's slightly better positions to hold 1-2 from. Because I'd prefer like the J1 position together with the 3-line position versus 1-2-3 from the north.
Yeah, I mean, I was asking you because if I had to pick like on Himmelsdorf north or south, I would, like, if I were the FC, then I would just ask my team like, hey, what do you want to play? Because for me, I feel the differences are kind of minimal in that sense. It seems like a very balanced map, which is maybe also why both of those teams ended up leaving it to be as the tiebreaker. Because they were like, okay, if it actually ends up being a tiebreaker, then, you know, whoever has the fastest win at this point is not going to be able to reap an advantage, like, for example, Sand River West.
Indeed. But I guess the teams are getting ready for this final tiebreaker pick. Do you stand by what you said, Kian? You think Cashback takes it?
I mean, I would have to at this point.
You're allowed to change if you want to.
No. If I change it now and then Cashback actually wins, I'm going to be so mad at myself. So, no, I'm going to stick it with Cashback. And you're saying hit and run 100% are going to win it?
I don't see a reason why not.
Maybe if Cashback get another round, then hit and run lose. But yeah, anyway, all of our predictions in the bin. None of it is going to come true anyway. So let's just hope that we're in for a cinema round of World of Tanks to be able to finish off the AMD Winter Invitational here on the last day, on the culmination of the 12 days of Tankness. It has been a lot of matches, heck, it has been a lot of streams, and we actually counted it. Including this one, we will have done 52 tournament streams this year. So that's, on average, I guess, one a week. Thank you all very much for tuning in.
Unbelievable. Can't count that high, Kian. How many hands is that?
How many fingers has each hand?
Don't know. Depends from person to person.
I would say roughly a dozen.
How much is in a dozen?
What the hell? Where are you trying to go with that one?
I don't know. You know, I'm asking the real questions here.
Anyway, I think we are just about ready to determine a victor in between Hit and Run and Cashback. A drama has unfolded in between both of those teams, but now it's going to have a happy ending for 7 out of the 14 players that you see on the screen. Hit and Run trying to put the knockout punch in, and it is Triple Bliska, 140, an E100, a BZ75, and a Foshby.
Cashback in return, BZ, Type 5, BAT, CS, Double Bliska, and a Foshby. Oh, look, the CS kind of indicating Cashback wants to go hill, right?
I'm not a fan, personally. The Batchat as well, to be honest, like CS Batchat combination, they are likely to go to the hill, and yeah, their pathing would indicate this as well. Meanwhile, Hit and Run, I mean, it's fairly straightforward lineup once again. I think they're just going back towards what they think their strengths are, which is brutal, brawling power. And we have seen an adaptation of this kind of hit and run push before. I believe it was by Mafia that ended up sending a lot of BZs and Blitzkritzers over the field. But this time around, there's actually no one to receive them. I think this is exactly how Mafia dismantled hit and run on Himmelsdorf once. But now, for Cashback, there is no one that could be overrun. The closest tank is actually Akamazida in that BZ-75.
I don't think they'll end up going really for that either. So hit and run clears 1-2 line. And now we're in the weird situation where one team has the hill, the other one does not. But cap access is there for hit and run if they opt for it. They could be playing that the whole time, baiting out strikes. Of course, there's mini strikes available as well, but those only do so much. I don't know if they can really stop this cap pressure from hit and run.
I mean, between both of those teams, there's not really a lot of HP difference either. Mindbreaker has taken one single shot of damage, but there is one thing we should actually mention, and that is the fact that the cap on Himmelsdorf is extremely small. So the fact that Cashback only have one baby strike doesn't sound so bad anymore, because if that one does go to level 3, then you can cover almost the entirety of the cap, also considering that some of it is already blocked by buildings and rubble.
Ooh, good shot there on towards DJ from Brainbreaker, getting a connection on towards 3100. DJ tries to get one on Little, does not. 50 seconds left now. Of course, there will be a strike available from Mindbreaker. He's still holding onto that one to reset the cap. But hit and run could boost the cap if they wanted to, but they also know that right now it wouldn't really do much.
The only thing it would do right now is give more damage for the strike that would come for the reset. And so that is why Hit and Run are not going for it. Instead, Franek reshuffling T-Sec, the next one to go into the artillery strike for Hit and Run, and both teams approaching this very, very carefully. I mean, Mindbreaker putting the strike now, that is because the strike is essentially recharging. So he didn't want to waste any time on the recharge of the strike. As T-Sec is going to pick up the second one for Hit and Run, and I think I mean, on the positive side for Cashback, they have dealt more damage as of now. On the negative side for them, or on the positive side for Hit and Run, they have a strike axis in that E1 position that is a lot freer than the middle Zeppelin. And that is going to mean that they can just build up strikes over time and focus them later on towards a singular target. Whereas Cashback, they need to kind of use them as they become available.
The only thing I could say is maybe Hit and Run wants to boost the cap at some point just to keep the strikes from Cashback used quicker. You can see though, Ketsai faced off against Trading against Twilight. Not sure why Twilight hasn't even gone to that position in the Type 5, because you see DJ making his way into the window, will bleed some HP to get there, but now this Type 5 is in a lot of trouble.
I mean, Ketsai also starting to go out of the cap here. I think Hit and Run contemplating a repush on towards the Type 5 as T-Sec also goes in towards the window. That is a complete pincer maneuver onto Twilight completed. That is just going to die if Cashback don't do something very, very soon to alleviate the pressure to get rid of the guns shooting them. But as it looks right now, that's not gonna happen. Little and Aphrodite now starting to repush through the G line, but Twilight, he keeps taking damage, and now Monster and Pansperry starting to push in. The strike is actually going to get used to finish off Twilight, but now Hit and Run, they're starting to roll up and over the tanks of Cashback that are positioned in the D line, but in comes from the backlines Liberty with a Foshby of his own.
He has to do a very big clip here to make something happen. He will find the first on Panzer Fury, but not before Aka goes towards the grave, and it's tournament on the line here. 4 tanks from Cashback, but those 4 will be hard to bring this back. One on the hill, and Mindbreaker will find Monster rolling down the alley, but on the flip side, Liberty's on reload, Mindbreaker's then all by himself, and it all started with this Type 5 heavy committing towards the cap when they still had plenty of resets, and it all falls apart so very quickly for Cashback. Another tiebreaker for Hit and Run, but after the OLS finals, after WCI, they finally are able to win a tournament to finish off 2025 with a bang. They will be the AMD Winter Invitational champions, but it was one hell of a road to get there.
One hell of a road, and Cashback have certainly made them sweat for it. It is a total of 13 rounds to be played, and Brainbreaker can do nothing but sit and watch from the overlook as Hit and Run are going to be on victory march. Victory road this time around is going to be the approach towards the hill on the 0 line, as Franek and Ketsai are gonna be moving up, while on the lower side DJ and T-Sec are holding and waiting for Brainbreaker in that CS to finally admit what we already know is the truth, and that is that Hit and Run, after what feels like an eternity, are going to be crowning themselves champion once again.
Finally for them, they end up winning something this year. You know, it would have been real tough if they ended up losing this as well, because there would have been 3 finals. So, you know, they do deliver. Took them a while, took even a comeback from them once more, but they end up winning it as well, so congratulations to them. Monster's birthday ending with a bang as well. A tiebreaker win for Hit and Run. Congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. The birthday boy crowning himself and probably putting a little bit of icing on his own birthday cake as well. So congratulations not only for winning the tournament, but also for having survived yet another year. And yeah, we can take a last look at the post-battle results, but realistically, I think the biggest eyebrow raiser here is the position that Twilight gets sent to. Because, I mean, Hit did the perfect counter towards it, but to be realistic, like, it wasn't that far out there. It wasn't like some Giga Brain 200 IQ move to be sending tanks in towards the windows to just shoot apart the Type 5.
Yeah, for sure. It just doesn't make any sense why they sent the Type 5 there. It was kind of a nonsense move, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this far into the pick and ban, maybe also you end up being on maps that you didn't really train so much. So maybe here is where some calls end up sounding like a good idea when in reality they are not. But overall, I think both teams have shown, not only through this match, but throughout the entirety of the tournament, that you know, it has maybe not been the best year of 2025 for them, but when it comes to, you know, trying to put on a show and trying to get the win, both would have deserved it, but this time around, Hit with a little bit of remedy, to be honest, for WCI, where it was the unfortunate tiebreaker loss for them. This time around, they're going to be able to you know, bring it back at least a little bit. But once again, the final score of the tournament is going to be 6-7.
6-7 indeed. For Hit and Run. You know, for a 40-year-old, at least you're keeping track on your memes a little bit, right? You gotta say that much.
The 3 is still in front, and it will be for 8 more years. But yeah, congratulations to Hit and Run for claiming the lion's share, more than 50% of the cash prize pool here is 7,000 euros to be split amongst the players, together with a CPU apiece. The CPU, of course, thanks a lot towards AMD as well for sponsoring Red, going towards the second place team as well. So Cashback are going to be able to wipe off their tiers with a lot of computing power. It is going to be an AMD Ryzen 7 9700X for each of them.
Yeah, they're probably very happy with that. It adds to the prize pool, of course, you know. But in this match, it was all about who got the extra added money, of course. And that is Hit and Run. And it's a tournament win for them as well. And, you know, OLS is not that far away. So it's at least a nice way for them to close the year and looking forward towards the next one.
Yeah, close the year maybe, just as we are going to do, because this is the last stream of the 12 days of Tankmas. I believe it's also going to be the last of our streams on this channel for the year, so thank you very much for watching all of this. For the people behind the camera, of course, also thank you very much for helping with the production, to the people that casted here but aren't here right now, so Phil, Moff, External, and all the others that have been a part of these tournaments throughout the year. Thanks a bunch, and last but not least, thank you to you as well, Ducky. It's been, as always, a pleasure to cast with you, although the last 2 days it felt like you were in a more trollish mood than is usual, but yeah, it's always very, very fun. Thank you. And last but not least, I feel like a broken record at this point, but it is you, the viewers, for which we do all of this, so thanks very much for watching. Without you, all of this wouldn't make sense. We wish you happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, a good start into the next year. And Ducky, as always, the last words go to you.
It's crazy. Grandpa just started ranting. It's unbelievable. It's never an end to it. No, it's been a long year, guys. I hope you enjoyed the competitive aspect of World of Tanks. Thanks for sticking with us throughout it. I hope you had as much fun as I did. I can't wait to end 2025 with a bang. I hope to see you all in 2026, where we will see, again, a lot of competitive action and potentially see Hit and Run be champions in more than just this tournament. So thanks again for watching. We'll see you guys all in 2026.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.